The story begins at Delan Royal School. Inside some classroom, the teacher enthusiastically lectured the students below. Everyone, this truly is the era of heroes. 5,000 years have passed since the Chronicles of Heroes first appeared in the world. During that time, the lower realm has undergone many changes, just as the Delan Royal Academy was chosen as the venue for this year's Lumen entrance exam. Among you, someone will surely pass this exam and be recorded in the Chronicles of Heroes. I believe the heroes of tomorrow are right here among us. To achieve that, you must, the teacher said excitedly, but at that moment a sudden racket cut him off, making the teacher visibly annoyed. Students, pay attention in class. He then turned his gaze to a white-haired student dozing in the classroom. The noise had been caused by him, sleepyhead, slamming his face onto the desk. Leo, if you think you know the lesson, then let me ask you, what rituals were performed 5,000 years ago for someone to be called a hero? In response, the young teenager Leo scratched his head, stood up and said, roughly speaking, if you make a name for yourself, people will naturally respect you. This is Leo Plav, 15 years old, of the Plav clan. Across from him, the teacher felt his blood pressure rise upon hearing that answer. Then, as if used to it, he sighed and turned to the rest of the class. Sigh. Anyone else want to answer? In response to that, a red-haired student next to Leo raised his hand and spoke. In ancient times, there was no way to receive the gods' recognition. Chosen heroes were selected through rituals. In ancient times, there was no way to receive the gods' recognition. Chosen heroes were selected through sacred rituals. For example, the blood rite. He finished. The teacher didn't spare praise for him. Excellent. Truly the greatest magic prodigy of our kingdom, Gulliver Traden. He paused, then continued to encourage the students. We have high expectations for this year's Lumen entrance exam. Ignoring those remarks, our protagonist Leo, now fully awake after being asked a few questions, flipped open the book in front of him and thought. Back then it was so easy to encounter the gods. The holy rites that honored the great heroes who fought Erebos, the gods granted the lower realm a marvel. That was the Chronicle of Heroes. But why are they treating me as if I'm invisible? He thought as he closed his book in frustration. Special note, this is the great hero Kyle reborn, yet he's being forgotten by everyone. Next, while Leo was still lost in thought, the students suddenly clamored toward the windows to look outside, making him curious. They're here. Where are they? Look! Look, it's the Zerdinger family crest. Amazing. It's Celia Zerdinger. The students shouted excitedly like they'd spotted an idol. In the hallway outside, a young woman accompanied by numerous soldiers calmly advanced. Then a school-wide announcement sounded. All students please gather in the auditorium. Without exception, the Zerdinger family is visiting our school. Blah blah. Hearing that, Leo stood up from his seat. Seeing that, his red-haired friend Traden teased, Leo, are you trying to impress the Zerdinger family? You think they'll notice you? In reply, Leo shot him a look like he was staring at an idiot and said, I'm heading out. I'm not interested in that stuff, unlike you. With that, Leo turned and walked straight outside without hesitation. Behind him, Traden felt both embarrassed and angry. I'm not interested either, I just want to see Celia Zerdinger as a rival, he shouted, only to get away from Leo that nearly made him breathe fire. I'm serious. Time passed quickly. The scene shifted to a training ground where Leo gripped a wooden sword to practice. He vowed not to neglect physical training. His body would definitely be stronger in this life. As he muttered that to himself, a voice sounded beside him. What are you brooding about? The words had barely finished when the figure of a woman immediately appeared, executing a sword swing with a look like she was facing an enemy. Seeing this, Leo had no time to ask questions and hurriedly raised his sword to block. Time passed quickly. The scene shifted to a training ground where Leo gripped a wooden sword to practice. He vowed not to neglect physical training. His body would definitely be stronger in this life. As he muttered that to himself, a voice sounded beside him. What are you brooding about? The words had barely finished when the figure of a woman immediately appeared, executing a sword swing with a look like she was facing an enemy. So Leo had no time to inquire and hastily raised the wooden sword in his hand to parry the blow. He was about to explain a few things when the woman before him cut him off. It's been a while since I practiced sword work. You won't get into Lumen with only mediocre talent. This will be the final test. Having said that, she raised the sword again and lunged at the protagonist, forcing him to clench his teeth as he withstood the heavy strike from his mother. Opposite him, the lady, seeing her son's body tremble uncontrollably after a single blow, taunted, "Should I be a little tougher?" And then, she began to increase the power of each strike, and her attack speed stepped up noticeably, forcing Leo to strain just to barely keep up. After a few dozen seconds, he was panting like an ox from exhaustion. "Aren't you pushing me too hard, Mom?" Leo complained. Sadly, his words had no effect on his mother. If anything, she complained, "We're fighting and you still have time to talk?" as she blocked every move. "What are you saying?" Then she ramped up her strength again and surged forward at a wind-tearing speed. But after delivering that strike, she suddenly recoiled in regret. "Oh no! I used too much strength. If Leo can't dodge it then." The lady panicked inwardly, however, not to disappoint her. At the last possible moment, Leo tilted his head and calmly dodged to the side, seizing the moment while his mother was still startled. He thrust his sword to her throat and gently asked, "Are you okay, Mom?" The lady stood dazed, having been defeated so easily. She wondered just how deep the child's talent ran. After about 2 seconds of astonishment, she sat up, brushed the dust from her clothes, and asked, "Leo, you still plan to go to Lumern, right?" Lumern Academy, that's the human hero academy among the 4 hero academies for different races, where the chronicles of heroes are recorded, is the place where one's record of ability is most highly preserved. Leo thought to himself, and he nodded firmly, "Yes, of course." Seeing that, his mother continued cheerfully, "The Zerdinger family is visiting Delan and will be staying at our estate." "The Zerdinger family staying at our house?" Leo asked, full of curiosity. "That's right, I'm not only happy about it, I'll ask Viscount Z. Zerdinger to have them pass the Zerdinger Chief Field technique on to you. With that technique, you'll be strong enough to take the Lumern exam next year." Having said that, she happily ruffled her son's hair, unaware that Leo only chuckled inwardly at her words. "Mom, but I plan to take it this year." Time passed quickly. The scene shifted to the front of the manor. Just as Leo's mother had mentioned, members of the Zerdinger family had just arrived. Stepping down from a luxurious black carriage, the girl named Celia alighted gracefully, though she still wondered, "Why do I have to come here? Why did you choose to stay at a place like this? Why not just book an entire hotel? I just want to focus on the Lumern entrance exam. Why come to some small family's house?" Questions began to form in Celia's mind. Beside her, her Uncle Ziz suddenly spoke up. "Aren't you curious about Leo, the one who said he wouldn't care about the Zerdinger family?" In response, Celia arrogantly brushed her hair and sneered, "Humph. A would-be knight who can't use a chief field isn't worth watching, right?" "My view is a bit different," Ziz murmured. Next, the two of them greeted the manor's hosts. "It's an honor to meet you," both bowing as they spoke. "Welcome, Viscount Ziz Zerdinger," the lady replied. Her name was Raina Plav, matron of the Plav family, and the man beside her was Dade Plav, the head of the Plav clan. "Greet them." "Celia, this is Viscount Plav," Ziz reminded, and following his cue, Celia composed herself, placed a hand to her chest, and introduced herself. "My name is Celia Zerdinger. I look forward to your guidance." "Nice to meet you, Celia," Raina said with a smile, thinking the girl resembled her father and uncle. Across from her, Celia studied the matron's appearance and her eyes glazed for a moment. Wait, black hair, red eyes, could she also be from the Zerdinger line? She wondered inwardly, and as if reading her thought, Uncle Ziz nodded and explained, "Raina Plav, she's your aunt." Cut to the receiving room, where Raina and Ziz were cheerfully sharing tea and conversation. Ziz mentioned that he had visited Leo's school before. "We stopped by Delan Royal Academy earlier. It was packed with students, but I heard Leo said he wasn't interested in us and went home." Hearing this, Lady Raina laughed heartily. "The Zerdinger family's formidable reputation is disappointing if that upset you. I apologize on my son's behalf. He only cares about training." Hearing that, Ziz grew curious and asked what kind of child Leo was. In response, the lady affirmed, "Leo possesses an almost unbelievable talent." At that, the Viscount's expression changed and he asked sternly, "Do you truly believe Leo has the right to inherit the Zerdinger flame?" "Not because he's your son, I'm convinced he's more than worthy," Raina insisted once more. Seeing that, Uncle Ziz smiled. "If you've said that, I'm looking forward to it. However, I need to assess the boy's potential myself." Cut to Leo's location. He sat cross-legged as if trying to focus his cultivation. At that moment, a faint, gentle glow began to flicker from his right wrist. And then, Leo snapped his eyes open and whispered, "Finally, the vessel to receive everything is complete. The reason I haven't learned a chi field until now is because the moment a person accepts a chi field, the moment a person accepts a chi field, the body naturally adapts to that field and loses the chance to accumulate mana and mental strength. In my previous life, if I had mastered their power and nature more perfectly, if I had handled everything completely correctly, I might not have left behind any hidden talents. In this life, I will fully master it starting with the chi field, Leo told himself. Just then a voice called from behind, "You're Leo Plov, aren't you?" In front. Leo, hearing this, turned around in curiosity. It turned out the person was that girl, Celia. Seeing Leo had noticed her, she unexpectedly offered kindly, "From what I see, your fundamentals are solid. I will personally teach you swordplay. How about it?" Celia said cheerfully, though her real aim was to score points with her aunt, who was Leo's mother. Turning back to the protagonist, he didn't agree immediately but asked, "Who are you?" In response, Celia proudly introduced herself. "I'm Celia Zerdinger, also known by the title of the world's sword maiden." "Oh, is that so? Thanks for the concern, but I have no intention of being taught by someone weaker than me," Leo shrugged, causing Celia to gape in surprise. "Are you saying you're stronger than me?" she asked with a face full of disbelief. Seeing this, Leo clarified further, "Well, in a life or death battle you're stronger because I don't use a chi field, but in a pure sword duel it's a different story," the male lead said confidently as he looked at her face. Celia's expression turned angry. Next, she glanced at the pile of weapons set to the side, and casually picked up a sword from among them and challenged Leo to a duel. "Fine, if you're that confident then fight me." After saying that, she smirked inwardly. "Leo, just because you have a chi field and think you're stronger than me? I'll show you reality's wall." Then Celia proposed the terms. If she won, Leo would serve as her servant for the week they're here. "What if I win?" Leo asked, and Celia declared that if she lost she would be his servant. With that, the two sealed the bet, and Leo quickly grabbed a wooden sword from the ground. "Then let's begin." Saying that, he dashed forward and unleashed a powerful slash at wind-tearing speed. However, Celia reacted just as fast. The moment Leo struck, she swung her sword to block. After the clash, her expression shifted slightly, and she thought inwardly, "His speed isn't bad, but that's not enough." As she thought that, she lunged forward to attack, while Leo on the opposite side did the same. And this time Leo was a beat faster, having already swung his sword to strike first, forcing Celia to raise her blade higher to parry. And with the second collision, Celia felt as if she'd been hit by a carriage. "What is this power?" she cried inwardly, and immediately jumped back to dissipate the force of the blow. And that decision was entirely correct, because right after, Leo's sword tip struck the ground and shattered the floor into countless pieces. Back to Leo. Seeing Celia leap back, he rushed in so she would have no chance to counter, and faced with the overwhelming momentum Leo generated, Celia realized she could not stop that attack. Next, Leo launched a swing directly at the swordmistress. However, it was stopped by a protective chi field barrier. "Isn't this supposed to be a pure sword duel?" Leo asked coldly. I was just reacting instinctively," Celia replied weakly. "No matter. I'll still win," Leo said nonchalantly, which made Celia unable to hide the astonishment on her face. "What? The difference between having a chi field and not is like heaven and earth," she cried out. However, Leo merely asked if she wanted to feel it, then unclasped the bracelet on his wrist and tossed it to the ground. Looking at the bracelet, Celia immediately recognized it as a Geotrong magical bracelet. "Insane!" Celia exclaimed. Seeing her stunned expression, Leo offered no explanation and only gave a faint smile. Then he lunged forward and drove the wooden sword in his hand straight into the chi field barrier Celia had formed. And with that strike, even the barrier couldn't withstand it and shattered into pieces. "What is this? So brutal, this madman!" Celia screamed inwardly. Time passed swiftly. The scene cut to Lady Reina, who was walking around with her younger brother, when she suddenly noticed Leo milling about ahead. Seeing this, she called her son over. "Leo, come out and greet them. They are guests of our family." Hearing that, Leo looked toward Viscount Ziz and bowed. "I am Leo Plov." In response, the Viscount extended his hand and said, "I am Ziz Zerdinger, your uncle, as you may know. Pleased to meet you." With that, he clasped Leo's hand firmly. Meanwhile, Lady Reina next to him asked, "By the way, have you met Celia yet, Leo?" Hearing the question, Leo looked a little embarrassed as he glanced at Celia, who was lying on a stretcher being carried out by the knights. "Miss, what happened?" "It all happened so fast," the group said in confusion. Meanwhile, seeing his niece lying there unconscious, Ziz hurried over to ask about it. Then the knight quickly explained the cause in detail, and the more Ziz heard, the more incredulous he became. "The boy defeated Celia without using a chi field? Beating Celia, that's impressive," he praised. However, Leo did not revel in the victory, believing Celia had simply underestimated him. Next, the Viscount asked, "What did you two agree on?" And Leo answered, "The loser serves the winner." So Celia Zerdinger will be his maid for 1 week. Turning to Z's, just 3 seconds earlier his face had still been pleasant. But the moment he heard his niece was to become a servant, his expression darkened like the bottom of a pot. Promises are important, but Celia is a member of the Zerdinger clan. You can't force her to work like a servant. I want you to cancel that promise. Instead, I'll offer you another reward. For example, before his uncle could make the offer, Leo interrupted him. I refuse. This is a promise between Celia and me. As long as she bears the name Zerdinger, she must honor it. Even if I teach you the family's chi field cultivation technique? Ziz offered. Unfortunately, he did not know the young man before him was a legendary hero, so techniques like that were a dime a dozen to him. Hearing this, Leo snorted. A chi field technique meant to cover your niece's failure hardly seems worth my study. Up ahead, being repeatedly refused had stripped the pleasant mood from Ziz. Leo Plav, you just declared that a direct member of the Zerdinger family will serve as a maid, and said that our family's chi field cultivation technique is worthless. Is that right? Yes, that's right, Leo replied confidently with no hint of fear. Looking at his face, Ziz suddenly brightened and asked, Don't you think that declaration was a bit rash? In response, Leo explained his reasons in more detail. I don't mean to insult the Zerdinger clan, but if Lord Ziz gifts me the family's chi field cultivation technique as a reward for defeating Celia, I will happily accept it, but you are offering that reward as a way to cover up Celia's mistake, which implies you believe that if Celia hadn't lost face, she would not have lost to me. However, even if Celia had taken the match seriously, I still would have won, Leo said with overflowing confidence, which made Viscount Ziz even more intrigued by him. He refused because he disliked the attitude. Quite interesting. If the Zerdinger family had a child like this, with that thought, he waved to the knights beside him and ordered them to escort Celia to the servants' quarters, so she could fulfill her promise. Then he turned back to the protagonist and said, Leo, just between us, call me Uncle. Yes, Uncle? Leo nodded in a way that pleased him. Next, after the boy had left, Ziz no longer needed to test Leo's strength. Sister, you asked me to teach Leo the family's chi field technique, right? I was thinking I could persuade our eldest so Leo can learn the Phoenix breath. Time passed quickly. By the next morning the scene shifted to Leo's bedroom. Celia, wearing a maid's outfit and blushing with embarrassment, gritted her teeth and said, For 1 week I will serve as young Master Leo's maid. I am Celia. In the room, Leo was absorbed in reading his book. Hearing her, he glanced up, assessed her, and nodded, saying, It suits you well, the simple maid outfit paired with your elegant style. This combination is really... His tone carried an implication that made Celia so furious she trembled. I know I'm beautiful, but saying it like that is weird. No, I don't mean to insult you, sorry. I have a friend who constantly praises beauty to excess. Maybe I've unconsciously been influenced by them, Leo replied, then sighed as he recalled something a close friend had said in his past life. When peace comes to the world, I'll spend my life spreading beauty to everyone. That's what that teammate always told him. Hearing that, Celia calmed down a bit. A friend who truly loves beauty must be wonderful. The problem is they're too sincere. Leo lamented inwardly and remembered an incident when that beauty-loving teammate asked 2 girls in the party to model for a painting. Even strict Rizinat, who carried herself more gracefully than anyone, and Luna for the sake of art, could you model nude for me? I even brought a notebook, he asked excitedly, and the reply to that request was a beating administered by the 2 girls in the party. Back to Celia. Seeing Leo clutch the book, she grew curious. It's like a special training manual. What are you reading? Leo looked at the book in his hands and said nonchalantly, This? I read it a lot as a kid. It's the hero's origin. Hearing that, Celia was astonished because she knew it was a fairy tale, while Leo was already 15. After that, Celia began walking forward, scanning all the books lined up on the shelves, and remarked that it seemed he really liked hero's origin. Even scholars who study great heroes couldn't compare to him. She marveled at the number of volumes Leo had collected, though he only said he'd gathered them by chance. In response, Celia reached out to take a book from Leo and muttered that especially many of the books were about Kyle. Answering that, Leo's face showed a hint of recollection as he said that among the feats credited to great heroes, some achievements have unclear origins. I think they might belong to him, contrary to your view. Celia shook her head in denial on hearing that. He must be a fraud trying to steal the successes of real heroes. That's the common opinion. Of course I think so too, she added. She then set the book back on the chair. So you think that about me? Leo whispered very softly. What did you say? Celia asked again because she hadn't heard clearly. But Leo wasn't about to repeat himself and instead shifted the topic. Then let's start training after breakfast. Turning to Celia, She brightened and asked tentatively, "Young master, if it's okay, may I train with you?" She thought to herself with a small smile, "I want to uncover the secret of your power." Leo agreed at once since he had no real secret to hide about his strength. "It'll be hard to keep up, are you sure you want to try?" His tone carried some disdain, which made Celia shout in anger, "I am Celia Zerdinger, you know?" But after beginning to train with Leo, Celia realized how intense the regimen was. Not long in, she was drenched with sweat and sitting, panting like an ox from exhaustion. Observing her state, the protagonist casually noted that when endurance reaches its limit, reflexes slow and movements grow sloppy, and you'd expose your back like this. Turning to Leo, she looked at him with suspicion. "Pushing the body this hard, you call this training?" "Yes." Leo shook his head in contempt. "These kids are too weak. Over 5,000 years of development. Chi field techniques have improved compared to before, but physical conditioning has been largely neglected. Chi field is the power that optimizes the body's physicality. Ultimately, improving the body also enhances Chi field. As a result, they don't prioritize physical training." Returning to Celia. After a short rest, she forced herself back up to attack once more. "Don't underestimate me, you damned white-haired," she said. She lunged at Leo again to strike, but with an attack speed as slow as a snail, Leo simply swung his sword once and easily sent Celia flying far away, and by then she was nearly in tears. Why can't I win?" she cried bitterly. Seeing this, the protagonist calmly approached her and replied, "Frustrating, isn't it? Then take this," he said, handing Celia a Geotrong bracelet, and the moment Celia touched it, both her hands were pressed into the ground by its weight. This was a bracelet enchanted with gravity. "Wear it during training starting tomorrow," Leo said, smiling slyly to see someone share in his hardship. Time passed quickly as the scene shifted to an open dirt lot. While the two young people trained, Uncle Z's quietly watched them from behind. To him, this would be a good experience for Celia before entering Lumern. Testing her pride first wasn't necessarily a bad thing. Thinking that, he called out loudly to Leo, "Leo, I intend to ask the family head to let you inherit the Phoenix Breath technique." Across from him, the protagonist couldn't help but startle because he'd heard of this technique before. The Phoenix Breath, the origin of all Chi field techniques within the Zerdinger family IV, heard only those recognized by the family can inherit it, Leo thought to himself. Meanwhile, Celia immediately turned and objected. "Father won't agree that easily." In response, Ziz nodded and explained, "Right, so there will be a condition attached. You must pass this year's Lumern entrance exam," he said calmly. But upon hearing the requirement, Celia grew anxious and fearful for Leo. "What? The Lumern entrance is a combat test. Uncle, you know, someone who doesn't use Chi field like Leo entering would be far too dangerous." As for Leo, he wasn't frightened by the condition. Instead, he felt an indescribable excitement inside. A real fight. "Huh? Right, I guess I have no other choice." Seeing him thoughtful, Uncle Z's asked again, "What do you think about that, Leo?" Leo gave a confident nod in reply. "My parents said they'd respect my decision, so I'll take part." His answer didn't overly surprise Viscount Z's. Just as expected, the boy planned to enter the exam this year. With that added motivation, Leo plunged back into training. "Then let's rest a bit, now continue," he said, returning to his running. "Who says I can't keep up?" Celia shouted. Time quickly passed. A week later, the scene shifted to Deland School. Today was the Lumern Academy entrance exam, and from early morning everyone had gathered to await the test. Celia's arrival naturally drew attention. "Isn't that Celia Zerdinger? Amazing to see the swordwoman in Personhose that beside her." Curious murmurs rose, while Celia glanced and asked, "Leo, are you nervous, young master?" "Not at all," Leo replied lightly, then used a teasing look to chide the young woman. "Shouldn't you fix the way you speak?" The sudden reminder startled Celia. At that moment a voice called from behind them, "Miss Celia." Hearing it, both of them turned toward the sound and saw it was their red-haired friend Traden, who was shocked to see Leo standing beside Celia. "Leo Plav, what are you doing here when you don't even use Chi field?" Traden asked, then hurriedly greeted Celia. "Miss Celia, so good to see you, how have you been?" Across from him, the two simply looked at Traden as if he were a fool. Leaving Traden awkward and unsure what to say next, he finally introduced himself. "I'm Gulliver Traden. I greeted you when you visited the school before the greatest magic prodigy of Deland." Turning to Celia, before the red-haired youth finished his sentence, she cut him off. "Sorry, I don't remember you at all." "Then goodbye," she said, grabbing Leo's hand and running off. But at that moment another voice rang out, "Celia, long time no see." The The voice carried loudly enough to draw everyone's attention in the hall. The owners of the voice were a young brother and sister, both with striking silver hair. The brother Abad Llewellyn, 16, and the sister Chelsea Llewellyn, 14, both members of the Llewellyn family. "Who are they?" Leo asked curiously, and Celia, seeing their appearance, instinctively clenched her hand and explained, "They're the Llewellyn siblings from the heroic noble family of the Gold Empire. They are members of the Llewellyn clan. They're competing in this exam too, so we can't lose, Leo. The Zerdinger family losing to the Llewellyn family is unacceptable," she said, her eyes lighting up like car headlights. "But I'm from the Pla family," Leo replied innocently. Next, the siblings stepped toward Celia and greeted her again. "Long time no see, Celia." In response, the swordwoman nodded. "Indeed, long time no see, Abad Llewellyn." Abad then asked, looking at Leo, "Who is the one beside you?" Answering that, the swordwoman spoke up loudly. "He's a member of a Viscount family in the kingdom of Delrod. Leo Plav belongs to the Plav family." Across from them, the sister Chelsea immediately lost interest in Leo, deeming him merely ordinary. She said coldly, and her brother Abad showed the same attitude. After exchanging greetings, they quickly left, not forgetting to warn Celia, "Celia, the top spot will definitely be mine. Let's go, Chelsea." "Yes, brother," she replied. Seeing their arrogant manner, the swordwoman bristled and complained, "Annoying fools, I'll definitely beat them." And she had barely finished speaking when a loud voice rang out that drew everyone's attention, and by their gaze a young instructor had appeared on the high platform above. "It seems everyone is assembled. My name is Albi." The man announced this was Albi Geron, a professor at Lumern Academy. Down below, the swordwoman Celia's expression shifted at the name as she murmured, "Could it be Albi, the mage of the evil eye?" Beside Leo, seeing her surprised look, he asked curiously, "Who is that?" Hearing this, Celia was even more astonished that Leo didn't know the professor. "You really don't know? He's a hero recorded in the Hero Chronicle." Her voice full of admiration made Leo regard the figure more seriously. "A person called a hero of this age, the mana in that left eye must be the evil eye," Leo thought as he watched energy continuously spilling from Albi's left eye. Unaware of Leo's thoughts, Professor Albi explained the exam. The tests include fighting other people and killing monsters. Each participant will take part in both sections in turn. "I find this troublesome," he said, and swept his hand, burning the papers in his grasp to ash. Then he pulled a book from inside his robe and began channeling his power, opening the Hero Chronicle Albi's world, chapter beginning the Monster Forest. At that moment, a gigantic magic circle appeared beneath everyone's feet, radiating intense energy. From above, Professor Albi coldly told the group, "I will not tolerate delay. I will group you all together and start at once." Back with Leo, he took the chance to review memories related to the so-called Hero Chronicle. The Hero Chronicle is not merely an archive. Its true value lies in storing the trials that past heroes endured and in recreating the heroes' worlds. Moreover, if one conquers a hero world, one can inherit the powers of previous heroes. It's almost a hero training system. Returning to the present, and waiting until it appeared once more, they found themselves inside a forest with a gloomy hue. Albi's voice echoed from the sky. "This is the Monster Forest. The test is survival. You may cooperate or eliminate one another, do whatever it takes to survive. If you wish to quit, break the orb you carry and return. Only then may you leave." After he finished, his voice vanished, and while everyone still reeled from the forest, Leo sensed a familiar presence. This place was as it had been before Queen of Beasts Silatona corrupted it. It had once been the forest of the Fae. Around them, a few weak-minded students began to panic. "I want to go home," someone said. "It's just an illusion. How pathetic," another complained. However, unlike them, Leo saw things differently. He's wrong. Even though this world was recreated from Professor Albi's memories, everything that happens here is real. If you fall into a life-threatening situation, you'll actually die. Just thinking that, a blue arrow of light shot out from within the forest straight at Leo. Luckily, he was on guard and managed to dodge in time, and the one who had fired that wind arrow was none other than Chelsea. Seeing Leo avoid her arrow, she stepped forward and said, "We've met before, haven't we? It's a pleasure to take down someone from the Zerdinger family," the girl said confidently, and Leo had to remind her of his status. "I'm from the Plav family, but you were with Celia earlier," Chelsea said loudly, and immediately used her wind-cutting magic, forming an energy scythe in her hand. With Leo's experience, he was slightly surprised by the skill. That's a spell that didn't exist in the past. but basically it's unchanged, he thought as he tightened his grip on his sword, ready for anything. Meanwhile, Chelsea, seeing Leo remain calm in front of her, seemed irritated and sighed. "Ha, you're still calm even with me in front of you," she said. Then she spun her scythe in a circle and hurled it forward like a saw. However, the attack wasn't enough to trouble Leo. With a single swing of his sword, he easily knocked the scythe back. Seeing him do it so effortlessly, Chelsea's expression shifted slightly. "He isn't remarkable, but I can't sense any chi field being used. Could it be a hard-to-detect chi attribute?" she wondered inwardly. Meanwhile, Leo made a proposal. "That attack is too simple. Instead, why don't we cooperate? This test favors those who survive longest. As a mage, wouldn't it be useful to have a swordsman by your side?" he suggested with a smile. Unfortunately, Chelsea treated his words like water off a duck's back. "Heh, sorry, I'm a battle mage. More importantly, you said my attack is too simple." Huh? Her tone was a bit angry. Whether Leo could read her mood or not, he casually admitted, "Be honest, that wind spell is too monotonous in technique power-wise. It's like that." Across from him, hearing Leo lecture her, the girl rolled her eyes. "You're lecturing me about magic? A direct descendant of the Llewellyn family? Then let's see how you handle this simple attack. Wind blade, wind arrow," she said as she waved her staff, firing several blades and arrows aimed straight at Leo. But as she finished the move, she realized Leo had disappeared from his spot. "He's vanished. I can't sense any trace of mana at all. Why?" she panicked, then noticed Leo's figure suddenly appear in front of her and punch her in the stomach, hard enough to make her collapse to her knees. "Then I should politely ask you to cooperate, shouldn't I?" After that, Leo tied her body to a post and started a fire with a wicked look on his face. Time passed quickly until evening. Chelsea slowly came out of her daze and realized she was tied to a wooden post with a roaring fire burning beneath her. The scene looked like she was about to be sacrificed. "What is this?" Chelsea cried in panic. Seeing that she had woken, Leo resumed his offer. "Are you going to cooperate with me?" Chelsea ground her teeth in irritation. "Never. I don't need anyone, except my brother Wind Blade," she shouted. She activated her magic to cut the ropes, but at that moment a small red sealing rune appeared on her wrist, preventing her from casting. "That's a magic sealing formation," Leo murmured. "But because she doesn't have much mana, she won't be able to maintain it for long." In reply, Chelsea said she could easily break that kind of formation. Leo gave a cold laugh. "You think I'll let you concentrate?" As he said that, the flames began to lick at Chelsea, setting part of her dress on fire. "Wait! Stop! It's hot!" she screamed, but Leo kept insisting she cooperate. With no other choice, Chelsea had to accept his offer. "All right, I'll do it." Leo wasn't foolish enough to just untie her. Instead, he forced her to swear on her family's honor. "Okay, I swear on the honor of the Llewellyn family that I will cooperate. Please stop," she said, tears welling at the corners of her eyes. Inside, Leo smiled like a madman, thinking, too easy. She must still be a child. He then yanked the rope, letting Chelsea drop straight down. Leo gently reached out to catch her and, in a warm voice, said, "I look forward to working with you, Llewellyn Mage." Cut to the outside. While the students struggled inside, the teachers monitored them via screens to score and evaluate their performance. The more he watched, the angrier Professor Albee became. Truly low-level choosing to compete is foolish. Those who quickly grasp the situation are those two, Celia Zerdinger and Abad Llewellyn. "The Empire has a bright future," the young professor remarked, praising them as he watched the pair cooperate to defeat a monster. Albee shifted his gaze to another screen and saw Leo and Chelsea teaming up to fight a giant troll. Wait, isn't that Leo Plav? What he did at the campfire earlier was strange, but convincing Chelsea Llewellyn to cooperate is a big plus. He doesn't have Celia's or Abad's strength or brilliance, but he's an unpredictable wild card, the young professor murmured, watching Leo's feed with interest. Back with the protagonists, though forced to cooperate by Leo, Chelsea couldn't help admiring his skill after seeing it. "Having a knight along is really convenient. I'll ask one thing, what kind of chi field are you using? I haven't sensed any mana from you at all," she asked curiously, and the protagonist didn't hide it. "I don't know how to use a chi field." Hearing that, Chelsea felt her mind slipping behind the concept. "What? How can you do it without a chi field? The essence of things is what matters, and that applies to wind magic too. What do you think is the essence of wind magic?" To answer his question, Chelsea simultaneously launched a series of wind-breaking spells, producing razor-sharp blades aimed straight at him, and immediately dismembered a monster that had tried to ambush them. Then she let out a mocking smile. Leo, talking about magic in front of the Llewellyn family is foolish. Hearing that, Leo showed no anger. Instead, he continued to admonish. I praise that power, but the way you use it is completely wrong. Saying this as he quickly stepped forward, and his teacher-like posture earned a grumble from Chelsea. You really are. Before she could finish, Leo suddenly noticed something and signaled her to stop. Wait, stop, he murmured. Chelsea realized why Leo had shouted. Before them were several withered, dry corpses that looked ancient like mummies. She frowned and said it looked like a long dead body. Ahead, Leo said he'd seen things like this before. Now I understand the conditions to pass this test. Leo muttered to himself. But at that moment he suddenly sensed something targeting him. With no time to think, Leo lunged, grabbed Chelsea's body and pulled her aside. His decisive action kept them both safe from a strange ranged attack. Then a few people appeared in the distance. Unfortunately, one said, I want to take down Chelsea Llewellyn first. When Chelsea Llewellyn is eliminated, the one standing next to her isn't notable. The voice belonged to the red-haired Traden, who seemed to have allied with another group of students to remove strong contenders. All right, attack together, he shouted, and the surrounding students surged forward like rabid dogs. But those guys shouldn't fight Leo up close. How could they hope to duel him? Instantly, Leo delivered a punch to the face of one who rushed him, sending the man's body collapsing like a dead dog to the ground. Seeing their comrade fall so quickly, the others panicked and dared not attack recklessly anymore. Support me, Chelsea, Leo called as a reminder. Okay, Chelsea replied, but her body still trembled from the earlier danger. As for Traden's group, after a few seconds they quickly recovered and shouted to one another, What are you doing? Attack now. Following which the whole group recklessly charged again. Unbeknownst to them, the ringleader Traden silently slipped away while they were fighting Leo's group. I can't fall like this. I'll find another way, he told himself and dashed forward. At the same time, Celia, not far off, spotted his figure and headed the other way. And so Celia and Llewellyn encountered Leo and Chelsea, with the students they defeated lying scattered on the ground. Seeing her brother appear, Chelsea cried out with joy. Brother! She ran forward to hug Abad, who comforted and checked on her. Chelsea, are you safe? Beside them, the swordswoman Celia eagerly asked, How did you two end up together? I suggested we cooperate. That stubborn one refused to join, so I persuaded her pretty well, Leo said with a sly smile, which made Celia sense things weren't as simple as he claimed. What are you planning this time? Celia asked cautiously. Then, for some reason, Leo moved forward and helped each person he'd knocked out to their feet, which made Chelsea curious, and she asked why he was pulling them up. In response to that question, Leo explained that competition wasn't necessary anymore, because they'd conquer this world together. The monster forest is in an abnormal state right now. Do you see those corpses? It seemed all the moisture had been drained from their bodies. That wasn't the only odd thing here. Aren't there supposed to be more monsters in this beast forest? Leo shrugged and replied, and only after hearing him did Celia realize the problem and shout. Now that you mention it, I notice it too. It's like something's been feasting on them. Surely a high-level monster must have appeared, scaring the others into hiding. Hearing that, the white-haired Llewellyn nodded in agreement. I get it. Alby's first achievement will be to slay a high-level monster. No sooner had he finished speaking than the whole group felt a terrible murderous aura concentrating on them, making their faces break out in cold sweat. It looks like it's already here, Leo muttered. Back with Traden. He was using a light spell to scout ahead. Whatever it takes, I'll take you out, Leo, he gritted out, before noticing a dark shape blocking his path. Seeing it, the young mage brought his staff closer to inspect the shadow, and then, when he realized it was a corpse, he recoiled and fell back. What is this? He shouted. At the same moment, some kind of slime suddenly dripped onto his staff from above, making the mage look up curiously, and then, wishing he hadn't. The sight above him was terrifying. A giant spider staring down at him with hunger in its eyes. Cut to outside the main hall. Some students who had ended the test early because of danger were happily bragging to one another. I took care of about 15 or 16 of them, the brown-haired student said excitedly. Same here, the student opposite nodded. At the same time, Professor Alby looked toward them, full of disappointment. So far, about 500 total have failed. Hearing this, another professor panicked and hurriedly objected. But Professor Alby, you still have to select around 100 like other zones. There are only 50 students left in the test. In response, the handsome professor didn't change his decision at all. If they don't meet my standards, I'll fail them all. Principal Callian put me in charge of this exam because he understands that. Then he returned to the monitoring screen showing Leo and thought to himself, Real heroes are found in hardship. Leoplav, he must have noticed something abnormal in the forest. But can he survive this world? The teacher wondered. Back with Leo's group, they were regrouping and quickly moving forward. Damn, it's pitch black, complained a long-haired student in the group. Then Celia, leading the swordsman, suddenly halted and signaled the group. Wait, there's something ahead, everyone ready yourselves. She began to focus mana into her blade, which emitted a soft red glow, and very quickly they spotted something holding Celia's form tightly. What the one behind is the real one, Abad warned. He prepared to cast his spell to attack. But before the magic formed, Leo reached out to stop him and told Traden, Gulliver, snap out of it, break the crystal now. Hearing Leo's prompt, Traden grit his teeth and smashed the glass crystal in his hand, and immediately his form turned into a beam of light and was teleported out of this world, leaving the giant spider to gnash its teeth in regret, who told the prey to get right into its mouth and then run off. Next, since Traden was no longer a bother, Abad could freely unleash his magic to attack. At that moment he softly shouted, Wind Fong, and countless razor-sharp wind blades shot straight forward, drenched the giant spider's body in blood. Yet, despite the heavy bleeding, its wounds visibly regenerated at a rapid pace. Seeing that regeneration speed, the group's faces turned ugly. Wasn't that supposed to be enough? Just as I thought. This is Princess Spider Tarantulia, Leo muttered inwardly. It seemed he recognized the monster's true identity. Elsewhere, the axe-wielding student clenched his weapon and rushed in for melee. Damn it! Take this! He shouted. But before his weapon could reach the giant spider, one of its legs slammed him and sent his body flying far away. As for the swordswoman Celia, with no time to tend to the fallen man, she forced out, I'll finish it in one strike. At once, she began gathering intense energy at the tip of her blade, and when it had charged fully, Celia released that energy forward like a laser beam, instantly piercing through the spider's head. However, one had to admit the spider's life force was terrifyingly strong. Though a hole had been drilled through its forehead, within seconds that gap had regenerated as if nothing had happened. The unbelievable sight left her stunned. Impossible, Celia said in alarm, and seeing her attack had no effect, the mage Abad stepped up to demonstrate the gulf between a spellcaster and a knight. He declared confidently and cast a spell called Barrage, producing wind blades of devastating force that twisted into the giant spider's body. Yet against the Spider Queen, that level of damage still wasn't enough. All it did was enrage the spider further. Up to now Abad had dealt it the most damage and caused it constant pain, so it began directing its hatred toward him. Seeing this, his sister Chelsea hurriedly used her magic to attack and narrowly save her brother. In the end, he was only slightly injured in the arm. Are you okay? Chelsea asked. Thanks, Chelsea, Abad replied. As for the axe boy, seeing that even Celia and Abad couldn't harm the monster, despair showed on his face. What is this thing? He cried in fear, and with his knowledge Leo stepped forward to explain to the group. This is an abnormal regeneration ability. It's the daughter of Salatna, Queen of Tartarus, a monster from Erebos' army that ravaged the fairy forest. Hearing this, everyone around turned to look at Leo as if he were from Mars. Meanwhile, our protagonist was replaying old memories in his head. The mana in Albi's left eye truly is the mana of the Fairy King. Tarantula rules the cursed wildwood. It destroyed the fairy tribe's forest and bit off the Fairy King's arm during their battle. I thought Luna had slain Tarantulia, but it seems the Fairy King's right arm inside its belly saved its life. More precisely, the limitless life energy from that arm, the Ring of Life. Turning back to the group, they were all fired up with battle spirit. If this monster is the key to the test, I'll defeat it, Abad shouted. Who said that? Celia objected. Then the two of them began continuously using their skills to bombard the giant spider head on. However, watching them, Leo knew this was just wasted effort. It would keep regenerating until your mana was completely drained. Leo warned in a cold tone. So what do you propose? Celia asked. Leo said they needed two people to cooperate together. Hearing this, the idiots, Abad flat out refused. I refuse. I'll be the one with the highest score. No, I will, Celia yelled. Up ahead, Leo saw the two idiots arguing instead of facing the situation and barked. If we don't get through this hero realm, everyone will be eliminated. At his words, both of them startled, realized the problem, and hastily stopped their bickering. Then Abad offered his view. Even if we cooperate, it'll take a long time to prepare an attack strong enough to kill it instantly. But only the two of us, me and Celia, can hold the monster down long enough. Upon hearing that, the swordswoman Celia fell silent, and while everyone hesitated, Leo stepped up to take responsibility. I'll do it, he said with a face full of confidence. However, Celia didn't trust that for a second. What? That's basically suicide. He doesn't even know how to use an aura field. I know, but I can hold it for 5 minutes, Leo said calmly, as if it were no big deal. From behind, the mage Abad anxiously asked, what if the attack fails? After hearing that, Leo also said he didn't think that would happen, because fire and wind have always been good friends and worked together flawlessly. His words made Celia and Abad turn to look at each other as if they were thinking something. Then, while they were still thinking, Leo hurled himself at the spider, gripping his axe tightly and smashing it straight into its mouth, causing the spider to let out a pained shriek. Back with Leo, seeing that the monster could recover to normal too quickly, he told himself, just as I thought, this is the limit if I don't use an aura field. Thinking this to find a more effective stalling solution, he called out to the mage Chelsea behind him. Chelsea, use wind magic to blow all the weapons around toward me. As he spoke, he jumped to the side to dodge a giant spider leg that had just thrust toward where he had been. Hearing his request, the mage panicked and warned, if you move that fast you'll get hurt. There's no time to explain, Leo insisted. I'll catch them, so don't worry. Just hurry. Which weapons? Chelsea asked. Any of them will do, Leo replied, and per his request, the mage quickly used her wind magic to send some weapon flying toward him. In front of him, based on the sound of the moving weapon, he could vaguely guess what it was. By that sound, it was either a curved short sword or a double-edged long blade. Thinking that, he drove power into his legs and leaped up into the air, at the same time reaching out with both hands to snatch the 2 weapons that had been sent to him. Then, using the downward momentum, Leo executed a flurry of sword strikes, chopping the spider's legs into segments. However, under the destructive pressure, his swords only managed a few blows before shattering into pieces. Seeing this, Leo immediately asked Chelsea to send more weapons. Then he shouted loudly, and without needing more instruction, the mage cooperated smoothly, blowing weapon after weapon toward him. Like that, the protagonist began to display his extraordinary weapon skills. He struck the spider so relentlessly it couldn't react in time, and Chelsea watched in astonishment. He looks our age. But this scene is like a war god, Chelsea thought to herself. Meanwhile, the mage Abad, witnessing the scene, no longer dared to underestimate Leo, so he's not just some nobody, he muttered, turning back to Leo. While beating the giant spider, he also took a small wound on his face. Feeling the warm blood running down his cheek, Leo broke into an excited smile. I can still feel it. If I can't take down a bug like this, the others will laugh at me in the other world. Thinking that, he gripped the sword hilt tightly and, with all his strength, slashed straight into the creature's body. As a result, after the strike, the sword was ruined into many fragments. As usual, Leo asked for the next sword, but Chelsea's face turned horrified as she explained that it was the last sword. The unexpected news left Leo's excited expression dumbfounded. Fortunately, at that moment, the swordswoman Celia behind them finished charging her skill. A fierce energy surged from her and she shouted to signal Leo where to dodge. How about you? You flea of a monster, Celia bellowed, swinging her blade forward and unleashing a terrifying column of fire that struck the spider. Before it could make another sound, it was roasted like a spider kebab, and after it perished, everyone received a notification. World of All B opening chapter, the wildwood has been cleared. Hearing that, Celia seemed to lose all her strength and collapsed to the ground. That's it, she exhaled in relief. Then she turned back to Leo and exclaimed, he really did hold that monster off for 5 minutes. Leo, well done, the swordswoman praised. But before she finished the sentence, the young mage Chelsea interrupted. Amazing, wonderful, you look like a hero from the stories. Really? Leo sighed and asked back, since after all he wasn't exactly a true hero. In response, Chelsea looked at him with the gaze of a fan and said, that's right, I want to be a battle mage, so I really want to learn more about close combat. It's my biggest weakness. Please teach me. Over here, the swordswoman Celia, seeing Chelsea volunteer to be trained by Leo, began to chuckle at the untrained lambs. I really hope everyone can experience Leo's training at least once, she said with a mischievous smile, leaving the young mage behind her puzzled. Back to Leo. Ignoring their chatter, he reached down to pick up the ring that had fallen on the ground and wondered, is this the item that dropped? Then, a beam of light shot out from inside the ring, and from that light, a tiny figure with wings on its back appeared before him. Looking at the face of the figure opposite him, Leo immediately recognized that this was Prince Silid. Silid, do you remember me? I'm Kyle, Leo asked softly, and the prince replied with a faint smile as if in recognition. Then he transformed back into a beam of light and slipped inside the ring. From Leo's perspective, seeing his friend return to the ring, he thought, it seemed he had become a mana king thanks to the treasure all be found. He had received the mana eye. No sooner had Leo thought this than the space around them began to collapse, and a strange sound rang out. A countdown to return from the trial area began. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. As a reward for clearing it, the oath of the Fairy King. A mysterious shadow suddenly appeared before Leo and whispered to him. The shadow's face was concealed by the author. However, when Leo looked at that face, his eyes went blank as if he recognized who the figure was. Time passed quickly, and the scene shifted to a bustling town district. An old man was muttering as he looked at a report in his hands. It seemed the exam in the Western Territory had concluded. This old man was named Alien Bedian. He was a master swordsman and the headmaster of Lumern Academy, and beside him, a woman who looked like a secretary was also troubled by the news. It's finished? But there are still so many people in the other regions. How many did Master Albi pass? She asked with difficulty. Hearing that, Alien glanced back over the report and exclaimed in surprise, "Oh, if it's Albi, the number's probably decent. 40 people passed. Is that a lot?" The secretary sighed. However, the headmaster already had a plan. "Don't be too anxious. I thought maybe only about 10 would pass." As he said this, Alien laughed heartily, leaving the secretary at a loss for words. Then she asked curiously, "I guess Celia or Abad would top the list. So who actually earned that spot?" In response, Alien said it was hard to choose and one person had been nominated to represent the new students. Upon hearing that, the secretary was stunned because she knew how strict Albi was. Professor Albi nominated someone? Surprising indeed. So was it Celia Zerdinger or Abad Llewellyn? That's a name we've never heard before. Unexpected that Albi would rate him so highly. I wonder what kind of student he is. I'll send Leoplav as the representative for the new students. Reason: potential to become a hero. Time passed quickly, the scene shifting to some enormous bathhouse where our protagonist, Leo, was lounging relaxedly inside the tub. Pains like these needed healing through care and time. Wonderful, Leo murmured softly, leaning his back against the edge, and at that moment, the voice of the mysterious shadow from before echoed in his head. The reward for passing was the oath of the Fairy King. When one passed through the world of a living hero, normally there would be no reward, yet somehow, only I received it. Only me. Leo wondered silently to himself. However, before he could think any further, Lady Reyna suddenly entered the bathhouse, leaving him momentarily stunned. "Mother, is something wrong?" he asked, responding with a very serious expression. Reyna said, "Leo, do you know why I was expelled from the Zerdinger clan? It was when I saved a comrade that I lost the Zerdinger flame. Still, I have never regretted my decision. Leo, I want you to use your strength and talent for what is right, and congratulations on being accepted into Lumern Academy," she said, breaking into a refreshing smile. Time quickly moved on. The scene shifted to a lavish city. This was Lemuria, home to Lumern Academy, and through the spatial portal, Leo's group had arrived here. "You have arrived in the city of Lemuria. Make sure you've packed all your belongings before leaving the gate," a voice reminded. On this side, Leo turned his gaze to a complex of buildings across the river and whispered, "This is the center of the world, Lemuria, and over there is Lumern Academy." Ahead of them, Uncle Z's voice rang out, "Leo, how was the past month for you? Congratulations on passing the entrance exam," he added, extending his hand in greeting, and Leo quickly returned the gesture. "Thanks, Uncle, but what brings you here?" Instead of answering directly, Ziz posed a question. "Our clan has been mired in endless debate for a month. Do you know why?" Hearing that, Leo guessed the issue and said, "Have they decided on who will inherit the Phoenix Breath?" "Exactly. Even though your sister is no longer a clan member, you are still her son, and the elders were impressed that you passed the notoriously harsh Western exam." Saying this, he produced a golden key from inside his coat and handed it to Leo, adding instructions. "This is the auxiliary space key. Open it." Leo held the key before him and twisted it in the air as if unlocking a door. A mysterious grimoire appeared before his eyes, emitting an unusually noble aura. Seeing this, Ziz asked Leo to drip a drop of his blood onto the page. Following the request, Leo quickly bit the tip of his finger and let a few drops of blood fall onto it. Immediately the book burst into a dazzling light. Then strange, obscure script appeared on the pages. "Now only you can read this book. Learning the Zerdinger clan's secret techniques is no easy feat, but I have a feeling you'll master them quickly. Congratulations on becoming a member of the Zerdinger clan," he said, giving the protagonist a confident pat on the shoulder. Next, the scene shifted to a roadside tea stall where Leo and Celia had arranged to meet, while he was still lingering around searching for the other person. Then suddenly he collided with a girl about his age, sending the stacks of books she was carrying scattering everywhere. "Sorry, I wasn't watching where I was going," the girl said in a panic, hastily gathering up her books and quickly departing. perhaps because she was so rushed. While picking up her things, she left behind a student ID, which Leo spotted. Chloe Meller, a freshman at Lumern Academy, Leo whispered as he looked at the card. Setting that aside, he quickly moved into a shop. Inside, the swordswoman Celia had been waiting for a while. Seeing Leo finally show up, she couldn't help but complain. "Leo, your late uniforms, textbooks, and a lot more to buy. Sorry, I had to meet Uncle Z's," Leo said apologetically. Upon hearing this, Celia brightened and asked, "So they've decided then? What was the result?" Across from her, Leo wasted no time showing his ability. Suddenly a pair of fiery wings erupted from his back, radiating a dazzling aura. "Is this how you use it?" Leo asked calmly. Meanwhile, Celia, the swordswoman, was so shocked she dropped everything she was holding to the ground. "No way, it took me 3 weeks to get a feel for this secret technique." "Leo, who are you really?" she thought numbly. You can't blame her. After all, Leo is a legendary hero who, with his experience, can grasp techniques easily without much study. Time passed quickly. The scene shifted to a dock. Though somewhat surprising, the ship appeared to be a modern engine-powered vessel. At this moment, the incoming freshmen were present, preparing to depart, staring at the huge ship before them. The group gaped in amazement, glancing around. "Wow, it's massive." Murmurs of awe began to rise, until a professor approached and addressed the group. "Welcome, freshmen. I'm Professor Ain Alandu, in charge of the Freshman Knights class. We will depart for Lumern now. Everyone board the ship," he said, pointing to the vessel behind him. And so the cluster of freshmen quickly boarded the ship, where a dessert banquet had already been prepared for the students to enjoy. As everyone happily ate, a voice suddenly addressed Leo and Celia. "Hey, you two, the couple over there, got a moment? My name is Carr Thomas. I'm from the Kingdom of Moira. From medicines to weapons, I sell everything. Come see me if you need anything while at school." Saying that, he handed both of them one of his business cards. For the record, Carr is an alchemist, which explains his wide array of wares. Opposite them, Celia was still annoyed at being called a couple, so Leo answered for them. "Nice to meet you. I'm Leo Plav from the Kingdom of Dalad." Hearing this, Carr's eyes flashed with surprise. "Dalad? So you passed the Western Regional exam? Impressive." Putting that aside, Leo scanned the surroundings and felt that something was off. After all, am I the only one who finds this situation strange? Everything is too peaceful. It feels like something's wrong. In response, Celia sighed and countered, "A warm welcome for freshmen who've passed the exam, isn't that normal?" Hearing this, Carr, mid-bite of cake, nodded. "Yeah, there's no reason they'd be rough with students before enrollment." "Definitely not," he said confidently. However, perhaps because this young man talked a bit too much, no sooner had he finished speaking than the entire ship began to tremble violently, signaling that something bad was about to happen. Then, from the depths of the sea, a gigantic tentacle rose up, and it lunged straight at the ship, cracking the deck in large fissures. Next, cries of alarm began to ring out. "Professor Ain, help!" In another corner, Professor Ain watched the students panic, yet calmly sipped his wine as if nothing were happening. "Help you," he said. "You are all students of Lumern Academy, aspiring heroes. When danger strikes, you must overcome it yourselves." As he spoke, he glanced forward at a giant octopus that had just surfaced, its maw filled with razor teeth. The sudden turn of events angered the swordswoman Celia so much that she crushed the pastry in her hand underfoot. Seeing that, Leo swung his sword and severed a tentacle, then hastily called out, "Celia, stay calm." In response, the swordswoman told Leo he should look out for himself. Saying that, she launched her own attack with a blade wrapped in radiant aura. However, immediately the giant octopus opened its mouth and blasted a jet of water straight at Celia, drenching her like a soaked rat. Seeing this, Leo didn't know what to say. "It's just a kraken's natural behavior. It reacts to heat by squirting water. That's basic knowledge," he reminded her wearily, which only made Celia angrier. Elsewhere, an unnamed student had his leg ensnared by the octopus's tentacle and was about to be turned into lunch. "Damned octopus!" Leo grunted and rushed over to save him. Then the two of them each unleashed a move and easily sliced that tentacle cleanly in two. At the same moment, their friend Carr, hiding under a table, watched the two of them coordinate so powerfully, he could hardly believe his eyes. "That's Celia Zerdinger's power, top scorer in the Western region, but who is this Leo?" he said, astonished. Before he could say more, an ice-frozen tentacle was hurled straight at him, nearly striking the young man with a stray blow. "Hey, watch out!" he shouted angrily at whoever had frozen the tentacle. drawing Leo's attention. It turned out to be the girl he had collided with earlier. Judging by how she wielded her ice magic, her power was by no means ordinary. In response to Car's remark, she snapped back, "Why don't you stay back if you can't protect yourself?" Upon hearing her, she complained again, "Why don't you stay back if you can't protect yourself?" Hearing her, he could only bemoan his own weakness. God, the strong never care if we get dragged into their battles. Having said that, whether out of bad luck or fate, another massive tentacle was flung toward him, as if he had become a magnet for severed tentacles, and this time the attackers were the siblings Abad and Chelsea. "The contest isn't over yet, Celia Zerdinger," Abad called, and she, feeling the same, snapped back irritably. As the students fought the beast, Professor Ein leisurely enjoyed his glass of wine. Pouring another, he murmured, "There are many monsters in the lake leading to Lumen Academy. A kraken is perfect for a welcome party." With that, the young professor narrowed his eyes slightly and surveyed the standout individuals. As he had predicted, the prominent captains, Chun Xia of the east, Celia Zerdinger and Abad Llewellyn of the west, Chloe Muller of the north, Walden Tyden of the south, Duran of the central. The freshmen this year are truly outstanding. But the one who impressed me most is that unidentified freshman. His swordsmanship has not a single wasted move. He moves as if he can predict the Kraken's actions. I'll meet him in the Knights class. Thinking that, I couldn't help but smile with some anticipation, and so, with the combined efforts of the most outstanding individuals, even a Kraken couldn't withstand attacks from many people and was forced to retreat. Soon after, the ship carrying them to Lumen Academy docked, and the moment they disembarked the group was violently seasick, their faces drained pale. "Imagining I've run out of all my supplies," Carr muttered. Next, Professor Ein lightly jumped down from the ship's bow and told everyone, "You'll be crossing that lake many times, so get used to it quickly. Now we'll move to the enrollment hall." Cut to inside Lumen Academy, at the Elikra training grounds. The freshmen were gathered there, and on all sides a few people watched the newcomers as if to find the outstanding ones among them. "See, I told you, there won't be any ordinary ones. I hope this year brings interesting people." Murmurs and whispers began to spread. Paying no mind to the chatter, Professor Ein announced, "We will begin the matriculation ceremony now. Line up by region, top scorers at the front of each line. The headmaster will speak first." Obeying the order, the students quickly fell into neat lines, and after the formation was set, old Callian stepped forward to speak. "You have come here hoping to become heroes. I have only a few words for you. If you dream of becoming heroes, always put yourselves first and push beyond your limits. Those who cannot do that do not belong here." With that, perhaps from excitement, he raised his hand and smashed the podium before him, shattering it into pieces. This somewhat violent gesture left the students below silent, not daring to make a sound, not even a single clap. Turning back to Callian and seeing no response to his speech, the old man blushed slightly. "Did I talk too much?" At that, the students snapped back to life and erupted into loud cheers, bringing a smile to the old man's face. However, as if the response was still too weak, the headmaster casually said, "I can't hear anything," and the professor standing behind him went pale. The longer one teaches at Lumen, the more the grand image of the architect gets dismantled. Putting the headmaster's humorous nature aside, the host then continued, "Now we will hear the speech from the representative freshman. The freshman representative is Leo Plav. Please come to the stage." "Hello." Leo was surprised to hear he was the representative, and immediately looked toward Professor Albi. Catching his eye, the handsome professor simply smiled and nodded lightly to signal him. With no choice, Leo had to step up to speak. Luckily, they had prepared words for him. Addressing the professors and students, "We, the freshmen, will enroll at Lumen as proud members of this academy, blah blah, thank you." That concluded the freshman representative speech by Leo Plav, and Leo folded the book in his hands. Then the host, not letting him down yet, turned and asked, "Thank you, Leo. Now tell us what your goals are as the freshman representative." Beside him, Leo immediately guessed the school's intent. They wanted him to rile up those who nearly had this position instead of him. Thinking that he, unafraid of anyone, loudly challenged the whole lot of manufactured stars. "Hello, I'm freshman representative Leo Plav. If anyone wants this spot, come and take it, whoever you are," Leo declared with overflowing confidence. The teachers behind him, who 3 seconds earlier had thought he was a model, obedient student, had expected a quiet matriculation ceremony. Time quickly passed until late afternoon. Cut to Lumen Academy dormitories, where the freshmen were led by a guide to their quarters. "You've worked hard today. Starting tomorrow, exploratory classes will begin for about a week. During this time, regardless of the major you plan to study, You may attend any classes you like. During this period, you'll pick 3 subjects to specialize in. That's it. Sleep early so you won't be late for the first class. Back to Leo. Before entering the room, his friend Car waved goodbye. Leo, our rooms are next to each other. I'm really looking forward to tomorrow. Good night, Leo. Yeah, see you tomorrow. Leo nodded in reply. Then, as soon as he stepped inside, he tossed his suitcase onto the bed and lay down to rest, not even bothering to change his clothes. But of course Leo wasn't that careless. He lay down because there was something he needed to check right then. After closing his eyes, Leo's consciousness shifted into a vast space that resembled a gigantic library, with countless books arranged everywhere. What I hope to find at Lumern is something hopefully here, my heroic chronicle, Leo thought to himself. Time flew to the next morning. Cut to the dining hall. While Leo was eating alone, Car arrived with a tray 3 times the normal size, sat beside him and offered, Leo, let's eat together. Seeing that, Leo didn't mind and agreed. Sure. No sooner had the words left Car's mouth than trouble found him. A tray of food was placed directly in front of Leo, accompanied by a shout, Freshman representative. You said in your speech yesterday, do you really mean that? The speaker was one of the standouts Professor Ein had noted, Duran Moira of the Central Region. His meal was ordinary enough, except for a small flag stuck into his hamburger for the kids to play with. Opposite him, Leo continued eating as if unaware of Duran's annoyed tone. Seems my words yesterday were provocative, weren't they? Leo said calmly. Well, they were. It's not surprising if a stranger comes and stirs things up. The calmer he remained, the angrier Duran became. Seeing Leo seemingly dismiss his words, Duran's eyes bulged as he snapped, Don't you know who I am? I'm the captain of the Central Region. Across from them, 2 starving brats ignored him and happily ate, making Duran look like a clown trying to attract attention while someone smeared butter on his face. Finally, unable to hold back his anger, he unleashed a bolt of rage, swung his leg and kicked his tray of food high into the air. Leo's tray was sent flying as well, but that still wasn't enough to trouble our protagonist. With masterful dexterity, his arms moved like machines and caught every piece of food back onto the plates without a single drop missed. He even casually helped Car beside him catch his food too. Not only that, Leo stuffed a bit more into the hamburger in front of him, creating a burger with the very best ingredients. The double cheese hamburger king. Throwing away such a precious meal is unforgivable, Leo said with a light laugh. Across from him, seeing his provocation had no effect on Leo, Duran lost it. I'll pull you off that golden throne right now. I can't stand watching someone weaker act so arrogant, he hissed through his teeth. But before the two could lunge at each other, a large hand clapped over both their shoulders and stopped them. The person was Professor Ein. Regarding their disruption in the dining hall, the professor said coldly, We'll see about that. One of you is the Central Region captain and the other is the freshman representative, arguing on your very first day at Lumern. Time passed quickly. Cut to the night's exploration class, where students interested in the subject had been waiting for a while. However, Professor Ein said nothing or explained nothing, which made a brown-haired student in class raise his hand and ask, Sorry, Professor, but class is about to start. Beside him, the swordswoman Celia wondered why Leo still hadn't shown up. At that moment, as if to answer their question, Leo and Duran crawled into the classroom looking as if they'd just run 10 laps around the campus. Seeing his sweat-drenched body, Celia hurried over to check on him. Leo, what's going on? Did you get into a fight? Leo didn't offer much explanation to that question, but only glanced at Duran with a look of mild amusement. After waiting for everyone to arrive, the young professor officially began the lesson. Now that you're all here, let's start class. Welcome, freshmen. My name is Ina Landu, and I'm in charge of first-year nights. Up front, the blonde guy still seemed bitter about the incident with Leo, so while listening he kept shooting lightning glare looks at him, and Car sensed something interesting was about to happen in this class. Whoa, have they already started a large-scale psychological war? He turned his attention back to the professor. Uninterested in the classroom squabbles, the professor continued explaining the lesson. The 3 sources of mana: magical energy, soul energy, and chi field. Among them, chi field is the hardest to control. Does anyone know why? From the back, the swordswoman Celia promptly answered. Because the chi field reduces mana's flexibility during its transformation. He gave her a look of praise and nodded. Right? While magical energy and soul energy use mana in its raw state, the chi field absorbs mana and processes it to suit the body. Now, can anyone explain how we use the chi field accumulated in our bodies? As he spoke, a radiance began to emanate from his body, And for this question, even Celia wasn't entirely clear. Wouldn't it just happen if you applied a little force? She thought to herself. Finally, with no one else stepping up, Leo answered for the group. Because we use chi field power by burning mana. Seeing that, Professor Ein showed a hint of surprise and nodded. Right, so do you know what the most important factor is when burning mana? Endurance, Leo explained once more, turning back to Ein. Seeing Leo answer questions one after another, the professor's expression gradually changed. Impressive. Leo Plav, have you studied chi field before? No. Leo shook his head, which raised the professor's estimation of him even more. For someone who hasn't been formally taught chi field to grasp its essence like that, thinking that, he smiled lightly and continued. Then let's set theory aside and move the body a bit. As he spoke, he began focusing energy into the soles of his feet, and to the astonishment of all the students, the professor's feet stepped into the air as if he were walking on solid ground. This is the chi field step. The basic principle is concentrating the chi field's power into your feet, and its potential applications are limitless. Time flew by and the students began splitting into groups to practice this miraculous skill. However, it's not an easy skill, so most people still couldn't truly master it yet. Except for the swordswoman Celia, true to her genius reputation, she had relatively mastered the skill, and turned to brag to the protagonist. I'll show you how if you call me sis. Up front, Leo felt too proud to learn this kindergarten-level principle from Celia and said casually, no need, the chi field mechanics aren't that different. Speaking of Professor Ein, he had just noticed Duran's eyes fixed on one direction, and he smiled as if he'd thought of something interesting. Then he clapped to get everyone's attention. Everyone. As you know, there was a bit of disorder this morning. Hearing that, the mage Chelsea, not knowing the situation, curiously asked, Professor, what are you talking about? Turning back to Professor Ein, he called Leo and Duran to stand before him and addressed the blonde one. Duran, Moira, what made you so angry? I'm not angry, he answered, though he didn't dare meet the professor's gaze. Seeing that, I more or less guessed the reason without asking, so he gave them a chance to settle it between themselves. Then take it out to the field. Central Region Captain Duran Moira and the freshman representative Leo Plav will race one-on-one to decide who will be the class representative. In this match, you may use your chi field with no restrictions. The professor's words startled the blonde a little. Next, their merchant friend Carr seized the moment to bring out a sign and hype bets. Come on, place your bets. The prodigy of the Moira clan and descendant of heroes, Duran Moira, master of lightning chi field, and the dark horse from the suburbs, the mysterious newcomer who bested the captains of every region and became the freshman representative, Leo Plav. In another corner, students watched the two and whispered, he's the freshman rep, he should show something. From what I saw when he talked to Celia Zerdinger, it seems he can't even use the chi field step, right? And did you hear what he did yesterday? I can't stand this guy. Becoming Central Region Captain isn't something just anyone achieves. Meanwhile, this freshman rep hasn't proven anything. Doubts began to rise. Ignoring those remarks, Professor Ein saw both were ready and said, okay, whoever reaches the finish line first wins. Whoever wins, you must accept the result with courtesy. That's the knightly spirit. Getting ready at their marks about Celia. Though her reason told her Leo couldn't win, some inexplicable intuition nudged her in another direction. Honestly, Leo probably shouldn't win, but that guy always finds a way to exceed others' expectations. Go! Ein shouted, and immediately both Leo and Duran sprinted forward with all their might. Unsurprisingly, Duran, with his advantage in chi field, shot ahead. I'm going first, rookie, he taunted and launched like a rocket. Watching his speed, people couldn't help but admire. Wow! Exactly what we'd expect from Duran, so cool. And the freshman rep. As they spoke, everyone glanced at Leo and shook their heads slightly. Unbelievable. He's really bad, just as predicted. That rep is a fraud. Unacceptable. Meanwhile, the mage Chelsea, seeing no one taking Leo seriously, shouted encouragement. Go, Leo! Back on the track, with his lightning speed, Duran had already covered half the distance. Seeing the current result, Carr couldn't help but worry for his new friend. Duran had reached the halfway point. As for Leo, he of course noticed this too, so when he reached the curve, for reasons unknown, Leo suddenly slammed on the brakes. Then he drove all his power into the soles of his feet and shot straight out of the arena, leaving Celia staring in bafflement, wondering what on earth had come over Leo. To their eyes, the protagonist then kept springing and vaulted up toward the observation platform. He paused for a beat to watch Duran's figure running ahead of him, then concentrated all his strength into his legs and executed a burst of acceleration. His takeoff was so powerful that the floor cracked into countless pieces, and his body hurled forward faster than a rocket. Even as he flashed past Duran, he couldn't resist taunting him. "I'm going first, you slowpoke," and kept going. Before Duran even had time to process what happened, Leo had already crossed the damn finish line. And it wasn't just the blonde. Everyone who had mocked Leo earlier was dumbfounded, shocked to the core. "Did you see that? This is no joke. Duran was supposed to be the fastest among the students, yet he lost to that kid, and I'm sure that kid has never learned the Chi-field step." The group stared at each other in confusion as Leo suddenly accelerated like that. As for the swordswoman Celia, unlike the others, she recognized the technique Leo had just used. It wasn't the Chi-field step but the Phoenix step. In a corner, the scatterbrained pair Chelsea and Carr didn't overthink it. They were simply delighted that Leo had won. Speaking of Professor Ein, with his experience he saw the most. Duran had used his signature lightning chi field to boost his speed. I expected that, but that speed was truly astonishing. Meanwhile, although Leoplav was slower, he had better control. He focused all of his fire chi field into his legs and produced a formidable aura step and excellent application. "Perhaps a true hero will emerge in this generation," he said with an expectant smile. Meanwhile, after winning, Leo went to greet his opponent. "Good match, Duran. If it had been a longer race, the outcome might have been different," he said, offering his hand. But Duran, annoyingly proud and unwilling to show a pleasant face to Leo, sneered. "Get lost," the arrogant loser said as he shoved Leo aside. Putting Duran's rude words aside, the mage Chelsea ran over to Leo with eyes full of admiration. "Leo, you're amazing. I want to train with you too." And looking at her expression, the young man Carr, oblivious to his own looks, turned to Celia and complained. "Why is she infatuated with him and not me? She should pay attention to me too." To which Celia replied with a look like she was staring at an idiot. "Anyway, class is over now. Everyone, let's head to the cafe. My treat today," Carr cheerfully suggested. It seemed he'd earned a sum from the earlier bets, but Leo politely declined the offer. "Sorry, you guys go ahead." "Where are you going?" Carr asked curiously. "I'm going to attend the summoning lecture," the protagonist replied candidly. Hearing that, the orange-haired friend was stunned that a night school student would attend a summoning class. Why would a swordsman go to a summoning lecture? In response, Celia could only sigh in exasperation. "Whatever. I don't understand what he's thinking either." Back with Leo, as he walked to the summoning class, he was lost in thought. One thing he still didn't understand was why the immortal king had sworn an oath to him as a reward from the world of heroes tied to the power of that world's master. The reward I received was related to summoning. But Teacher Albi is a pure mage with nothing to do with summoning. Normally I'd get a magic-related skill. And besides, to form a contract with a spirit, I'd have to go to the spirit's land, so right now it would be useless. Leo muttered to himself before he was roused by a girl's voice. "So you came to listen to the summoning class too?" Hearing that, the protagonist turned and found the one calling him was the East Region Captain, Chun Xia, 17. Saw Leo had noticed her and nodded in greeting. "Nice to meet you, Leo." In reply, Leo smiled. "Nice to meet you. Chun Xia, just call me Xia," she waved before asking why Leo was here. "I assumed you were a swordsman student, so I didn't expect you'd be interested in summoning." "Well, I'm into spiritual studies," Leo explained casually. "Then we'll be seeing each other a lot," Chun Xia murmured. Then Leo asked if she could tell him which spirit she'd contracted with. Chun Xia didn't hide it and immediately summoned her spirit for him to see. It appeared to be a water element spirit. Next, Chun Xia asked Leo, "You show me your spirit too." "Okay, I haven't formed a contract yet," the protagonist explained, surprising Chun Xia a bit. "Really? Then if you need help later, just call me. I can give you some summoning tips," she offered. "All right, I'll remember. By the way, how old are you?" Leo asked curiously. "I'm 17, she answered. "Leo, you're 15, right? I saw you talking with Celia." Hearing the girl's age, he also mentally exclaimed, 17, she really looks much younger. She even looks younger than Chelsea. Thinking that, he noticed Chun Xia staring at him with a suspicious look. And, like a woman's intuition kicking in, Chun Xia asked suspiciously, "You just thought something rude, didn't you?" "No," Leo said, glancing off in another direction. Leaving that aside, she offered a light smile and said, "Anyway, Leo, I'm really impressed by your match with Duran. Someday, please accept my challenge." In response to which, our protagonist, who never backs down from a challenge, smiled and accepted. Of course. Cut to the summoning class. Upon arriving, Leo was a bit surprised by how small the class was, only this few people. Behind him, Chansya answered awkwardly, "That's right, summoning isn't a popular choice, and this is an introductory probing class. Though it's still surprising the lesson is held here," the protagonist remarked at the class being held out in the meadow. Then a large dark shadow appeared above them, startling the group. "A black dragon, where did that come from? Get lost," a student shouted in terror as the dragon stared down at him. Judging by their frightened posture, a woman's voice explained, "It did it because it likes you, kiddo. Nice to meet you, freshman. My name is Yura Marin. I'm the summoning teacher who will guide you this year." Around them, the male students' hearts thudded at the sight of the beautiful, vibrant professor. "I'd like to become the teacher's spirit beast," the group wished, not to mention those other guys. Even Leo had to admit her beauty. If Dueno were here, he'd go crazy, Leo thought to himself, recalling his friend's womanizing ways from his past life. Turning to Professor Yura, after waiting for the group to settle, she began the lesson. "All right. Recruits, your presence here shows you have some talent for summoning, right?" "Yes," the group called out in unison, pleasing her greatly. "Good, loud and clear. We'll move straight to the practical area." Having said that, Yura turned to remind her assistant, Carlo, a white-haired, bespectacled young man who had brought a griffin to assist everyone. He was the teaching assistant for the first-year summoning class. Then, seeing the transport ready, Yura continued, "You will go in pairs. Come on, mount the griffins." And at her words, one student hesitantly raised his hand. "Professor, this is our first time riding a griffin," he said with a look that pleaded for help. Unfortunately, that request was completely rejected. All he received was a glare of anger from Yura. "Are you saying you don't want to learn my lesson? If you think you can't do it, then go back." With that, she quickly climbed onto her black dragon and immediately flew off, leaving the students below standing there dumbfounded, not understanding what had just happened. In the end, it was the teaching assistant Carlo who stepped forward to urge everyone on. "Come on, follow the professor." After that, mounting the griffins turned out to be easier than the students had imagined. Chansya also proactively paired up with Leo. "Leo, can I hold the griffin's reins?" Seeing this, though the protagonist looked a bit surprised, he agreed, "Sure, hold them as long as you want." And so, after getting used to it a bit, the group quickly chased after Professor Yura. And only when they felt the cool sea breeze blowing straight into their faces did they realize how blissful it was to have a mount. They hadn't expected to be riding Griffin's typical Lumern class. "Hey, swap seats with me. I want to try flying too." "Wait a minute." Cries of contention began to rise. Meanwhile, Chansya on this side was equally excited. "I'm a little worried, but it's tamer than I thought." Hearing that, Leo behind her didn't forget to warn her one line. "Still be careful. Griffins are hard to control for newcomers." Upon hearing this, Chansya couldn't hide her curiosity. "Huh, but it's so gentle." That's because Leo began to explain. However, before he could finish, Professor Yura up ahead suddenly pulled out some kind of whistle and puckered her lips to blow. Its blast was so loud it made everyone uncomfortable, and the moment they heard it, the Gleison's attitude flipped 180 degrees, becoming aggressive and harder to control than ever. "Not good. They're not obeying anymore. Why did they suddenly turn like this? Professor, save us." The group panicked and begged for help, but Yura had no intention of budging an inch. Instead, she told these factory school students to handle their own problem quickly. "You think you deserve to be Lumern Academy students but don't know how to control a griffin? Control them yourselves," she said. As for the pair Leo and Chansya, the mount's sudden rebellion left the black-haired girl flustered. Seeing this, Leo gently wrapped an arm around her waist, took her hand, and slowly guided her. Griffins have a very proud spirit. Using force to suppress them only makes them more rebellious. "Leo, what are you doing?" Chansya asked, her face as red as a ripe gourd. But Leo paid her no mind. Instead, he calmly took the reins and slowly brought this griffin back under control. "Come on," he said, and the griffin immediately calmed and shot forward. His speed in mastering the mount earned even Yura an involuntary compliment. "Not bad at all." She then turned to her assistant. "Carlo, the first-year class representative is the engineering candidate, right?" Hearing this, Carlo hurriedly checked the records and nodded. "Yes, so does he have his own griffin at home? How else could he ride so well?" she asked further. Carlo shook his head immediately. "No, he doesn't come from any noble family with griffins." Turning back to Yura, she felt like she'd just hit the jackpot. "This is pure talent, isn't it? It seems we've found a gem." She said this while rubbing her chin with delight. Cut to Summoning Island. This is the summoning department's practice area. Most students were sprawled on the sand feeling seasick after trying to bring griffins here, and while they were still dizzy from the motion, Leo took the opportunity to wander around to see if there was anything interesting. And then, he noticed some kind of fruit nearby and reached out to pick it. Actually, what caught his attention was a feather stuck to the fruit. A star feather? Leo murmured, and seeing his slightly odd expression, Chansya asked, "What's the matter, Leo?" Nothing," Leo said, shaking his head. Elsewhere, Yura didn't even wait for her students to finish resting before shouting, "Stop dawdling and focus. From now on you'll take a practical exam." Hearing the announcement, the group stared and complained. "What? A practical test on the first day? But this is just a trial period. Why test us?" The student with the center-parted hair said, confused, and to explain this question. Then Yura began to enlighten them. "Compared to the other two majors, the path we have to take is much longer. Does anyone here not know that? For summoners, merely knowing how to control mana is not enough. To sign a contract with a spirit, you need harmony with the elemental spirit. And to command summoned creatures, you need the ability to tame them. That's why the number of heroes in the summoning department is smaller than in the other departments. However, compared to other heroes, summoners who reach the pinnacle achieve more miracles. Didn't you all come here to become that kind of hero?" In response, a white-haired girl stepped forward and admitted, "Yes, that's right. What's the test?" Her name was Eliza Herjin, born into the renowned summoner hero family in the north, the Herjin clan. Up front, Professor Yura glanced at her and explained, "This island is called Summoning Island. True to its name, it's teeming with summoned creatures. Because summoning is a weapon for summoners, the test will evaluate your taming ability. The test is simple. Tame a summoned creature in this forest and bring it back. Once tamed and contracted, that creature belongs to you," she said with a smile. The students went wild at the thought of getting a little companion on the island. Wow, this is Lumern Academy indeed. And the group immediately hurried into the forest to find the most suitable pet. As Leo prepared to move off to find a suitable summoned beast for himself, Eliza suddenly spoke to him. "You're the freshman rep, right? Word's spreading that you beat Duran. What can I expect from you in summoning class?" "I'm just doing my best," the male lead replied coolly and strode ahead. Behind him, Eliza stared at his retreating back and furrowed her brows as if a little annoyed. Meanwhile, Professor Yura surveyed the scene and smiled inwardly. It seemed these people would become key players in the freshman year. Time passed quickly. Some students began to bond with and tame their summons, while Leo was still wandering without a suitable target tamed successfully. "Oh, that's the freshman rep, but he has gone too deep into the forest," someone said, and another shrugged. "Let him. If he fails to tame and gets 0, he'll end up back in the cavalry department. Does he think summoning is that easy?" Ignoring the chatter, Leo pushed deeper into the woods until he was sure no one else was around. Only then did Leo take out the feather he picked up when he first arrived on the island and begin using his aura. A fire to burn it. "Ha ha! Just as I thought." This is Leo chuckled, but before his smile lasted a second, a loud explosion rang out behind him. Elsewhere, at a campsite, Mrs. Reyna was worrying about her son. "Will Leo be okay?" she whispered. Someone brought over a plate of food and shook their head. "It's just the first days of school." "Reyna, are you already this worried?" "Well, surely nothing serious will happen, right?" Reyna nodded and took a cup from the other person, not knowing her son really was in trouble. It was, in fact, an enormous problem: the intense heat. One of the 3 great summons. "A phoenix," Leo said with a dazed expression. In front of Leo, someone's voice began to call out, "Oh, just Zerdinger's kid? Huh, I smell Reyna's flame." Replying to the other, Leo's eyes lit with curiosity as he asked, "You know my mother?" At that, the other's voice softened a bit. "Your mother? So my guess was right. Yes, if she has a child, they be about your age." "You ask if I know your mother? Of course I do. I owe Reyna a great debt." The voice belonged to a phoenix bathing in flames. "Her name is Farina, one of the 3 legendary spirit beasts. I owe Reyna a great debt." The voice belonged to a phoenix bathing in flames. "Her name is Farina, one of the 3 legendary spirit beasts." At this moment she looked at Leo with a fond expression and introduced herself. "My name is Farina, Reyna E. Hild." Opposite her, Leo returned the greeting. "Hello, Phoenix Farina. My name is Leo Plov. How are you connected to my mother? You said you've been indebted to her." To that question, Farina took on a look of recollection as she slowly recounted everything. "Reyna saved my summoner, Ellen Lunda. At that time Ellen was exploring a dungeon in Siren. She had lost all her companions and was in grave danger. Then your mother arrived and rescued her. And in the process Reyna lost her radiant flame aura. Without that incident, Reina would surely have become a hero. From Leo's perspective, hearing this made him a bit sad for his mother. Yet he then affirmed, "My mother said she doesn't regret what she did that day." Huh? Indeed she be that kind of knight. Farina agreed with a warm smile. Then Leo asked why Farina was present on this island. The phoenix did not reveal her reason, only saying she could not tell Leo. Then she shifted the subject back to him. "But you were a knight, are you? What are you doing on this island?" Leo said he was studying summoning, which left Farina astonished at his choice. Then she chuckled. "Ha ha! How interesting this is fate. Leo Plav, at last I can repay the debt I owe your mother. Reach out and take this, Leo. This is my son. One day, when you become a great summoner, I hope you will form a contract with him. It's a pity for the summoner who was assigned to receive him," she said as she handed Leo an egg that radiated a brilliant golden light. Back with the protagonist. Hearing this, he asked, "Can I do that right now?" In front of him, Farina looked stunned for a moment, then hurriedly warned Leo, "It still be too early, you could die. Stop." "Oh no, it be too late." His readiness to challenge the impossible without hesitation reminded her of Reina. "I wish you luck." Returning to Leo, his consciousness was transported into a dark space where a small flame cast a warm light ahead. Seeing that, Leo reached out and gently touched the flame before him, and the moment he touched the flame it erupted violently, engulfing his body in a vortex of fire. The heat was unbearable. This is the Phoenix ire. To forge a powerful flame by burning the body, we must endure this pain every day, a creature that lives by endlessly rebirthing its burning flesh. "I understand your pain and share it with you," Leo whispered. Then, as if sensing his thought, the flame gradually weakened and became far gentler. At the same time outside, hairline cracks suddenly appeared across the eggshell. Then it slipped from Leo's hand and hovered slowly in the air. All the flames around Leo were drawn into the egg. "Have you succeeded?" Farina asked. "I did it," Leo replied with a bright smile. Farina rejoiced for him. "You are a prodigy. Leo Plav, you will become the greatest summoner in the world. Congratulations on successfully forming the contract. This little one's name is Fiora. I entrust my child to you," Farina said with a smile. Maternal love can move one to tears. The newborn barely felt its mother's warmth for 3 seconds before its mother tossed it to someone else. Opposite him, Leo looked at the form of the phoenix with some doubt. Is this really a phoenix? It looks like a chick. He wondered inwardly. Then the little bird chirped twice innocently and stared at him with curious eyes, confirming to Leo that it really was a chick. Cut to Professor Yura's location. By now the students had found suitable hosts for their summons and returned to report to her. After glancing over the students, the professor turned to ask her assistant, Carlo, what time it was. Hearing that, the assistant immediately replied, 5 minutes left. Only 4 students remained. No sooner had she said that than heavy footsteps sounded from afar, drawing her attention. The one running toward them was a gigantic black bear. It was Chan Xia's summoned creature. "Professor, I'm not done yet, am I?" she said. A little ragged. Apparently taming that bear had been a tough struggle. However, the result wasn't bad at all. Even Professor Yura praised her. "You tamed a young water bear as an apprentice knight? Impressive." At the same time, the big guy Walden clung to the leg of a giant bird as it landed on the ground. "A shadow raven?" Yura praised. "That's a spirit beast even renowned summoner families struggle to tame." Walden explained he hadn't contracted yet. "This is more than good, more than enough." The professor waved her hand. Next, Eliza rode back atop a giant white serpent, causing those around her to gasp. "I already formed the contract. My family didn't have one of these," the girl said calmly. Yura recognized the summon and heaped praise. "A Gorgon serpent? Wonderful." Beside her, Assistant Carlo reminded, "Professor, time's up." Just as the last student was arriving, everyone turned their heads and saw Leo strolling out of the forest. What was more remarkable was the little chick perched on his head. Looking at its appearance, the students couldn't help but snicker. "Ha! What is that? He tamed a chicken? What a fool, he must have given up on summoning." Contrary to the students' thoughts, the moment Professor Yura sensed the aura exuded by that chick, her eyes widened. "Damn, bastard, that's a phoenix," she muttered. Time flew by. Cut to Professor Yura's office. She had called Leo in for a private meeting. Outside the door, Leo straightened his clothes and knocked lightly. Inside the room, Yura, aware had arrived, said, "Come in. I heard you were being sought." Leo asked curiously, "All right, please, sit down. You know what? To be honest, this is the first time I've ever seen a phoenix. I didn't even know phoenixes were on Summoning Island." she said. And a freshman forming a contract with a phoenix? That's unprecedented in the Academy's history. I know who you really are, Leo, she said, looking straight into the protagonist's eyes with a serious gaze. Opposite her, Leo swallowed nervously at the thought his identity might be exposed. Though he had done nothing wrong, a hero's rebirth after 5,000 years would inevitably attract attention. However, Leo's worries were overblown, because immediately after, Professor Yura hugged him tightly and praised him profusely. You're a summoning prodigy, an unprecedented genius. I want to praise what you've achieved, but I think your contract with the Phoenix should remain secret. If revealed now, it would cause unnecessary commotion. When the trial classes end, be sure to choose summoning as your primary major. You have the talent to become a summoner hero remembered across ages, she said as she gently patted Leo's shoulder with confidence. Time quickly passed to the next day. At that moment, the ice element mage Chloe was yawning down the hallway when she was spotted by Leo and Car. Your mouth is going to split open, Chloe. Haha, you look exhausted. Hearing that, Chloe turned around and explained she'd been staying up late studying magic books. At the same time, Leo remembered her student ID and said, You're Chloe Mueller, right? Here, Leo said as he handed her back her ID. Looking at the card, Chloe recalled she'd met Leo before. Oh, so it was you, thanks, student council rep. With that, the three of them cheerfully headed into class. Today is the trial magic class. Hey Leo, you're joining the magic class too, right? Car asked curiously. Since we're still in the trial phase, I want to take as many classes as possible, Leo replied calmly, making Car envious of his studiousness. That's great. I only care about magic, so I want only take magic classes. Saying that, Car suddenly lowered his voice and whispered into the protagonist's ear that the frosty woman aims to reach the pinnacle of the magic department. Her name is Chloe Mueller, he said. He glanced toward the icy woman and realized she was staring back at him. Seeing this, Car felt a chill run down his spine and hurriedly slipped away from his spot. It's freezing here, I senti it. I think I should move further back, he said cheerfully as he turned. But before he could leave his place, a sharp column of ice shot up from the ground, blocking his path. And of course it was Chloe who did it. Car, come sit in the front row. You seem interested in the class, so I'll help you, she said, then grabbed Car by the collar and dragged him like a little dog, leaving him to whimper silently. Leo watched the scene and found it rather amusing. At the same time, the mage siblings Abad and Chelsea at the back greeted Leo. A few minutes later, the course instructor entered through the door. His appearance sent the female students into a flutter. Oh my, he is so handsome, they whispered, ignoring those murmurs. The handsome instructor spoke loudly. I will teach you magic this year. My name is Len, or, pausing, Len tapped a stack of test papers beside him and reminded them that before starting today's trial class they would take a theory test on magic. Then, with a snap of his fingers, the test papers automatically fluttered toward everyone. The students, having learned nothing yet, felt their minds go blank at being tested already. What is this, a test on the first day of the trial class? Someone shouted. To the astonished remarks, Len reiterated, yes, if you don't meet certain standards you cannot join my class. If you're a Lumen student, this level is normal. When you finish the test, submit it to my assistant, Anna. Over on one side, Anna, first-year magic department assistant, waved and called out, submit your test to me, everyone. Back to Leo. Looking at the questions on the test, his whole body felt heavy and he kept trembling. This was the first time in the story he'd shown such an expression. Is this really the current trend in magic? Why are the formulas this complicated? He grumbled inwardly. Time passed quickly. Everyone kept their heads down doing the test, and after finishing, they realized the exam wasn't as hard as they'd thought. This is easier than I expected. But what's the answer to the last question? I solved everything except that one, they excitedly discussed. Meanwhile, Leo felt like his brain was about to burst from overthinking. I only solved one question. I should have studied contemporary magic before coming here. He trembled as he thought and handed his pitiful test back to the teaching assistant. Well, I should self-study magic, Leo complained inwardly and quickly left the classroom. With his knowledge of ancient magic, attending class would only embarrass him. Back with the handsome Professor Len. As soon as he collected the tests, he began grading on the spot. Over the past century, magic seems to have advanced a lot. Where it once required perfect understanding, now remembering activation conditions is enough to use it. However, this development has lowered the general skill level of mages. Saying that, a burst of light shot up from the palm of Len's hand into the air. Then the scene inside the classroom transformed into a vast, mystical cosmic space. Seeing the sight, The students in the class gaped in astonishment. Len didn't leave them in suspense and explained, "This is the essence of magic I created. I made it from end to beginning. I want you to become people capable of researching and creating your own magic. That's why I gave you this test. 49 questions, 1 point each for simple memorization, and the final question is worth 51 points analyzing the true nature of magic. I hope everyone here will become mages able to solve it." Speaking of Chloe, she looked puzzled as she studied her test. No wonder. That was the only question she couldn't solve. Has Leo given up? I wanted to take magic class with him so badly. What a shame, Chelsea thought regretfully. At that moment, teaching assistant Anna seemed to notice something and hurried to Len's side, whispering, "Professor." One student solved question 50. Hearing that, the handsome professor's eyes showed surprise. Then he burst into delighted laughter. "Ha ha ha, who is it? For the first time in history someone scored a perfect result. Please stand up. Who is it?" Len's face flushed with excitement, but Anna quickly replied, "That student didn't get a perfect score, Professor." Unfazed, Len said it made sense. Seems a few other questions were skipped because too much time was spent on the final one. That's a shame but also good. Come up here. Wait. That's not it. He only solved the final question. Anna's soft reminder wiped the smile from Len's face. What's his name? He asked again. He's student Leoplav, Anna answered. Then student Leoplav, please stand up, Len said as he scanned the students. However, after submitting his test, Leo had already slipped away. Finally, it was Chelsea who explained. Student Leo left after finishing the test, sir. Cut to Leo. He was happily eating ice cream with Celia and telling her about the magic class test, making the swordswoman laugh heartily. So you left after solving only one question? First a chick in summoning class, and only one solved question in magic class. Leo, don't you realize you're doing something off? If you're a student in the night major, you should be focusing on your swordsmanship instead. Hearing that, Leo, a bit annoyed, shot back. So do you want to spar endurance with me? That's a bit. Celia's voice faltered at his proposal. But just then, their conversation was cut off by Professor Len. So you're a night major? Are you Leoplav, the one who dismissed my class? Why did you leave after solving only one question? Did you think they were too easy to bother answering? He said, eyes blazing with anger. Opposite him, Leo didn't want to offend the professor and immediately explained, Professor, I think there's a misunderstanding. I thought I failed the test. Every question except the last one was too hard, so I couldn't solve any of them. I studied magic by reading ancient magic books on my own, so I'm not confident with any modern questions. Turning back to Professor Len, the more he heard, the more his expression shifted, and then, rather than being angry at Leo, he scooped him up like a little cat and said with a face full of excitement, Come with me for a moment. Saying that, the professor happily dragged Leo off like a toy, leaving him powerless to resist, and meanwhile, Celia the swordswoman watched in bewilderment, unable to understand what was happening. Is that the theory of magic professor at Lumern? He's a rather odd man, she whispered, eyes full of confusion. And at that same moment Assistant Professor Anna came running up, out of breath and looking exhausted. Have you seen Professor Len, Celia? Or did something strange happen? She panted, likely from chasing that professor. Hearing this, Celia recounted everything she'd witnessed. He just left here, then suddenly grabbed Leo and hauled him away. On hearing that, Anna's face went into panic as she hurried after them. Oh my God, what is that crazy man planning to do this time? She cried inwardly. Back with Professor Len, he had taken Leo to some meeting room, written a series of questions on the board and demanded, Solve these, student Leo. Hearing that, although the protagonist was a bit puzzled why, he quickly set to work. And for Professor Len, this was also a test to assess Leo's talent. If he didn't solve the final question by pure luck, then he must have a personal magic system in his head. Now show me. I'll perceive the true nature of... Before the thought finished, Leo stopped what he was doing and turned to say, I've already solved them all. Seeing that, sweat poured from the handsome professor's brow. You solved all these in your head? He asked. Yes, more or less, Leo shrugged in reply, making Professor Len salivate with desire. Finally, he whispered to himself. Speaking of Professor Albi, while he was walking down the hallway, he suddenly noticed Professor Len running straight toward him with a face like he'd just won the lottery. Looking at his colleague's expression, for some reason Albi felt a sudden unease and immediately turned to leave. However, Len didn't let him go that easily. A second later, Len lunged forward, grabbed Albi's ankles with both hands and, eyes shining with gratitude, said, Thank you, Professor Albi. Thank you so much. In response, Albi immediately used his magic to lift Len into the air and warned, This isn't the first time I've seen you act overzealously, but today you've gone too far. Len kept his gushing grin and excitedly shared. He's a genius in magic Leoplav, the student you recommended as freshman representative. He's truly a prodigy. Hearing that, Albi began to feel bewildered by the remark. Magic? Isn't he supposed to be a knight? No, Leo must become a mage at all costs. I won't let his talent be wasted swinging those pieces of iron. Sending him to the knights is an insult to the field of magic. Len shouted angrily. At the same time, Assistant Anna rushed over. Seeing this, Albi dispelled his spell, causing the mage's body to fall freely toward the ground. Luckily, the assistant anticipated it and sped up at the last moment to catch her superior in time. Thanks, Anna, Len said with a beaming face. We really must get back to class. The assistant snapped through clenched teeth, veins bulging with anger. She vowed to herself that one day she'd kill this madman. At the same time, Leo strolled up from behind. Hearing his footsteps, Professor Albi turned, nodded, and acknowledged him, which made Leo a bit embarrassed. Mages never change over time. They're all crazy. Time passed quickly like that. A week later, the trial classes ended, and our protagonist was lying on the rooftop of some building, absorbed in the book in his hands. The book titled Kyle, the Hero of Beginnings. Is he really a fraud? He closed the book. Leo sighed heavily, disappointed that he couldn't find any useful information after reading it. Meanwhile, in Headmaster Kylian's office, while he was busily working, the three homeroom teachers of the magic, night, and summoning classes suddenly burst in together, holding a form to show him. Please look at this. They all carried a petition and ran into his room to show him. Please take a look at this. According to the paper, Leo had registered for all three majors, something that had never happened at the academy before, and each homeroom teacher wanted to pull Leo into their class so he would focus on just one major. Even inside the headmaster's office, the three kept bickering, making Kylian laugh. Haha. All right, let's see. This reminds me of that fictional hero, the fifth grade hero, also called the Hero of Beginnings, Kyle, the only one in history proficient in all disciplines. Cut to the training track. At that moment, Celia and Chelsea were up and running. Meanwhile, our friend Carr, lounging and being poetic, joked, God, why are they training on the weekend? Leo chimed in to explain. Chelsea asked me to coach her. Then why are they just running? Where are their weapons? Carr asked further. Before Leo could answer, Abad and Chelsea wearily stepped forward for him. It's our endurance. Stamina is an important aspect for a combat mage. That's why we're running. Now move aside, Carr, Chelsea said, waving Carr away like a fly so she could sit next to Leo. As soon as she sat by the protagonist, her expression shifted 180 degrees, completely different from the annoyance she showed toward Carr. It's great to run on the weekend. I miss this feeling. I want to run with you too, Leo. Really? Leo asked, curious. Upon hearing that, the swordswoman Celia spat out the water in her mouth, making Chelsea look at her with disgust. Gross, what's wrong with you? Turning to Leo, he of course understood why Celia acted that way, so he said, Anyway, I plan to run with you. I have to do it properly. I told you I'm not running with you, Celia shouted. Beside them, watching their reactions, Carr curiously asked, What's between you two? Why are you so close? At first I thought you were dating. In response, Carr pointed at Leo and explained to his orange-haired friend, Oh my God, he's my relative, my aunt's son, my father's sister's child. On hearing this, the two in front couldn't hide their surprise and widened their eyes. He's from the Zerdinger family? Not exactly. The story's complicated, but never mind. Celia waved her hand, not intending to explain further, and perhaps she didn't fully understand it herself. Turning back to Leo, after letting the two girls rest for a moment, he stood up and suggested, All right, now let's get serious. Hearing him, the mage Chelsea got excited. Okay, let's go. Nearby, the alchemist friend Carr, seeing them train, didn't want to be in the way anymore and said, I'll go explore the city of Remeria. Responding to that, the knight Celia turned to him with pleading eyes. Then take me with you. Before she finished, the protagonist dragged her off like a chicken, and seeing her pitiful posture, Carr didn't know what to say. Why have I never had a proper noble in my life? He wondered to himself. Time flew by until placement day. In Class 1-5, the moment the protagonist stepped in, Carr waved him over. Leo, over here. Seeing that, our protagonist walked over and asked, You already knew you'd be in Class 5? There's nothing I don't know, Carr boasted confidently. Then Leo glanced at the mage Chelsea dozing on the desk and exclaimed in surprise, Huh? Chelsea's here too. Looking at how exhausted she was, Carr turned to Leo with a suspicious look. What did you do to her this weekend? Just basic training. Leo shrugged, and Chelsea, hearing that, vowed to herself she wouldn't take part in that kind of training again. At the same time, for some reason a few mocking voices of upperclassmen rose behind Leo. Oh wow, so this is Class 5, the class of suffering. I wonder how many of you will remain after the first term. Pathetic freshman condolences. Heh. They said condolences with no hint of sorrow on their faces. However, they shouldn't have said that because right after, the homeroom teacher of that class approached. Pathetic, HM? I think you two look far more pathetic. Do you agree? The owner of the voice was a teacher who looked like a homeless man. His name was Harid Edmund, homeroom teacher of Year 1 at Lumern Academy, nicknamed the Weeping Coal Wall. At that moment he muttered one word, seats. And immediately the two students opposite automatically braced themselves like chairs. The homeroom teacher then sat on the bodies of those two while mocking the students in front. Greetings, you useless scum. This is the class for failures, the freshmen with the lowest scores. You must have heard rumors about me, the Weeping Coal Wall. Does anyone here know why I was chosen as this class's homeroom teacher? Hearing his question, the loquacious Carr nervously raised his hand and said, is it to help us improve our grades? In response, Harid turned to him with contempt. Carr Thomas, a textbook answer from the bottom rungs. Does no one in this lousy class understand the mission of a Lumern Academy student? Hearing that, the mage Chelsea raised her hand to voice her opinion. To conquer the hero world through real missions. Harid nodded in satisfaction at her answer. Yes, exactly that. But all I see are people who will die the moment they step into the hero world. It's better to expel those pathetic creatures who only hold back their teammates and die prematurely. That's why I decided to take charge of Class 5 and why they call me the Weeping Coal Wall, saying that he studied Leo's remarkably calm expression and thought to himself that one might survive. Then, to teach these industrial chicken kids what a cruel world is like, Teacher Harid ordered all of them to change into gym clothes and go out to the field to train. Since it was time for combat class, time passed quickly. Cut to the training yard. Very soon everyone had finished changing and was present. Harid rested to the side, looking like he was on vacation. Let's begin this class, the place to examine and fix the rotten minds you've developed since entering Lumern Academy. What do you think will save you in the real world, where life is taken and given so easily? Answer the question. A pink-haired girl stammered. Isn't it that teammates will protect me? Her name was Nella Carvin, majoring in night, notable, recovery attribute aura. To her answer, Harid shook his head. No, it's your own ability. Only when you hone your skills so they shine through danger can you begin to help your teammates. But are you confident in your ability to protect them? From another corner, an eager hand shot up. I'm confident, Professor. Hearing that, the homeless-looking Harid said in surprise. Oh? Then let's test your capability as a battle knight. Produce a fireball, Eliana. On hearing the request, Eliana confidently formed a fireball in the palm of her hand. But Harid, a bit disappointed, sneered. That's it? With that fireball, I doubt you could even kill an ant. Across from him, of course, Eliana was not that simple. What if I pour more mana into it? What then? She asked. Saying that, she increased the mana in the fireball and split it aside. And to everyone's astonishment, it became two gigantic fireballs, radiating terrible heat that made the surrounding students scramble backward. Seeing this, the group of students couldn't help but gasp in admiration. Not only had it become two fireballs, each had doubled in size. Even Harid had to admit, wow, impressive. Why don't you try hitting that little creature with your marvelous fireballs? He said. Then he used his magic to summon a tiny humanoid spirit. The little spirit shot straight toward Eliana at lightning speed, and for some reason it gently tapped the tip of the mage's nose and then doubled over, clutching its belly with laughter, though not understanding why the tiny creature was mocking her. Eliana, the fire mage, couldn't contain her anger. Immediately she began swinging the two fireballs in her hands to attack. Yet they couldn't even graze the spirit's cloak. The spirit then flew back to Harid's side, covering its mouth as it laughed at Eliana. Harid, seeing Eliana miss, continued to taunt. What's the point of doubling the number of fireballs if you can't even hit it? Have you understood yet? What you lack is the effective use of skills. You must train your abilities and push past your limits. Have you forgotten? Until you catch this wind spirit, our class won't end. Show me everything you've got, descendants of Lumern. Turning to Leo, though Harid's words were harsh, he completely agreed. The teacher's words might be sharp, but everything he said was true. Let me give it a try. Saying that, he calmly stepped onto the field. Watching his back, Harid said expectantly, All right, Leo Plav. Let's see, are you full of the same lies as that fictional hero Kyle? Or are you truly the first to possess all attributes? Time flew by. The entire class surged forward to try to capture the spirit, but no matter how hard they tried, it toyed with them like a plaything. Seeing this, Leo, who had been watching from the side, began to cloak his body in an aura. Then he channeled the aura into the soles of his feet and executed a burst move, a powerful spring that sent his body lunging forward like a flash. Elsewhere, Chelsea and Carr were panting like oxen from constantly chasing the tiny creature. Damn. He's so fast, how can we possibly catch him? Carr complained. At the same time, Leo used his airstep skill to shoot straight up into the air, and while the little spirit was still playfully teasing the other students in the class, Leo dove down from above like an arrow, but, though it had been slightly off guard, the spirit's reaction speed was far from ordinary. At the last possible moment it agilely zipped to the side and evaded. Yet this had already been anticipated by Leo. He merely smiled faintly and began to concentrate his aura into a whip-like strand, directing it straight at the spirit, and it seemed Leo was about to complete the trial successfully. But damn it! At that moment the troublemaker Duran, who'd been hiding God knows where, suddenly dashed out at lightning speed, snatching Leo's achievement in the blink of an eye. At the same time, a homeroom teacher strode up behind him and clapped to draw everyone's attention. Looks like we in Class 1 should teach you a few things. The white-haired, sly-faced man said his name was Sejin. He was the homeroom teacher of Class 1-1 at Lumern Academy. Note: he ranked second in the graduation poll, while teacher Harid ranked first in that poll, so the two of them clearly didn't like each other much. Hearing Sejin's voice, Harid calmly sipped his milk and replied, "Oh? Is that so? Then you'll teach in my place." In response, Sejin looked at him as if staring at a pile of trash. At the same time, Carr, noticing the Cold War atmosphere between them, excitedly said, "This is a clash between the two pillars of Lumern Academy. They've worked here over 20 years. From what I've heard, Professors A in Yura and Len were all their students." Hearing that info from him, Nella turned in surprise and asked, "Wow, really? How do you know that?" Across from them, Carr's face flushed with excitement as he shared, "I'm always tuned into info, haha." Seeing this, Chelsea in front nearly vomited. Back to homeroom teacher Sejin, he laughed heartily. "Haha, Harid, I don't know what scheme you had when you took charge of the failed class, but I'll find out soon. I propose a match between Class 1 and Class 5, and the event will be Lumern's historical ball sport, Batera." Not understanding what Harid was thinking after hearing the proposal, he jumped up enthusiastically to accept. "As expected, you really are a genius, Sejin. Learning through real experience is best." Hearing this, for some reason Sejin grew a bit anxious inside. "Class 1 will probably win," he said hesitantly, while Harid put on a face of indifference. "That doesn't matter, carry on teaching your class." Hearing that, Sejin could only grit his teeth inwardly. Even the students in the back felt pity for him. Why do I keep losing bets in the graduation poll? Sejin wondered to himself. Professor Sejin looked pitiable for some reason. The students thought silently. Then Harid officially announced to his students, "Class 5, I'll give you an opportunity to train your skills. You will have a Batera match against Class 1. Moreover, if you lose, every one of you will be expelled," the teacher said with a face that didn't joke at all. Hearing the teacher's words, everyone first went dumbfounded. Then, right after, they asked him again to make sure they hadn't misheard. "Professor, are you serious? This is just the first match, and their class even has 3 captains." In response, Professor Harid seemed unconcerned about the disparity in strength between the sides. "All the more reason to try harder, push past your limits. Besides, what is there to worry about when a first-year representative is already in your class? Choose 6 people to represent Class 5 in Batera," he said, glancing at the main character, Leo. Immediately, he began to understand the teacher's real purpose. This was clearly a test, but Professor Harid's attention wasn't because he hated him. Some students lose heart after just 1 week at Lumern Academy, and it's not hard to see why. Perhaps Professor Harid wanted him to revive the spirits of Class 5 students who were close to giving up, so there had to be some way in this Batera match to boost Class 5's morale. Leo murmured to himself, and very quickly both classes began selecting representatives to compete. And as expected, Class 1 picked captains who were the strongest. Seeing the opposing side's strength, the mage Chelsea started calculating how she would explain getting expelled to her family. Noticing her panicked expression, Leo couldn't help but ask, "What's wrong? You look scared." In response, the mage explained the situation to Leo. Apparently he had never heard of Batera. "It's probably because you live in the suburbs, but Batera is a combat sport and a long-standing tradition at Lumern Academy." Hearing that, Leo couldn't help but look over at the girl, Curious, isn't that just a ball game, he said innocently, and at that moment Carr also cut in to explain. It's not just a simple ball game, the point is it's an extremely dangerous ball game. Back to the girl Celia up ahead. Seeing the puzzled faces of Leo's group, she covered her mouth and laughed as if reaping a harvest. Hey Chelsea, why do you look so scared? Haha. Already accepting imminent defeat. Celia's voice dripped with provocation, making Chelsea's eyes roll white. Angry. Who's afraid of who? Do you think I'll lose to someone from the Zerdinger family? She snapped furiously, and to boost the group's morale, Leo threw his arm around them and declared, "Don't worry, our class won't lose." Hearing that, Celia ahead clicked her tongue in annoyance and warned Leo, "Hey, Leo, you two, I'll show you the results of my special training course. This time I won't lose to you, Leo Plav." Back to Professor Sejin. After the two sides finished trading taunts, he stepped forward and said, "Contestants from each class, please enter the arena." Hearing that, Leo turned to his classmates and asked, "Who will go with me?" At the question, the others immediately drew back in fear, but luckily not everyone in the class was cowardly. So the two mages, Chelsea and Eliana, stepped forward at once. "I have to teach them a lesson," Chelsea said, cracking her knuckles, while Eliana, wanting to show horrid, added, "If we lose, we'll be expelled, so I'll fight with all my hatred to win. I'll show Professor Horrid what I can do." On the other side, the mage Nella and a shy classmate also stepped up. Finally, the alchemist Carr, who had been hiding way in the back, was hauled out by Leo. "Carr, you know the last spot is yours, right?" "But why?" Carr gasped. However, Leo had already decided, so after gathering everyone he reported to the professor. "Class 5 is ready, Professor." Hearing that, Sejin nodded. "Good. Then the match begins now." And with that, he tossed the ball he was holding up into the air, causing everyone on both sides to turn their eyes to the ball. Then, without any warning, both Leo and Duran simultaneously used their top speed to surge forward and snatch the ball. And in the end, it was Duran, with his thunderous aura, who was a step faster and managed to seize the ball right in front of Leo. "All right, then our class goes first," he said coldly. Meanwhile, as Leo landed below, he hurriedly asked his blonde friend at his side, "Tide, explain the rules to me quickly." In response, Tide, knowing there wasn't much time, began to summarize. "Oh, Baster's rules are simpler than you think. You just channel energy into the ball and shoot it into the goal. You can't use hands or feet. The first team to score 11 points wins. By the way, this blonde guy's name is Tide Markoa from the summoning department." On the other side, Duran began to concentrate his aura to prepare an attack. Seeing this, someone in the crowd shouted, "Here it comes! Get ready." No sooner had the words left than Duran slammed his fist into the ball before him, sending it deforming, and it shot forward at wind-tearing speed. Seeing that, Leo, who was standing in front of the ball, was startled by its speed and leaped aside to dodge. The rubber ball slammed into the ground and flew straight toward the goal. In Carr's astonished, bewildered eyes, seeing that, the students of Class 1 also shouted excitedly, "Duran Moira, well done." Across from them, the students of Class 5 had begun to look worried, their faces pale. Even Tide showed no confidence at all. It seemed Professor Harrid intended to expel all of us. Beside him, Leo didn't lose his confidence. Instead, he turned and asked, "How do we gain control of the ball?" Answering this, Tide began to say there are 3 ways. First, when the ball goes out of bounds on the opponent's turn. Second, when we catch the ball. And finally, speaking of which, before Tide could finish explaining, Nella's anxious shout rang out, "Dodge!" Hearing the cry, both Leo and Tide turned around at once and discovered, at that moment, the rubber ball struck the mage Eliana directly, causing her to cry out in pain, and the one who just acted was the swordswoman Celia. "Hey, what are you whispering about over there? Can't you focus on the match?" Celia giggled, seeing that Leo and Tide rushed over to check on their teammate, and Tide also explained, "The third rule is you may not attack directly or block an opponent's path." Just now was the third case where a member was taken down after being hit by the ball. The only way to attack them is by using the ball itself. Hearing this, Leo understood the rules completely, then gently reached for the ball and nodded. "Thanks for explaining. Now it's our turn." Back to Professor Sejin. Although the situation seemed to be turning favorable for his class, he felt an inexplicable unease. In Batera, teams with fire users hold an overwhelming advantage due to their high destructive power. And among the houses, the Zerdinger family's fire was the strongest. Thinking this, he spoke to the lazy professor beside him. "You still accept it even knowing Celia Zerdinger is in my class. I don't know what you're plotting, but it'll be very hard for your class to win." Beside him, Harid didn't reply and just yawned repeatedly. This irritated Sejin. Speak properly, he admonished, and only then did Harid open his mouth. Hey Sejin, do you remember your first student? The child from the Zerdinger house? Upon hearing this, an image flashed through Sejin's mind and he nodded. Of course, how could I forget the Queen of Batera? Seeing Sejin still remembered that person, Harid smiled faintly and reminded him. The daughter of that very queen is in Class 5. Speaking of the students of Class 5, realizing their class was already weaker, and now having lost Eliana to injury, they had given up hope entirely. We're finished. How can we possibly get into Lumern Academy if it ends like this? At the same time, the swordswoman Celia shot Leo a pitying look, as if she'd finally made up her mind. From her viewpoint, Leo's whole body began to erupt in a fierce flame. It's coming, watch out! Someone shouted, and right after that, the protagonist summoned all his strength and hurled the ball straight toward the opponent's goal. However, Class 1's strength was no joke. Before the ball could reach their goal, the ice mage Chloe used her magic to form a wall of ice that stopped the ball. Leo, as long as I'm here, you won't score, she said confidently, yet, at that moment, Leo suddenly appeared right beside her and muttered, I can score. Then, not giving the opponent a chance to react, Leo gathered power in the soles of his feet and leapt high, straight toward the spot where the ball was trapped inside the ice wall, and he threw a punch into the ball, shattering the ice's hold and sending it flying into the goal. On the other side, Professor Sejin, seeing how quickly Leo reacted, silently praised him. His combat instinct is truly remarkable. Seeing this, Professor Harid also smiled with satisfaction, and Nella's group seemed to find a bit of hope, shouting in unison, Leo Plav, let's go, Class 5. Looking at the opponent's lineup regaining momentum, Professor Sejin unconsciously smiled. Ah, I see, so this is when the Real match begins, and so time quickly passed. Both sides began trading blows and keeping close score, neither willing to yield, when Duran launched another lightning throw, sending the ball straight toward the opponent's goal, and on that throw Carr risked grabbing it with both hands. The lightning aura enveloping the ball immediately made his body tremble in pain. However, at least he succeeded in stopping the ball. Haha. My mana's nearly gone anyway, I'll leave the rest to you, Leo, said the young man, exhausted. Eliana and Chelsea then supported him and helped him off the field. Outside, the onlookers frowned anxiously at the current score 10-10. This is the decisive point, but the opponents are 3 top students while we only have Leo. That's a huge disadvantage. On the opposite side, the ice mage realized the next serve would be decisive, so she unleashed everything, preparing to use her full power. I may fail the theoretical magic exam, but I won't lose this time, she declared. With a wave of her hand, she cast some wondrous magic, producing 4 clones of herself around her. Not to be outdone, Celia and Duran enveloped themselves in their auras and ready to confront the protagonist. Come on, Leo, Celia shouted. In response, Leo began to gather power into the soles of his feet. Then suddenly his figure vanished from sight. The 3 were dumbstruck. He's so fast, they murmured, and then, with a startling burst of speed, Leo slipped past Celia, startling her as she realized his true intent. He wasn't going to attack, he was focused on scoring. Chloe, at the back, immediately recognized the situation. Is this an illusion? She thought scornfully, too shallow. Where is he actually? She wondered, and began concentrating her mana through her gaze to locate Leo's real body. But through her sight, all of Leo's images looked like the real thing. At least she couldn't tell which was the true body. This left Chloe stunned, and just like that, Leo's group bypassed her and successfully scored. The magic of the stars. How could a human use the Celestial Tribe's magic? Chloe thought in shock. Meanwhile, the referee, seeing the result, announced the winner, Class 5. On hearing the result, the 2 students from Class 5 hugged each other and cried with relief. Thank goodness we're not expelled. I was afraid I'd have to go home immediately. Hearing this, Professor Sejin curiously looked at Harid and asked, Expelled? What are they talking about? At that, Uncle Harid burst out laughing. Haha. Consider it motivation, right? Elsewhere, Celia, Chloe, and Duran were covering their faces in disappointment. Seeing this, Sejin sighed and went over to comfort the 3. Are you upset about losing? When the match ends, no matter the outcome, you must bow to your opponents. You all did very well to win for your class, to cheer on your friends, and to give your all in the arena, so you should be steadfast and proud. In front, the students of Class 1 heard this from their teacher and looked at him with admiration. Unfortunately, that pleasant moment barely lasted 3 seconds before Herod's mocking laugh from behind ruined it. Haha. Hey losers. Come here and finish this. Hearing that, Sejin seethed inwardly, but with no other choice he stepped forward to say a few words. Both classes performed very well. Class 1 demonstrated talent and ability, and Class 5 never gave up until the last minute and overcame every challenge. They recognized their limits and successfully got through difficult situations. I hope you will work and compete with one another harmoniously. So everyone shake hands. Upon hearing this, students from both sides reached out to greet each other. You stretched the match longer than I thought. You had me expecting an earlier loss, Celia said with a laugh. I was going to say the same. You're as stubborn as an ink prince, Chelsea replied. Beside them, Carr smiled and told Duran. But this time we won. Across from them, Duran said nothing and only stared at him, leaving Carr a bit embarrassed. Elsewhere, the mage Chloe was still so upset, she was close to tears over the loss. Then Leo reached out and comforted her. You were great, Chloe. With a bit more experience, you'll definitely become extraordinary. Hearing that, the mage looked straight at him and asked, Are you mocking me? One day I will definitely defeat you, she silently vowed, and she reached out to clasp Leo's hand, and so, time passed quickly. 1 month later, Leo's group sat happily drinking tea together, while Carr, eating like a famished man, asked them, By the way, which club do you plan to join? Looking at his ravenous eating, noble-born Chelsea, disgusted, admonished him to eat more properly. As for Leo, he said he wanted to start a club, and the bold idea surprised Carr. On hearing this, Mage Chelsea excitedly said she wanted to join if Leo formed a club. What kind of club? Carr asked, and Leo frankly shared his idea. A heroes research club. I want to learn more about the forgotten heroes and the primeval hero Kyle. Hearing this, Carr and Chelsea exchanged wide-eyed looks and shook their heads. Kyle? But he's not a forgotten one, he's just a legend. It seems no one will join your club, Carr chuckled. Chelsea immediately realized that if Carr was right, she could be alone in the club with Leo. I want to join, Chelsea shouted. Then suddenly their conversation was cut off by loud shouts from everyone. Wow, they're back. Hearing that, Carr seemed to remember something and hurriedly stood up. Oh, right, today, the day the fifth-year students return after clearing the hero dungeons. And he rushed outside to see fragments of the hero chronicle scattered across the world occasionally activate abnormally and create dungeons, places called hero dungeons, and the upperclassmen from Lumern Academy who clear those hero dungeons and collect the hero chronicle fragments must be away for at least 2 weeks, sometimes more than a month. My mother must have gone through something similar, Leo thought to himself. Beside him, Mage Plav looked at the veterans with unabashed admiration. Wow, is this the pinnacle of Lumern Academy? In response, Carr took the chance to show off and began introducing each of them to her. The muscular man to the east is Lee Jamua, the southern woman beside him is Torua Yen, and the pale one with the hood seems to be Ulta. But I don't see that person, Carr asked, puzzled. As if there should be someone accompanying those three. Who is it? Leo asked curiously. The head of Lumern Academy, Student Council President Reese, Carr replied. At that moment, a hand reached from behind, gripped Leo's shoulder, and pulled him away, and by the time Carr turned back to continue speaking, he found his friend's voice had vanished into thin air. Back with the protagonist, the one who had pulled him turned out to be the swordswoman Celia. Seeing her hurried demeanor, Leo grew curious and asked, Celia, what's wrong? In response to the question, Celia said that Leo needed to go with her to the city of Lemuria because the student council president wanted to meet him. Why does the student council president want to see me? Leo asked, eyes full of curiosity. Celia wasn't clear on the reason either and couldn't explain. You're not one to care about school affairs anyway, just go and you'll find out, Celia sighed. Time passed quickly. The scene shifted to a room with Eastern-style architecture. Celia fidgeted, looking around and muttering, I wonder why he asked to meet in a place like this. What? It even smells nice here. Leo shrugged. Then, before they could talk much longer, the student council president arrived, and the moment she saw him, the swordswoman dashed to him like a kitten. Big brother. On his side, Reese lightly ruffled his sister's hair and greeted Leo. Nice to meet you, Leo Plav. I've heard a lot about you. You're aiming to become a versatile hero, right? This was Reese Zerdinger of the Night Department, and he was also the student council president of Lumern. Then, true to form, Reese pulled out a basket of steamed buns for everyone before they started talking. Does this suit everyone's taste? He asked gently. Yes, Leo replied. Then Reese noticed his sister looked a bit anxious and asked, What's wrong, Celia? Celia answered that it was her first time eating this dish. hence the expression. She then slowly tasted a piece, and the instant she put it in her mouth, her eyes widened and she exclaimed in surprise, "Delicious!" Seeing her expression, Reese smiled with satisfaction. "Haha, this is the restaurant I wanted to bring you to once you join Lummern." He paused, then shifted the conversation to Leo. "I didn't expect you'd be the son of that person." Across from him, Leo recognized who Reese meant and asked, "You met my mother before?" "Yes, I met her a few times when she was young, and your aunt was quite famous during her school days." Reese nodded, making Leo even more curious. "My mother." To explain, Reese began recounting the deeds of Madame Reina. Yes, she accomplished many legendary things. For example, she once said the dormitory's dessert was terrible, so she rallied all the students and stormed the headmaster's office. "So she was the protagonist of that famous incident?" Celia shouted. "Exactly," Reese laughed, returning to Leo while the others chatted happily together. He quietly assessed the student council president's abilities and had to admit, as expected, he's deservedly the strongest among Lummern students. It seems only a matter of time before he becomes a hero, Leo thought to himself. Next, after everyone finished eating, Reese cheerfully stood and said, "Then let's go have dessert. I'll pay. So you all go ahead." Hearing that, Leo and Celia quickly left the table. At the same time, suddenly Reese felt a slight warmth on his chest, so he reached into his coat pocket and took out a glowing piece of paper. "Huh, what's this about?" Reese whispered. Time passed quickly. Cut to Leo's classroom, where the mage Eliana spoke up. "Professor, I have a question." In response, the brash professor propped his feet on the desk and smugly asked, "Eliana Layden, let's hear your pointless question." Eliana didn't get angry. She raised her hand and called out loudly, "Why haven't we chosen a class representative yet? I heard all the other classes have already picked theirs." "Oh, that's true." Tide nodded in agreement. Only when she mentioned it did the professor remember. "Class rep? Ah, right, I forgot about that." Saying that, he turned to Leo and suggested, "Leo, you do it." Before Leo could agree, the others immediately complained. "What? Professor, shouldn't we democratically elect a class representative by vote?" To answer, Harid tossed a half-meter-high stack of papers onto the teacher's desk and demanded, "Class rep, take these and sort them out." Seeing the enormous workload, Eliana shrank back and didn't dare say another word. Then the loudspeaker on the wall announced, "In a moment we will have a joint lesson on herd research. All first-year students please prepare to go to the auditorium." Hearing this, Leo glanced at the professor and asked, "Professor, should we head there right away?" "That's the demeanor of a class rep." Harid nodded in agreement. Cut to the auditorium. According to the announcer, students were slowly gathering together, and there, Leo and Harid also spotted the mage Chloe. Her current appearance made both of them a bit curious. "Hi Chloe, you look tired." Upon hearing the greeting, Chloe's eyes brightened slightly and she immediately asked, "Do you have any healing potions left? Could you sell one to me?" Seeing that, Carr wasn't stingy and tossed her 2 healing potions, saying, "This is all I have left." Beside them, Leo's voice held some concern. "It's only the start of the year and you're already pushing yourself so hard?" Meanwhile, holding the potion, the mage immediately downed it in one gulp and said she was fine. Looking at the stubbornness on Chloe's face, Carr couldn't help but admire her. "Wow, impressive she's top in magical theory," Chelsea added. "But I guess Chloe has no choice but to worry. The moment Leo picks up the latest magical trends, he could overtake her in the theory exam. Right? What's wrong with being second?" Carr asked, puzzled, prompting Chelsea to stare at him as if he were an idiot. "Have you completely lost your mind or what? She's a tower mage. We're combat mages, so it's fine if we're a bit behind in theory. But researching new magic is the core of the tower. Her honor is at risk." "You're really a mage, are you?" In reply, the alchemist friend said nonchalantly, "First of all, of course I use magic to make a living. Survival magic is my pride." In another development, as soon as Student Council President Reese realized the paper in his hand was glowing, he immediately went to see Headmaster Callian to report it. And after hearing the story, the headmaster's expression changed and grew serious. The hero record shard that was damaged had reacted. "Did that hero shard actually react?" he asked. Reese nodded and confirmed emphatically, "Yes, this shard was so badly damaged it shouldn't have been able to react. But it did. Moreover, there were no relics nearby." Hearing that, Headmaster Callian asked further, "Did it react again afterward?" "No." Reese shook his head and turned back to the headmaster. With so little information, he couldn't deduce this strange phenomenon. "Let's investigate this further." You must be exhausted from returning well done. Saying that, he summoned his secretary Elena into the room. He asked her to take this to the Hall of Beginnings. The first-year joint lecture in the auditorium was about to start. Yes, I understand. Elena nodded and hurried to the auditorium. He left the old headmaster behind, still pondering the matter. Sometimes even small shards like this can react. If the person recorded in the Hero Chronicle makes contact, it will react. Cut to Lumern Academy's auditorium. The first-year joint course on hero studies was underway. The instructor was Professor Arshan Nir, who oversaw Class 1-8. Because multiple classes were seated together, the room buzzed like a marketplace, leaving the petite professor flustered. Please be quiet, Arshan requested, but the students' mouths kept firing off like machine guns. Arshan's tolerance reached its limit. At that moment, a shadow of a Qilin appeared behind her, and her personality shifted 180 degrees. Everyone, shut up if you don't want to get hit. You damned brats, who should I deal with first? She yelled, her demeanor completely different from her earlier gentleness. Damn it, you won't listen. Then, as if a switch had been flipped, Arshan suddenly returned to her gentle expression. Ah, finally quiet. Thank you, she said pleasantly. The students above were terrified, so scary. Oh my god. No matter how many times they'd seen it, it still frightened them. Our professor is really terrifying, the 8th class students thought, trembling inside. Meanwhile, Leo watched the rocket speed personality change in awe. It turned out she was a spirit mage. Spirit mages were rare even in previous lives. Returning to Arshan, once the class fell silent, she drew a dagger and began her lecture. We will start the first-year joint hero studies class. With the emergence of the Hero Chronicle, the reason heroic lineages appeared is this: to open a hero's world requires an object deeply bound to or closely related to that hero. Therefore, descendants of heroes have an easier time opening a hero world. This is why Lumern Academy, the place that preserves hero chronicles, has deep ties with those lineages. Although this is political, you could say it's like the relationship between a key and a treasure. Now do you all understand why hero studies are important? Hero studies are important because they help us find clues to conquer a hero's world or better understand them. In your final year, you'll choose a hero to inherit their power and attempt their hero chronicle pages. At the same moment, Secretary Elena also entered the auditorium and handed Professor Arshan the paper from earlier. And as had been announced beforehand, the professor happily shared with everyone. Everyone, this is a shard of a hero chronicle brought back by 5th-year students from Lumern Academy. Hearing her say that, the crowd gasped in wonder. And not wanting to keep the students curious for long, Arshan gently opened the box. Up front, the students held their breath, swallowing and staring at the small box with curiosity. However, before she could fully reveal it, Arshan suddenly closed it again. Alright, before you experience this Hero Chronicle shard, everyone tell us what goal you want to achieve as a hero. Across the room, the students showed visible disappointment. Next, the swordswoman Celia raised her hand and said, I want to become a knight who surpasses the generations before my family. Oh, that's an excellent goal, Arshan praised. Elsewhere, the mage Chloe voiced her ambition. I want to write a spellbook containing only my original spells. I want to become a support for heroes, Carr declared firmly, and his dream drew praise from the professor. It seems Carr wants to be someone who supports heroes. Wonderful. Turning to Leo, he then stated his goal. My goal is to completely destroy Erebos. His words suddenly silenced the entire auditorium, and after about 2 seconds of silence, Professor Arshan awkwardly said, yes, that's an astonishing goal. Okay, next. Paying no mind to the strange looks around him, Leo calmly sat back down. Meanwhile, some upperclassmen began to mock Leo's dream. Isn't he dreaming way too big? The goal of a first-year rep is. As for Professors Harid and Sejin, after hearing Leo, Sejin glanced at his colleague and asked, What do you think? Chills, he's not the type to spout nonsense, Harid replied frankly, while reflecting on the hero's earlier words. Millennia have passed since Erebos was shattered and sealed, but he has reincarnated many times over the years. Even one fragment's rebirth is enough to bring disaster, and Leo's dream to eradicate Erebos entirely made him feel the matter was far from simple. Back with Professor Arshan, after wrapping up the students' ambitions, she continued. So today we'll read a hero chronicle page recovered from a dungeon. Each class will guess which hero it belongs to, and then we'll learn how to conquer that hero's world. Oh, and by the way, in case anything unexpected happens, the professors from each class will be observing here. So please don't cause trouble. Hearing her say that, the students' heartbeats began racing with excitement. After all, this was the first time we'd touch a hero chronicle so thrilling. Up front, groups of students whispered and murmured, And not wanting to keep them waiting long, Professor Arshan continued, "All right, representatives from each class please step up." Upon hearing this, Leo and the familiar class representatives ran up onto the stage, and Arshan said, "2 hero chronicles were brought back this time. Of course we'll use only one for today's lesson. The other is a very small shard, but we brought it out so you could see that pieces like this also exist." As she spoke, she set the 2 boxes in front of Leo. Seeing that, Leo casually picked up the small paper in front of him. But immediately after, suddenly a strange event occurred. Everyone received a notification, "Hero Chronicle opened. World unknown, chapter unknown." At that moment, a gigantic, highly intricate magic array materialized above the stage. And on the other side, Professor Sejin shouted, "It's getting out of control." No sooner had he spoken than their figures suddenly vanished before everyone's eyes. And when they reappeared, the group realized they were inside a strange, unfamiliar world. This was an alien world with a blood-red sky, and all around were countless corpses of monsters in every shape and size. Looking at the scene, a girl inside the group cried out in panic, "Corpses!" Hearing that, Professor Harrid withdrew his flippant manner and spoke to calm them. "Prepare yourselves. This is a hero's dungeon." As for Professor Sejin, he too had noticed something and pointed in one direction. "Harrid, I can see the fortress over there." At those words, everyone turned toward where the professor pointed and discovered an old citadel whose walls were riddled with countless cracks. To Leo, the sight was all too familiar, the last defensive line of the disaster era and the final city. "The Gardaslan wall, if the timing's right," Leo muttered. At the same time, a voice suddenly rang out behind them. "Yes, my unfulfilled wish was truly foolish, but we will save the world." Hearing the familiar voice, Leo turned to face his former comrade and whispered in a tone only he could hear, "Lassina's." Opposite him, the black-haired girl smiled faintly and then slowly dissolved into a stream of light. After that, the space around them shattered and the group was transported back to the Great Hall. Everything happened so fast that the student representatives had no idea what was going on. "Professors, what's happening?" Chunxia asked nervously. Faced with the situation, Professor Harrid immediately canceled the class, told everyone to stay calm, and ordered the lecture hall evacuated at once. Above, without further prompting from their teacher, the students fled in panic. Only Leo remained, still brooding over the paper in his hand, because by now he had recognized what that paper was. "This is Kyle's page, this is my chronicle." Beside him, Professor Harrid stared at him with a thoughtful look. What exactly was he thinking? Time quickly passed. Scene shifts to 5th period. By now Leo's friends were asking what he had experienced when he was transported to that strange hero world. And after hearing Leo's story they gaped. "You met the Sage King? That's amazing. This is a historic event. So that's the hero chronicle of Lassina's?" Chelsea the mage said with admiring eyes. And not to mention her, even the mage Eliana was filled with regret, bitterly wishing she hadn't let Leo be class president. "I should have been class president. I missed a great opportunity." "Ha, really?" Carr said with dripping sarcasm. As a result, the mage immediately turned and socked him. "Looks like today's your funeral," she said as her fists flew like pistons, while the orange-haired boy just hunched to take the blows. At the same time, Professor Harrid coldly looked at the noisy group by the door. "I came here to scold the rowdiest class, and here you are. Choose study hall or suspension." After saying this, before the group could even react, he had already left. Back to Leo. Since returning to class, he'd been lost in thought about what had just happened. Why was his hero chronicle the only one scrambled? It was in such bad shape he could barely tell whose world it belonged to. It was as if someone had deliberately tried to destroy his hero chronicle. A true hero chronicle is the inheritable source of a hero's power. If someone didn't want a new hero to be born, it could only be that bastard Erebos. But I need to investigate why my hero chronicle was fragmented first, Leo silently planned inside his head. Time passed quickly. A month later the scene shifts to the School of Magic classroom, where the handsome Professor Len pointed to a magic sigil on his back and explained. "Primal magic, in other words a unique spell, this will be your midterm practical exam. Primal magic is a type of spell that distinctly expresses a mage's personality. In today's era, with sigil activation techniques becoming mainstream, mages no longer strive to create primal magic. However, primal magic can become a secret technique for self-preservation in emergencies. For example, the star magic that every elf learns. In fact, This is only a small copy of primal magic. Historically, only one person used the true star magic, and that was its creator, the founder Nebula Luna. Speaking of the mage Chloe, when she heard mention of star magic, she cast a sidelong glance at Leo, because she remembered that, in the earlier ball match, Leo used that magic to get the better of himself. Nearby, sensing Chloe staring at him, Leo also glanced back to observe her, and noticed a grim-tinged magic book at her side emitting a dark aura. Catching Leo's eye, Chloe hurriedly hid the book away. It was a star grimoire. Leo wondered to himself. Before he could figure that out, Professor Len declared the class over. Everyone must be eager to discover their unique spell. Class dismissed. Hearing this, the students noisily filed out. But at that moment Leo, worried about the grimoire, grabbed Chloe's sleeve. "Wait, Chloe, would you like to have lunch with me?" As he spoke, he also thought that Chloe hiding the grimoire made her even more suspicious. However, perhaps because the mage was wary of him, she immediately refused. "I don't have time for that. I'm definitely going to beat you in this practical exam." Elsewhere, Carr saw the tension and ran over to intervene. "Hey, what's up with you two? Leo, you devil, do you dare challenge the top spot at the Frost Queen's Academy?" In reply, Chloe reaffirmed her resolve. "I've lost to Leo technically, but when it comes to magical theory, I won't let anyone surpass me, so this time, no matter what, I will win," Chloe said, her eyes filled with determination. Seeing that, Leo smiled and asked, "If I back down now, wouldn't that be disrespectful to you?" Across from him, Chloe nodded in response. Seeing this, the protagonist extended his hand and promised, "All right, then both of us should prepare well." As for Carr, witnessing their handshake filled him with admiration. What a natural way to shake hands. Time flew until late afternoon. Scene shifts to the Hero Tower. At this time, Leo was here searching for clues about his hero chronicle. Somewhere nearby was Lumern's forbidden library. If he could get there, he might find clues about his lost chronicle. As he thought this, he calmly walked the stairs, while a few female students spotted him, blushed, and whispered, "Isn't he a freshman? Why is he here? So cute." Elsewhere, a voice called out to Leo Plov. "I've heard a lot about you from Professor Len. Nice to meet you." The voice belonged to Torua Yen, a fifth-year student in the School of Magic. In front of her, realizing this was a senior, the protagonist bowed and greeted, "Hello, what is a freshman doing in the Hero Tower?" As she spoke, Torua even stuck out her foot to block the protagonist's path. Seeing her action, he improvised an excuse. "I'm here to meet the student council president. If you join the School of Magic, you'll have a chance." "I'm already enrolled in the School of Magic," Leo replied calmly. On that, Torua stepped aside to let him pass. "Thanks," Leo nodded, and then, before he went up, Torua reminded him, "Leo, I want you to declare your major as School of Magic before this semester ends. Understood?" In response, the protagonist nodded gently. Next, to go up, he entered an elevator. However, after pressing the floor button, for some reason the elevator wouldn't move at all. "What's going on? Why won't it work?" Leo asked curiously as he kept pressing the buttons. To enlighten him, a voice answered, "You need to channel mana into it, that's how it activates." "Nice to meet you, Leo Plov." The voice belonged to the big guy Zamua, a fifth-year student in the Knights Department. "So you're the freshman representative who's been causing a stir?" Responding, Leo, realizing this was a senior, bowed respectfully. Up front, Zamua, curious why Leo was here, asked, "What brought you to the Hero Tower?" Our protagonist answered frankly, I have a few things to discuss with the student council president." Leo's relaxed attitude made the senior laugh and stroke his chin. "Ha, a freshman unafraid of me, plenty of nerve to barge into the student council president's office alone." "I wouldn't call it barging in," Leo protested, but the burly guy ignored him and suggested, "You should seriously consider joining the Knights Department. What do you say?" To that offer, Leo could only force a strained smile as one person after another kept trying to recruit him to their department. "Am I tired before the main event even starts?" Leo grumbled inwardly. Scene shifts to the front of the student council president's office. Arriving there, Leo stopped, knocked on the door and said, "Inside, President Reese, I'm Leo Plov. May I come in?" The warm voice of Reese replied, "Come in." With permission granted, Leo quickly opened the door and stepped inside, and the moment he was seen, the handsome young man asked directly, "What's the matter, Leo?" Answering, Leo hesitated a few seconds in thought, then stated his purpose: "I want access to the Forbidden Library." This request immediately changed the student council president's expression, and he adopted a serious tone. "Leo, I know you're not the joking type, but there are only two ways for an ordinary student to enter the Forbidden Library. The first is to conquer a hero dungeon. By tradition, conquerors return any taken book pages to the hero records themselves. As for the second way, I'll tell you once you join the student council," Reese said with a smile. It seems everyone in the student council is trying to win Leo to their side. Time passed quickly. Scene shifts to the familiar training grounds. Today is the Knight's department practical exam, and although it's not his department, many students from other departments have come to watch, and of course the gossip-loving Car is here too. Finally, the day has come, the first practical test of the Knight's department. Lots of people are coming to watch. You can't watch a match like this without popcorn. He excitedly advertised his goods to the students gathered to watch. Watching this, the mage Chelsea could only sigh. It seems Car is really passionate about his business. Eliana laughed freely in response. "Haha, that's so Car, he'll still make plenty of money even if he's not in Lumern." In another corner, Leo scanned the surroundings and realized that the mage Chloe didn't seem to be here. Then, without keeping everyone waiting, Professor A stepped forward and announced the first duel. Halil Snaff of Class 1 and Leo Plav of Class 5 step up. Hearing this, both of them moved forward at once. Meanwhile, our merchant friend Car had already spotted a potential customer and ran over to hawk his goods. "Professor Sejin, would you like some popcorn and soda today?" he cheerfully offered, holding the snacks forward. However, in response to his sales pitch, the teacher sneered derisively. "Huh, you think I'd buy that?" asked Harlan. Seeing this, Car didn't give up. Instead, he turned to look at his friend Celia. Beside him, Celia nodded in understanding. And as if they'd rehearsed this many times before, Celia put on an adorable, kitten-like face and looked at the professor with expectant eyes. "Professor, could you buy us some popcorn? It really looks delicious." Not only that, Car began loudly calling out Sejin's name, prompting the crowd to start cheering. No other choice, since the students were asking to save face. Whether he wanted to or not, Sejin had to agree. "Give one to each of them," he said calmly, while our merchant friend was thrilled because he'd just made another batch of sales. Back at the arena, Leo smiled at his opponent and said, "Congratulations. Good luck to you, first combatant." Opposite him, answering Leo's friendly face, was a very sly expression. This boy was Halil's of the Knights Department and a heroic descendant of the Snaff line. "If you don't care about me, you'll regret it," Halil said, licking his lips. Additional info from Car. Basic Lumern info: passing the Knights Department midterm practical requires winning 5 bouts in duel matches. High up in the stands, many students began watching Leo, curious about his true strength. "I wonder what skills the Class 5 freshman has," a girl asked, and the boy next to her, having caught wind of rumors, replied, "Because Leo is specializing in 3 subjects, there's bound to be a gap compared to those focusing on a single discipline." Don't forget Halil's ranked 3rd in Class 1, right after Celia and Duran. As for Halil's, he didn't care much for the protagonist because he thought Leo was arrogant and always lurking around Celia. Unaware of the thoughts of these two students, Professor A began to announce the rules. The person who renders their opponent unable to fight will win. Treat this as a real duel. No sooner had he finished than Leo's expression changed as he began to sense an evil energy emanating from a building not far away. Cut to the location of the mage Chloe. To find a way to beat Leo, she's currently buried in her studies, but the deeper she studied, the more desperate she became, to the point she tore the paper in her hand to pieces and grit her teeth. No, there's no way I can produce this unique magic with my own ability." With that thought, she angrily swept her arm and sent the pile of books and papers on the desk flying. Chloe told herself she absolutely could not lose to Leo in this practical exam, and then, as if she'd made up her mind, Chloe turned her eyes to that dark grimoire from before, the one Leo always worried about, and muttered, "With this, I can win. This time I'll definitely win." As she said this, her expression shifted slightly, becoming unlike her usual self. Back at the training grounds, because he sensed that dark energy, Leo stood frozen, watching toward that building. Seeing Leo standing there dazed even after the signal had sounded, Halils couldn't miss this golden opportunity. He gripped his spear and dashed forward at lightning speed. Too careless. Got you now. As he spoke, Halils thrust the spear straight at Leo's handsome face. But with his combat experience, Leo tilted his head to dodge. Yet Halil's attack didn't end there. He used a skill called Snake Spear, causing the spearhead to twist and writhe into a shape like a serpent's head, and lunge toward the protagonist's throat at blistering speed. However, this still wasn't enough to trouble Leo. Leo merely reached out and easily grabbed that spearhead, stopping it from moving another millimeter. His arm strength was so great that it made Halils question his whole life. Where did Leo get such immense strength? Next, Leo yanked the spear forcefully toward himself, sending Halil's entire body flying along with it. Then, before Halils could react, Leo concentrated power into his fist and unleashed a thunderous punch straight to the number 3 fighter's face, causing him to spit blood and fly backward like a silver projectile. Afterward, Leo shook his hand and taunted, "Who said I'm careless?" Across from him, despite the pain from Leo's punch, Halil still had enough to stand and fight again. "Don't get cocky, the match has only just begun," Halil said, and a strange blue energy started to emanate from him. Unfortunately for Halil, that aura only made Leo feel a bit contemptuous. A guy who can't even use aura claiming great strength doesn't mean his basic weaknesses are fixed. Interesting aura. Unique, Leo muttered as he watched the blue energies rush toward him. Then he enveloped himself in a blazing red aura to protect his body. Opposite him, the foolish student Halil still hadn't realized how wide the gap between his strength and Leo's was, so he remained confident. "Unless it's Celia's fire-level aura, you won't be able to push me back," Halil declared arrogantly. That was what he said. However, a second later, Leo, wrapped in that blazing red aura, cut through the smoke and stood right in front of him. "You're the careless one," the protagonist said coldly, his gaze sharp as if to crush the opponent's remaining confidence. Up in the stands, students happily munched popcorn while enjoying the fight, like watching a real action movie. In one corner, Duran, who had once been defeated by Leo, frowned slightly at Leo's performance. Meanwhile, Zerdinger herself was full of wonder. "Leo, when did you boost your flame light power to this level?" she thought, her eyes betraying astonishment mixed with curiosity. Looking at it from Halil's perspective, no matter how foolish he had been, he finally realized Leo's power wasn't ordinary at all. Seeing the red aura covering the protagonist, he couldn't help but think, what is this? Could it be flame at Celia's level? A madman aiming to surpass every system is really this strong? Anxiety over Leo's power caused a bead of sweat to trickle down his face. Realizing this, Halil understood that he couldn't beat the protagonist without playing his trump card. So he had no choice but to unleash his full strength. "I prepared this move to defeat Celia, but I didn't expect to use it on someone like you, Leo Plav," he said, then focused energy into his palm and used a technique called Prison Serpent. At that moment, a green snake shot out from his palm, streaking forward at lightning speed. As it closed in on Leo, it coiled tightly around him and opened its maw in a threatening roar. Even Leo's flame aura couldn't push the serpent back, prompting him to think with a hint of admiration. "Oh, not bad." From Halil's perspective, having successfully used the skill to restrain Leo, he immediately turned to look at Celia in the stands, his eyes full of excitement like a young boy secretly in love and eager to impress her. "What do you think, Celia? I prepared this technique to control your flame," he called. Across from him, Celia seemed to notice Halil's gaze. She sighed and pointed forward to signal him. This puzzled the young man, and when he turned back to look, he discovered the energy snake he created was slowly evaporating, visible to the naked eye. As Leo's flames grew ever fiercer, within no more than 3 seconds the serpent had completely dissipated, as if it had never existed. Seeing that his ultimate technique, one he'd trained so long for, had no effect on Leo, made Halil's eyes widen in disbelief. With no options left, he had to switch to close-quarters combat. Halil snorted coldly, gritted his teeth, gripped his 2 spears and charged in to attack. At the same time, Leo swiftly drew his sword and countered the assault. The force of his strike was so great that one impact sent a spear flying out of Halil's hand, and the arrogant youth collapsed to the ground. Leo then pointed his sword at him and offered one bit of advice. Don't let your guard down until the flames are completely out. With that, Professor A, seeing the fight had ended, announced the result. The winner, Leo Plav. Up in the stands, Leo's #1 fan, the mage Chelsea, cheered enthusiastically. Awesome. That's so Leo amazing. I knew I could trust you, Leo. Carr added, returning to Halil's thoughts. After his defeat, he accepted it inwardly. Even in practice, he's this good, no wonder he's on par with Celia, Halil muttered to himself. Before he could linger on it, Celia's voice woke him. Impressive, really great, she said with a smile. Her words made Halil a bit embarrassed. He scratched his cheek. What, really? You think he's cool? Putting that aside very quickly, Professor A called the next 2 contestants to the arena. Next, Class 5, Eliana Layden, step up. Hearing her name, the red-haired mage eagerly stepped forward. All right, who's my opponent? Hearing this, Professor A turned to another side and continued. Class 10, Chunxia, step forward. Upon hearing her opponent's name, Eliana's eyes went blank. What? Why do I have to fight one of the top 3 of the cohort? She asked incredulously, though no one answered. Across from her, after summoning, Chunxia stepped up, clasped her hands and said to her opponent, Please go easy on me. Eliana clasped her own hands in return and replied, Yeah, you too. Seeing both students ready, Professor A nodded and declared, Begin the match. No sooner had he spoken than Chunxia began using her magic, causing streams of water to surge and coil around her. Meanwhile, Tide gripped her sword tightly and wrapped her body in flames. Then she began to channel power into her legs and shot forward like an arrow, driving her sword straight at her opponent. Up in the stands, Leo watched this with a hint of worry on his face and thought, This one's gonna hurt. And sure enough, just as Eliana's blade closed in on Chunxia, it was halted by an energy barrier. As a result, the barrier sent her flying like a torn sack out of the ring, and she immediately lost her fighting strength, unable to get back up. Seeing that, Chunxia clasped her hands to salute the audience, and Professor A announced, as usual, the winner. Chunxia, in front, Eliana had recovered and could only wave in annoyance. But I won't back down against Chunxia, she said calmly. Leo felt a bit regretful that Eliana lost so quickly. The match was disadvantageous from the start. But if she'd stayed calmer, she could have done better, he muttered. Next up was the duel between Celia from Class 1 and Duran from Class 1. Facing you should be fun, Celia said. Duran, upon hearing that, only fell silent and said nothing. Up in the stands, Leo grabbed some popcorn from the friend beside him and had to admit, this match looks interesting. Cut to the arena. Now both Celia and Duran drew their weapons and shrouded themselves in powerful auras, drawing everyone's attention. Let's see who the strongest knight of Class 1 is, Celia said excitedly. Then without further ado, both launched powerful, lightning-fast sword strikes, the air ringing with sharp clashes of metal. The wind pressure they generated was strong enough to reach the stands. Wow, is this the skill of top students? One stunned student said. Meanwhile, Carr covered his mouth and asked Leo beside him, Who do you think will win? Leo, hearing the question, Leo tossed a few kernels into his mouth and casually shared his thoughts. Let's see. Based on the current situation, it looks like Celia will lose. His calm remark made Carr gape. He's really cold-blooded. Ignoring that, when Leo looked into Celia's still composed gaze, he had a different thought. This look from Celia seemed to indicate she had a secret move to turn the tide. Back in the fight, Duran took advantage of his aura's properties to dash forward at lightning speed and immediately unleashed a flash attack that grazed Celia's face, leaving a streak of blood on her cheek. He then kept up a barrage of fierce strikes, forcing Celia to retreat several steps. Then, after being pushed back a distance, the swordswoman seized the opportunity to use her ultimate. She raised her sword high above her head, and from within the blade a fierce flame began to surge straight up into the sky. Feeling the power radiating from her, all the students grew restless. Wow! This is no joke, the crowd exclaimed, unsure what Celia was about to unleash. Celia was using her head very well. The training hall in the first-year building was rather small. Celia realized she couldn't match Duran's speed, so she turned the hall into her stage. Now, inside that blazing dome of fire, Duran's movements would be restricted, and the high temperature would also impair his vision. She was already great, But now even stronger, Leo praised inwardly, and sure enough, just as Leo had predicted, inside the blazing field Celia created, Duran's vision was obstructed, making him no longer dare to charge recklessly. Turning back to the swordswoman Celia, she took advantage of Duran's inability to gauge his position or figure out how to respond to the blazing field, and her figure nimbly slid behind him and unleashed a surprise strike, only to regret that Duran's instincts warned him, allowing him to sense the danger and instantly duck to narrowly avoid the blow. Then he gritted his teeth, enveloping his blade in lightning as he thrust straight upward. But what Celia did next was something he couldn't have expected. Celia reached out and grabbed the blade, holding it fast so it couldn't move an inch. Seeing this, Celia broke into a triumphant smile. Got it? With that she launched a headbutt attack, ramming her forehead into Duran's brow. As a result, immediately after taking that sudden blow his eyes went blank as if near death and he staggered, rolling onto the ground. And for Professor A.N., after confirming Duran could no longer fight, he declared, "The winner is Celia Zerdinger," his words prompting the surrounding friends to burst into cheers congratulating her. Back to Celia, after seeing Duran beside her regain consciousness, she offered him a piece of advice. "Why don't you try improving your stamina a bit?" Saying that, she reached out to pull the blonde youth to his feet. In front, Duran didn't act arrogant but took Celia's small hand and stood up. Seeing that sportsmanship, some students couldn't hold back their tears. "That move was truly amazing. We have to record it," a male student said as he kept snapping photos. Turning to Leo, seeing his close friend win, he was happy for her. "Training paid off, Celia, you're awesome," Carr shouted. Then, suddenly Professor Sejin reached over, grabbed a handful of Carr's popcorn and said slowly, "Celia really did win. Thanks for explaining, class rep." And so, the night's practical exam concluded with the results. Celia Zerdinger, 4 wins and 1 loss. Duran, 4 wins and 1 loss. Chunxia, 4 wins and 1 loss. And our protagonist, Leo, was the only one to achieve a perfect 5 for 5 record, losing no matches. Time flew by. A week later, the theoretical exam for linguistics had just ended. Looking at the stack of exams in his hands and after recounting the number, Professor Harrid neatly organized them and nodded to the students before him. "You all did well. Don't fail, otherwise you'll be expelled. So study hard." After saying this, he slammed the door shut, making an extremely loud bang. As soon as the teacher swept out of the classroom, Eliana started freaking out in frustration. "Oh my God. Always expel this. Expel that," she complained. It seemed she hadn't done well on the exam. Meanwhile, in another corner of the class, 2 male students approached the top student Chelsea to ask, "Chelsea, show me your answers." "Heh, who should I show first?" she said arrogantly, making the 2 sycophants' eyes go wide. "Show me first," the 2 begged. Cut to another corner of the classroom, where our protagonist Leo was sprawled over a desk like a lazy cat. Suddenly pink-haired Nella turned down and asked, "How was the exam, class rep?" Hearing someone call him, Leo lifted his head and scratched his head, replying, "I don't think it was too bad." His answer made Nella laugh with delight. "Heh, the class rep always looks like he has everything under control, and yet you can pull a face like that?" In response, Leo's face went blank like he hadn't fully woken up. "Did I really do that?" Across from him, seeing that expression made Nella laugh even more, to the point she offered Leo a free healing session. "If anything hurts, just tell me, and I'll heal it with my magic." At the same time, out of nowhere merchant friend Carr crawled out of some corner and came over complaining, "Oh Nella, my shoulders and back are so stiff. Help me." Before Nella could answer, Mage Chelsea started punching his back like a machine, making the orange-haired guy hurt so much he spat out water. "Now it doesn't hurt anymore, right?" Chelsea asked with a smile, then turned to Leo and said, "Leo, how's your summoning practice going? Tide says you hardly ever show up to the summoning practice room." In reply to that question, Leo said he trains hard in places where no one can see him. Chelsea believed him completely 100% with not a hint of doubt. "That's so you, Leo. So what rank are you aiming for on the summoning test?" "Definitely first place," Leo said confidently, sharing his goal. Time passed again. Cut to the summoning department's practice field. Today was the day of the summoning practical exam. Although it was a test for the summoning department, Many students from other departments had come to watch. While everyone waited for the test to begin, the announcer's voice echoed around. Hello, it's that time of year again, the biggest event of the first semester for freshmen. Welcome to the summoning race. I'm Runbates, a third-year student in the summoning department. Somewhere in the stands, siblings Celia and Reese were also present to observe the exam. While waiting, Celia turned to her older brother and asked, "So this really is a test?" She said curiously, and Reese explained, "The summoning race is a beloved tradition of the summoning department. It's also a highlight of interdepartmental events, so everyone gets excited." As for Merchant Gaikar, as always whenever events drew a crowd of students, he took the chance to sell popcorn and Coke to make a little extra money. Meanwhile, down on the practice field, the summoning department students had gathered together. At this moment, Summoner Eliza turned and stared at the protagonist, asking, "I heard you performed excellently on the night's practical exam. Have you prepared well for the summoning practical?" In reply, Leo said, of course he had prepared. Eliza seemed unconvinced by Leo's words. Her voice took on a skeptical tone. "You say that, but you haven't shown up to any practice sessions. Do you disrespect the summoning department?" Her comment started to rile up the other students, making them angry at Leo. "That's right, if you're going to be lazy, just quit. We've never even seen you form a real summoning contract." Voices of frustration began to rise. In the end, Tide stepped forward to calm everyone down. "Don't lose your temper." However, Tide's words seemed to carry little weight, because the students' anger around them showed no sign of easing. A blonde trainee began to challenge Tide. "Don't defend him just because you're in the same class. This guy shows no respect for our department." Hearing this, Chun Xia frowned and warned, "This atmosphere isn't good if it stays like this before the test." Before she could finish, a black-haired student with a middle-parted hairstyle sneered, "Chun Xia, you're outstanding in the Knights department, so you don't need to care much about summoning, right?" His name was Sen Lu. He was also from the eastern continent like Chun Xia, and at his remark, Chun Xia's voice faltered. "That matter." Without letting her finish, the big guy Warrenden stepped forward to complain. "Too noisy. If you're going to argue and form factions just because someone is slightly better at summoning, please don't do it in front of me, take it elsewhere." At this, San Lu, whether he'd eaten something wrong or what, snapped like a mad dog and showed his anger. "What did you just say, Warrenden?" Warrenden's face showed clear contempt in reply. "I said it's annoying to hear people act like riding summoned beasts a bit better is some great achievement." Turning to San Lu's perspective, he suddenly remembered something and pointed at Warrenden. "Huh? Feeling guilty now? You hardly ever show up to taming practice either. That's because I don't think it's worth training. I'm not an idiot like you. Even a griffin can't be tamed," the big guy sneered. By now, foolish Sen Lu could no longer contain his rage. He balled his fist and threw a punch straight at Warrenden, forgetting that Warrenden was the top graduate of the southern region, and San Lu only came up to Warrenden's chest. Luckily, before his punch could reach the white-haired big guy, Leo grabbed his arm tightly and warned, "If you fight before the exam, things won't just stop at a warning, you'll lose your right to take the test." Leo's reminder was like a bucket of cold water poured on San Lu's face. Yet he showed no gratitude for being stopped and only snorted irritably. At the same time, Tide came up beside the protagonist and quietly warned, "Right now our summoning department has a pretty bad atmosphere." Hearing that, Leo looked surprised and asked, "Why is that?" In reply, Tide's expression was a little sad as he explained, "Summoning is a field where there's a huge skill gap between majors and non-majors, but because you and that Tide guy, non-summoning majors, are topping the class, the second-year students in the summoning department are very annoyed with us. Moreover, you rarely attend practice." Hearing this, Leo understood everything why the other students had hostile attitudes toward him and wasn't too surprised. "Of course, to others it might look like I'm slacking, but I don't mean to be careless," Leo told himself. At the same time, in another corner of the stands, a mysterious figure cloaked in black was intently watching San Lu below and whispered, "It's starting." After saying that, he created a spatial gate beside him and vanished into it. As for San Lu, for some reason a flame of rage burned hotter and hotter inside him with nowhere to vent. "We'll see, you arrogant brat, I'll crush you," he told himself inwardly, eyes blazing red as if unwell. Time flew by, and as the exam time drew near, the announcer Runba's voice rang out once more. "Before we begin, I'll explain the rules of the event. First-year students of the summoning department may only use summoning magic in the test. Even dual-degree students are prohibited from using ether fields or other magic. When the event starts, tame the griffin right in front of you and cross the summoning island. Then return by circling around the silent lake. Who will be the star of the summoning department's midterm practical? We'll find out soon. As his voice echoed, all the first-year summoning students stood at the starting line with anxious faces staring ahead, and so they wouldn't get any tenser, Professor Yura called out loudly, "Rookies, don't be nervous, just do it like you practiced. Anyone who can't handle the pressure can stay after class." Hearing her words only made the students in the class more nervous. They told themselves not to be tense, but their bodies kept trembling. Ignoring their condition, Yura announced, "The contest begins." Immediately after, some in the class who seemed to have planned in advance turned to each other and nodded in understanding. Then, while several other students in the class ran quickly toward the griffins, Sun Lu's hounds began to cast spells, aimed straight at the positions of Leo and Warrenden. This made announcer Runba gasp. "Oh, what's this? It's like they planned it beforehand. They're all targeting class rep Leo Plav and Southern top graduate Warrenden." Elsewhere, Tide, riding his griffin, saw Leo being targeted and worriedly wanted to rush over to help. However, Leo immediately stopped him. "Don't worry about me. Keep going, this is an exam." Hearing this, Tide only managed to apologize and quickly urged his griffin to fly on. Up in the stands, spectators seeing Sun Lu's hounds cheat began to shout and curse. If they had rotten eggs, they tossed them down too. Disgusting, those summoning department people quit and play fair. As for Leo, being sabotaged like that left him a bit chafed inside. "I knew they hated me, but I didn't expect them to unite to block me like this." On the other hand, Runba, being a summoning student himself, had to speak up for his juniors. "Haha. Though the jeers from Class 5 are loud, that's their tactic." Oh, just as I say that, Warrenden immediately dispels the attack on him. Turning to Warrenden, he had steadied his griffin beneath him and asked Leo, "Are you okay? Do you need my help?" Leo waved him off. "No, I can handle it myself." Seeing that, Warrenden didn't waste time and immediately guided his griffin skyward like an arrow. Meanwhile, Leo remained stuck amid the cluster of spells around him, making Chelsea in the stands worry nonstop. In another corner of the arena, Professor Yura witnessed this and couldn't hide the concern in her eyes. "The rift among the freshmen runs deeper than I thought. Are they openly teaming up against Leo? Leo's main specialty isn't spirits but summoning. This test will be tough for that kid." That was what the summoning department professor thought. However, all of her thoughts had to change completely when she saw what happened next. At that moment, our protagonist Leo murmured some incantations. "Spirits, please unshackle me and open the path ahead. Grant me the great mercy of nature. Spirits, please unshackle me and open the path ahead." As the chant rang out, two streams of light suddenly appeared before Leo. From within them, two tiny spirits emerged, one red, one green. From their appearance, they seemed to represent the fire and wind attributes. For Professor Yura, hearing Leo's words left her dumbfounded, because she understood what they meant. Spirit tongue? And he speaks it fluently? But how? She wondered inwardly. At the same time, Leo looked back at her with a somewhat teasing expression. Seeing that, all of Yura's worries immediately melted away. She sighed and told herself, "I guess I need to relearn summoning." Time passed quickly, cutting to the other students. They were now riding griffins across a vast meadow. While flying, a dumb guy from Sin Lu's group laughed loudly. "Haha, serves him right. Representative of the freshmen and the top student in the South. He can't even get started. He's definitely going to finish last." Beside him, Sin Lu nodded and added, "How does it feel, Eliza? Pretty satisfying, right?" In response to their words, the white-haired Eliza suddenly spurred her griffin, flying alongside him and giving him a disdainful look. "I don't like this. I can beat Leo Plav, Warrenden, or anyone else without stooping to this." Her remark surprised Sin Lu for a moment. Then, to make him understand, Eliza bluntly stated the issue. "What do you think others will think of the summoning class after this?" To that, Sin Lu showed no remorse or worry at all. He even laughed loudly. "Who cares? Haha, those people will be the ones embarrassed." Seeing that, Eliza realized this guy was hopeless. So she only warned him, Next time, think before you act. After saying that, she jerked the reins hard and sent her griffin charging forward, leaving Sanlu behind, grinding his teeth in anger. He cursed her silently in his mind. This arrogant brat acts proud just because she has a powerful family backing her. But anyway, I'll definitely get second place. Apart from Eliza, I'm the best at handling flying beasts. This time I'll get the best rank. He fantasized to himself. However, before that illusion could last more than a few seconds, a girl's shout came from behind. Sanlu, look behind you. Hearing the call, Sanlu turned his head and saw that Chunxia was standing on her griffin's back. Her riding posture looked like surfing. Her face looked like she was out for fun, not taking a test at all. What is that pose? Someone said awkwardly. All of Sanlu's earlier confidence vanished like smoke at the sight. She doesn't even need to use spirit power to buff the beast? This speed is impossible, he shouted, then reverted to his old dirty tricks. Everyone, let's bring her down together. Responding to that, an orange-haired girl said excitedly, All right, take this. As she spoke, the girl summoned a wind attribute spirit to prepare an attack. But Chunxia had long since recognized this group's dirty nature. How could she not be on guard? The moment the wind spirit was summoned, she guided her mount in a curved flight path and turned back toward them. This left the orange-haired girl stunned, unable to react. What? She cried out. Then Chunxia jumped straight off her griffin and delivered a kick aimed at the pigtails girl, a precise, powerful strike. Before the girl could scream, she was sent flying off her mount. That's cheating, the girl yelled in panic. Meanwhile, Chunxia quickly grabbed the griffin's reins, shrugged, and said, Well, I don't even need to use aura anymore. Then she drove the griffin forward, flying alongside Sanlu and smiled. Hello, Sanlu, to which the idiot responded with an irritated attitude, warning her. You made a mistake turning us into enemies. Hearing that, Chunxia nodded in acknowledgement but didn't forget to warn him. I admit I'm not good at aerial combat, but I'm not your only opponent. Someone out there is very angry about your petty tricks. No sooner had she finished than before Sanlu could understand what Chunxia meant. A deafening explosion went off behind them, drawing everyone's attention, and that wasn't all. Numerous other large explosions went off beside the mounts, sending them into a panic. Seeing this, Chunxia wasn't very surprised. Warren seemed like the type who remembers and repays every slight. She glanced at the big guy as he pushed his speed to the max and caught up with the lead group. Spotting Sanlu ahead, Warren's face filled with rage. You piece of trash, take this as a return gift. Then he used his magic again, launching countless fireballs forward. The explosions his fireballs caused made Sanlu's group struggle to keep their mounts stable. Back at the arena, Leo had managed to break free from the blocking spells, and announcer Runba's voice rang out. First-year representative Leo Plav, famed across Lumern for his ambition to join the Academy's elite, seems intent on stealing the spotlight today, but could summoning be Leo's fatal weakness? At that remark, the audience all turned their attention to the protagonist to see what he'd do next, since Leo had started much later than the others. From Leo's perspective, he immediately noticed a thorn driven into the griffin's wing. It seemed magic wasn't the only way they tried to sabotage him, which made Leo seethe as a would-be hero. Being subject to such petty tricks was shameful. Saying that, he reached for the reins at the griffin's neck. However, the mount reacted extremely violently. It began to scream as if the house were on fire. Leo was trying to tame the griffin. My advice is you shouldn't try to ride a griffin when it's this wary, his friend Runba commented enthusiastically. At the same time, up in the stands, the swordswoman Celia also worriedly said, Oh no, why does Leo have to push it so hard? He must have his reasons, added the older brother Reese. Back with Leo, although the griffin's resistance made things difficult for him, very quickly he began to dig in with both hands and pull the reins hard to gain control. I know how you feel, but right now you must listen to me, Neil, Leo said with an icy look, making the griffin shudder. It sensed that, if it continued to act out, it would bring about a terrible disaster, so very quickly it became obedient, and as for Leo, seeing the mount calm down, he quickly climbed onto its back and officially set off. Oh, Leo's griffin has joined in. A rough and risky start looks like last place is unavoidable. his host friend Runba shouted. Ignoring those words, Leo looked at the wound on the griffin's wing and reassured it. This will probably hurt, but you've held up well, very brave. In the name of the Pact Maker, I command you, show yourself before me. At the sound of this, a burst of flame suddenly flared beside Leo, and then the young phoenix Fiora appeared, immediately covering the griffin with her phoenix fire, causing the griffin to let out a wild cry. Elsewhere, the swordswoman Celia, witnessing this, stared in bewilderment and asked, "What is that fire?" Without answering, the guild leader Risa's eyes were fixed on the screen as he thought, "Is that Zerdinger's flame? No, that's not Aura's flame, then what on earth is it?" Back with Senlu's group, a girl behind him spoke up, "Their injuries are serious. At this rate we won't reach top speed." In response, someone in the group calmly said, "But at least we can avoid dead last. Relax a bit." And no sooner had he finished speaking, they saw a figure streak past them like a gust of wind. And that person was none other than Leo. With speed amplified by the phoenix fire, his griffin was now flying forward like a rocket. "Now let's see. Pick up the pace a bit more." Leo smiled as he spotted the opposing group's silhouette. But at that moment, suddenly from ahead there came a roar that echoed in all directions from a dragon. Seeing its shape, Leo immediately recognized it and exclaimed, "That's Fafnir." To explain the dragon's appearance, we must go back a few minutes. After seeing the burly Warrenden charging in, Eliza also drove her mount forward to attack. "This is where you end, Warrenden. I refuse to give up first place." In response, Warrenden said nothing. Instead, he casually snapped his fingers, and a small flame suddenly appeared beside Eliza. Then it unexpectedly detonated without warning. Luckily, Eliza's mount handling was excellent, so she managed to keep her griffin steady and escape. However, the surprise attack put Eliza on high alert, a burst attack using Fire Spirit and Wind Spirit. This move isn't just a display of spiritual control. I've never heard that he studied magic, Warrenden, but no matter how powerful the attack is, it's meaningless if it doesn't hit. As she spoke, she guided her mount in a zigzag pattern, avoiding all the explosions Warrenden created. Seeing this, the burly guy realized his burst attacks weren't very effective, so he switched to a different method of attack. "Let's see if you can dodge this." With that, he used ice magic to form sharp ice projectiles in the air. Then he combined them with wind magic and fired the ice shards like a rainstorm straight at Eliza. This was an extremely wide area attack, leaving the white-haired woman no time to evade. Then, for some unknown reason, her griffin suddenly opened its beak and spewed a column of searing flame, shooting directly at the incoming ice columns and shattering them mid-flight, which prompted the host Runba to excitedly comment, "What an amazing clash!" Warrenden used 3 spirits for the attack, and Eliza countered by empowering her summoned mount. At that moment, Chunxia took advantage of the opening to surge ahead. "Well then, thanks," the black-haired girl said cheerfully, but there was no way Eliza would let her pass so easily. "I won't allow that to happen, Chunxia." Saying that, Eliza threw out 2 whips, which coiled tightly around Chunxia's neck and dragged her backward, and at the same time, a small flame appeared in front of her. Seeing that, Chunxia immediately guessed what was about to happen and hurriedly leaped off her mount, and sure enough, a terrible explosion occurred at the spot where the flame had been. Then she raised both hands and tore the energy whip apart, and gently landed back on the griffin's body. The combined attack from Warrenden and Eliza left the young woman sweating. The top summoning students, they're truly not ordinary. No sooner had she finished speaking than a loud, piercing roar echoed, drawing the attention of all the contestants. By their looks, someone realized that, somehow, the idiot Senlu had summoned a black dragon. He looked at everyone with a face full of madness. "I'll slaughter all of you, you bastards." Seeing this, Chunxia rushed forward and warned him, "Senlu, riding anything other than a griffin is against the rules." But Senlu was completely deranged and couldn't think straight. "Shut up. I don't care about that, you talentless brats who rely on gifts. I'll kill you all." With that, he directed the giant black dragon to block the path ahead, preventing the group from advancing. "Did he make a pact with a black dragon?" Warrenden asked, and after observing for a moment, Eliza shook her head and explained, "It's not a black dragon. It looks more like a mutant form." At the same time, Leo's griffin was also dashing forward. Its arrival surprised Sen Lu. Leo, why are you after me here? Leave me alone. I'll take you down. Not letting the idiot finish, the protagonist stared at him with an icy gaze and demanded, Hey, where did you get that lizard? Below. Sun Lu didn't catch the odd tone in Leo's voice and boasted, Haha, jealous? This is my power. I registered a pact with my summoning magic. You look jealous of my summoned beast, don't you? Hearing this, Leo knew the guy was hopeless. You call that a summoned beast? That's ridiculous. That's a mutant monstrosity, a monstrosity controlled by the mages of Tartarus. It's one of the powerful beasts from the Tartarus army we defeated during the Great Catastrophe era. Where did he even get that creature? Leo wondered inwardly, but before he could think of an answer, San Lu had already begun commanding his monster to attack. Attack! Black Dragon! At his master's command, the dragon opened its maw and unleashed a column of destructive light aimed straight at the group of youths. Seeing this, Leo's group hurriedly steered their mounts to the side to dodge. However, the last person in the back, Chunxia, couldn't react in time to the speed of the attack. She knew it was too late to dodge, so she used her magic to form an energy shield to defend herself. But even so, the shield was far too fragile against the dragon's attack. It couldn't hold for a second before shattering into pieces. Chunxia and her griffin were slammed down to the ground. Fortunately, Leo reacted in time, dashed over, and gently caught Chunxia. After checking the young woman's injuries briefly, Leo immediately reacted. She's unconscious from the fall. First, we need to get Chunxia to safety. With that thought, Leo turned and shouted to the other two. Everyone, land right now. Both of them nodded in response. They quickly moved to find spots to touch down. Meanwhile, the idiot Sen Lu, unaware of the consequences of his actions, was still grinning inanely. Up here, so this is what it's like to look down from above. Not so bad. Saying that, he steered his black dragon downward as if to chase after Leo's group. And of course, the entire scene was being broadcast back to the arena. Oh, the contestants have strayed off course and out of the broadcast range. So much is happening at once. San Lu summoned a black dragon and attacked the leaders. The commentator Runba exclaimed excitedly. Before he could say much more, Professor Yura lunged forward, kicked the dazed fool, and shouted, Hey, you idiot! How can you still be commentating right now? Then she grabbed the microphone and announced to the entire audience. Summoning department assistants, deploy airborne summoned beasts there immediately. The match is temporarily suspended. At the same time, Professor Sejin and Len sensed something amiss and rushed into the commentary room asking, What's going on? Professor Yura replied with a grave expression. It seems Sun Lu signed a pact with a high-grade magic beast rather than a normal summoned beast. He won't be able to withstand its influence for much longer. Her words made Professor Sejin skeptical. Is Sen Lu truly controlling that high-grade magic beast himself? He asked again to confirm. At that moment, the lazy Professor Sejin appeared at the door. You're saying someone else is controlling it? I'm not sure, but it's possible. Sejin nodded. Seeing this, the Dean Sejin quickly ordered. All right, Yura, take the summoning department assistants and stop Sen Lu. If necessary, subdue him and eliminate the magic beast. The other instructors spread out to protect the students. And Sejin, you'll come with me. Hearing this, Sejin nodded, as if he already guessed where the two of them would head next. Back with Leo, the group had just landed safely, but Sen Lu was close behind. It's coming, big guy, Warrenden warned. Moments later, the massive form of the black dragon dove straight down in front of them. On its back, Sen Lu said coldly, If you were going to run, you should have hidden better, shouldn't you? All of you crowding into this one empty spot? Explaining this, Leo shook his head slightly. I'm not hiding. Besides, the creature you're riding isn't a summoned beast. It's not a black dragon either. Leo's confident remark made the idiot burst out laughing. Haha, I'm from the summoning department. If I say that's a black dragon, then it's a black dragon. Why are you acting like you know better than me? Before he could finish, Leo stunned everyone with his next words. That's a demonic beast. I'm here to kill that disgusting demonic beast. Leo said as he slowly stepped forward. For a moment, he seemed to feel himself back on the battlefield of old. As for Sanlu, maybe from overdosing on drugs or something, when he heard Leo call his mount a demonic beast, he laughed like a madman. Even Eliza in the back shook her head and commented, "Oh my, he's totally lost it." As Eliza had said, Sanlu's eyes filled with bloodlust. His madness laid plainly on his face. "What did you say? Do I look like someone who'll listen to you? Die!" At his command, the black dragon understood and opened its mouth, spewing a column of red fire with terrifying heat, hurtling forward at horrifying speed. But the burly Warrenden reacted quickly. He slammed both hands onto the ground, used his magic, and summoned a massive stone golem to block the flame, saying, "He's clearly lost his mind." "I agree with you. Leo, get rid of that abomination." Across from him, seeing his attack has no effect against Warrenden's golem magic, Sanlu clenched his teeth, sweat beading on his face from the strain. Meanwhile, the white-haired Eliza stepped forward, unwilling to be outdone. You guys showing off? I'll join in too. First, we need to pull that idiot out of the enemy's reach. The summoned golem's about to collapse. Get ready," Warrenden warned. "You really can't do anything right, Warrenden," Eliza complained. Nearby, Leo heard their back and forth and smiled faintly, reminded of how his old teammates used to argue the same way. Back in the fight, as time passed and as Warrenden predicted, countless cracks began to appear across the stone golem's hands under the black dragon's devastating assault. Seeing that, Sanlu's confidence returned, and he couldn't contain his laugh. "Haha, just as I expected. My summoned monster is top tier. Where did you run off to, you rats?" As soon as he finished, the golem was blasted to pieces, and the foolish Sanlu scanned the area for his next prey. But before he could find them, Eliza took the initiative to attack. She lashed out with an energy whip straight at Sanlu. The strike whooshed through the air. Fortunately for Sanlu, luck was on his side and he barely dodged, but Eliza's attack enraged him. "How dare you attack me, you bitch!" he snapped, ordering the black dragon to gather its energy for another blast. Warrenden wasn't going to let that happen. Before the black dragon finished gathering its energy, he snapped his fingers, summoned a flame right above the dragon's head, and made it explode instantly. "Now," he murmured. Leo seized the moment, loading power into his legs and springing forward with a strong leap, rushing straight to Sanlu's position. The coordinated assault from the three of them was so well timed that the idiot barely had time to react before the protagonist appeared right in front of him. Then Leo didn't hold back and delivered a glancing kick to his face. But after that, Sanlu's body began to tremble uncontrollably and contort in a strange way, as if possessed. He then looked at Leo with a crazed gaze, his voice becoming somewhat strange. "Nice work pulling the kid away from the enemies, but this is where it ends, you punks." At this moment, it seemed Sanlu was being controlled by someone. Below, Eliza stared in disbelief as the black dragon shot into the sky with Leo and Sanlu aboard. "Wait, why is he going up alone, Leo?" Her voice brimmed with worry. Cut to the dragon's back. Sanlu curled a lip and taunted, "Scared? Young hero candidate?" Opposite him, Leo showed no hint of the worry Sanlu claimed. Instead, he took the chance to probe for information. "You're a Tartarus beast mage. Where's your real body? It can't be far away." Leo's words flashed a look of surprise across Sanlu's eyes, but he quickly masked it. "You can see my true identity? Interesting, very interesting. To stay calm in this situation. You truly have the makings of a perfect hero. If so, you'll die here," he said coldly. At the same time, he swung his arm, generating a massive wave of energy that struck Leo, catching him off guard and unable to defend himself. Leo was blasted off the black dragon's back while they were still hundreds of meters in the air. A normal person would have been smashed to bits falling from that height. Too bad for them, this is our protagonist. No matter the situation, he always finds a way. "Fiora, time for you to shine," Leo called cheerfully to the little phoenix, which was flapping desperately to stay aloft. "I'm a jack of all trades, but I've never reached the peak in any single discipline. Aaron and Dueno are more proficient with aura. Magic is best with Luna, and summoners like Lysinas excel at summoning. So what I chose was to fuse abilities aura and magic. From Leo's palms, countless strands of golden energy shot toward the little phoenix to boost its power. Within the blaze, Fiora's body slowly grew until she became a giant phoenix. Because of that, she had enough strength to seize Leo with her talons. Now you look more like a phoenix, huh? Leo smiled. Not far off, the black dragon sensed the phoenix's presence and howled in furious rage. It reacted to the phoenix's energy, the polar opposite of the beast's own. Above, the Tartarus mage noticed this too. Seeing the phoenix, he grew wary of Leo and asked, "Phoenix Pact Holder, what are you really? Tell me where you captured that Fafnir and I'll talk." Leo answered calmly, but Leo's words only deepened the Tartarus mage's murderous intent. "You even know about the beasts of the catastrophe era? You can't be allowed to live," he snarled, tugging hard on the reins to make the black dragon gather energy in its maw. Seeing that, Leo concentrated a flame at his sword's tip to prepare a counter. "Fiora, it's coming." Zerdinger's secret sword technique, Phoenix Breath, secret stroke, focal point. In the next instant, both of them unleashed their skills at each other simultaneously. The two colossal energies collided with a deafening explosion. This became a test of endurance. Yet it seemed Leo was at a disadvantage, sweat pouring from his face from the heavy energy drain. Seeing this, the Tartarus mage declared confidently, "It's over." But then, for some reason, he suddenly shouted in panic, "Someone?" Because of this disturbance, the black dragon's attack faltered. Seeing that, Leo guessed to himself, is his true body being attacked? His spirit power is weakening. I have to take advantage of this. With that thought, Leo let out a shout and unleashed all his energy straight forward, forming a massive column of fire that shot directly into the black dragon's body. Then its body began to emit countless rays of golden light and ultimately detonated like a bomb in the sky. Whether Sun Lu, who had been riding on its back, survived was anyone's guess. "Nice job, Fiora. Now let's head back," Leo said with a smile. However, things never went entirely according to his plan. Suddenly, Fiora reverted to a newly hatched state, leaving Leo dumbfounded. The two of them then plummeted straight down. Elsewhere, the Tartarus mage, who had been focusing on controlling San Lu's body, suddenly was struck by a pillar of light descending from the sky, subjecting his body to tremendous pressure. "Ahem, who are you?" he growled. The one who had intervened was Professor Sejin, who had just arrived. "This one's for you, Tartarus beast mage," the lazy Professor Harid said coldly. As if recognizing them both, the mage replied, "Heh. So it's the two pillars of Lumern?" Before he could finish, Professor Harid clenched his hand, increasing the pressure from above even more. The mage's bones seemed to scream, wanting an early retirement. Then, to everyone's eyes, a dark spatial gate suddenly appeared above the ground. At the same time, from behind the mage crawled a smoke containing countless fangs and eyes. "Pity, but we'll have to meet again," it said. After saying that, the fang-filled monster used its chin to crush the body it had been controlling into pieces, then slipped into the portal to escape. Seeing this, Professor Sejin stopped his magic and shook his head regretfully. "Seems like he got away. Looks like they've started stirring again," Harid said. Sejin nodded. "That's right. Lumern isn't safe anymore." Back with Leo, he was still free falling through the air, preparing to land. At that fall speed, even Leo couldn't be sure he'd survive. So he urged the little phoenix Fiora to return to the summoned beast realm. Hearing him, Fiora stretched her tiny wings as if trying to hold onto Leo. But before master and creature could get sentimental, Leo's body suddenly stopped midair. His coat had been caught by a huge mouth. At the same time, Professor Yura's voice rang out, "Haha, you okay, Leo? Thank goodness we didn't arrive too late." Time passed quickly, cutting to some unnamed cavern. At that moment, the mage Tartarus was also siphoning the red energy streaming from the wounds of the monsters before him. A stranger stood ahead of him, cloaked, and said, "This isn't going to be easy. I didn't expect to be held up by someone who's only a hero candidate." His voice carried a hint of sarcasm, forcing Tartarus to try to explain. "That's not an ordinary hero candidate. He signed a contract with the Phoenix. Besides, he saw through Fafnir's true nature." The stranger mage's words surprised Tartarus. Then he licked his lips with excitement. Oh, so this is getting more interesting than I expected. Time moved on, returning to Leo. He walked slowly down the quiet corridor, thinking over everything that had happened. In the end, the summoning department's midterm practical exam was cancelled, and that Senlu was dead. The incident made the new students more aware of the dungeon's danger. Everyone was curious about Fafner's true nature, the being Senlu had contracted with. But the four of us, under Professor Yura's command, kept silent when we realized it was a subspecies of the black dragon. Time passed quickly, cutting to the magic department. Today was the magic department's practical exam day. The door suddenly opened, drawing Chelsea and Carl's attention as they turned to look back. They saw Chloe enter with tired eyes. It made them a bit worried. "Chloe, your hair, did you pull an all-nighter? You don't look well." Ignoring their remarks, Chloe quietly went to her seat. Seeing that, Leo stood off to the side in silence. As for Professor Len, once his students were all present, he spoke sternly. "Good. Everyone's here. Pay attention. Today, I trust you've each prepared original spells that reflect your individual personalities. It would be a shame if I were the only one to witness these wonderful magics. So I'll introduce 3 guest judges who will join us. All 3 were alumni of Lumern's School of Magic, having graduated 3 years ago. They were also the seniors of the students, and today they would serve as judges for the students' competition." Following Len's introduction, 3 figures stepped into the room. First was a black-haired girl wearing glasses. Her name was Rilda Fedney. Next was a green-haired young man with a serious expression named Fidman Slack. Finally, a cute girl with light blonde hair. Her name was Shiny Hughes. "Nice to meet you, juniors," the 3 said in unison. Nearby, merchant friend Carl whispered to Leo, "I have a feeling they'll score pretty leniently." "That's my hunch." Leo, thinking differently, muttered, "Let's see. Will they really be easy graders?" Their brief exchange ended when Professor Len checked his list and called out, "Eliana Layden, step up." Eliana heard this and excitedly ran to the podium. Standing there, she shouted enthusiastically, "Seniors, I'm Eliana Layden, Class 5. It's an honor to meet you all." Her passionate self-introduction made Carl's eyes widen. Unfazed, Eliana began her demonstration. A beam of light shot up from her palm into the air and exploded like a brilliant firework. She then explained, "My primary element is light. If I combine my spell formula with fire attributes into my light magic this way, I can create a powerful thermal magic." As she spoke, a small flame appeared in Eliana's palm. It fused with the initial light magic, forming a strong fire that danced around her, its aura by no means weak. However, Shin across from her, after witnessing the magic, blinked in confusion and said, "Oh, but isn't that basically the same as the existing laser-type spell?" Her remark made Eliana's expression stiffen. At the same time, the graduated seniors quickly delivered their evaluations. They scribbled something on a sheet of paper and handed it back to Professor Len. And the results were not promising at all. She received 2 C- and 1 C. Seeing the results, Professor Len showed no surprise and coldly said, "Next." From the back, the other students trembled. They grayed that harshly. Guess we might as well skip class. And so time passed quickly. All the students received either C- or CS. It wasn't until Carl took his turn that things improved slightly. Carl Thomas, B+, Chelsea Llewellyn. Seeing this, the 2 of them excitedly celebrated together. However, they didn't know the upperclassmen were still unsatisfied. Not bad, but still missing something. Professor Len had said this year's scholarship students weren't ordinary, but so far nothing stood out. Let's see the rest. Over there, Fidman glanced at the remaining names and let out a sigh. Haha, this group seems pretty average. Then Professor Len's voice rang out, and the Mage Abad stepped forward. At the sight of his handsome face, the female students went wild with excitement. "Oh my God, he looks so cool. Just his face guarantees an A+. Not paying them any mind, Abad began writing a spell formula on the board and said, "The high-level spell I'll demonstrate is called Tempest. The predicted danger level when fully realized is the highest rank." Time passed quickly, cutting to the outside. To ensure the other students' safety, Abad went outside to perform the spell. Several mages even set up barriers to prevent his magic from affecting the surroundings. Then, under everyone's intent gaze, Abad slowly channeled his mana, causing his body to levitate in midair. Next, he let out a loud shout. Suddenly, from above, a fierce green vortex plummeted downward. It slammed directly into the barrier, creating a terrible explosion. Not far away, a curious deer wandered over and was immediately swept up by the vortex. Seeing that, Abad panicked. He hurriedly withdrew his spell, rushed over, gently caught the deer, and then smiled as he asked, "Are you all right?" After doing this, he went on to present a wind-augmenting spell. It looked simple, but in reality it was an extremely difficult formula-based magic to execute. Across from him, for this demonstration, all 3 seniors unanimously awarded him an A+. This made his sister Chelsea beam with pride. "That's my brother." Elsewhere, Professor Len, his face shining, called out, "All right, next, Leo Plav." Hearing that, Leo quickly stepped forward and began his presentation. "The signature spell I will demonstrate is a non-elemental formula-based magic." Hearing this, the seniors were astonished and asked, "What is that? I've never heard of such a thing. Explain it." Leo didn't answer directly but posed a question instead. "You all know that basic spells have an elemental attribute, right?" Senior Shin replied, "Of course, it's a prerequisite for any spell." At that, Leo couldn't help but smile and shared, "My advanced magic system will streamline the entire incantation process." Across from him, even the idiot understood what Leo meant, but hearing it, they found it hard to believe and began murmuring, while the green-haired guy assumed Leo had gone mad and said, "The kid's delusional, right?" Beside him, Shin asked again, "Just to be clear, you mean you're going to create a completely new incantation system?" "That's right." Leo nodded in confirmation, unaware that Professor Len was looking at him with a flushed, excited face. His voice quickened as he told himself, "All right, this kid absolutely has to become a mage." As for Fidman, who bluntly said he still doesn't believe what Leo is saying, he shook his head in derision, disappointed. "Leo, we're not here to listen to fantasies." Before he could finish, Professor Len excitedly cut in, "I want to see it. Write that spell down." Hearing that, the sharp-tongued Fidman also urged, "Yes, let us see it." Back to Leo so everyone could see, he quickly grabbed a piece of chalk and wrote something on the board. While he wrote, Senior Rilda remarked, "Kid, only one mage in history ever used a totally different incantation system as their advanced technique." In response, the chalk in Leo's hand paused slightly as he said, "Yes, that was Luna, the poet of the stars." At the back, Rilda was a bit annoyed that Leo knew this yet still spoke as he did, while Shin cast an appraising glance and asked, "You intend to stand alongside her? You really think you can match the poet of the stars?" "Of course not. I can't compare myself to Luna," Leo replied softly, and Shin reiterated, with Archmage Luna, "Kids these days are so disrespectful." Her remark reminded Leo of his friend's true status, and he answered, Yes, Archmage Luna is a legendary mage, but you don't have to be a genius like her to create an incantation system." Having said that, Leo finished his writing and turned to look at everyone, gazing at the formula he had written on the board. The seniors' eyes widened like saucers as they quickly realized the formula was fully feasible. The kid wasn't lying based on this magical structure. He could cast any spell without being limited by elemental attributes. They spoke in utter astonishment, while Mage Chelsea stared in disbelief. "Unbelievable. I can't even parse its structure." Responding, Merchant Carl in the back smiled and shared, "I've given up a long time ago." In another corner, Chloe's expression shifted slightly as she looked at Leo's formula. Back with the seniors, they had completely dropped their dismissive air and become dead serious. Fidman spoke, "Leo Plav, why did you create this magic system?" Leo replied frankly, "Because I want the freedom to use any kind of magic that exists." His answer thrilled Fidman inwardly. He thought, "This kid's crazy. Now I see why this year's students are so unusual." Then he asked aloud, "So what do you call it?" Leo concentrated mana in his palm, formed a sphere of white light, and murmured one word, "Bible." That word made Shin startle, quickly remembering something. Bible! Only one person in history had used that name. It was the magic system created by the fictional figure Kyle. Perhaps Leo will prove that Kyle really existed. Thinking that, she quickly handed Leo her score and returned the result paper to Professor Len, and unsurprisingly, Leo received an A+. After completing his presentation, Leo stepped down. As he walked, he thought, I couldn't finish this system when I was Kyle, but this time it's different. With that in mind, Leo noticed Chloe up ahead, since she was the last student who hadn't presented yet. Seeing her listless complexion, Leo felt a bit worried and asked, "You okay?" Over here, Chloe seemed not to hear the protagonist. She calmly descended at Professor Len's call. Now, the final contestant, Chloe Mueller. As for the seniors, they were somewhat eager about this mage's presentation, and Senior Rilda asked, "I've heard you're the top student in the magic class. What will you present today?" Chloe answered with eyes full of determination. "The advanced technique I've prepared is the undying flame," and as she spoke, she produced a blazing red flame in the palm of her hand. This made Chelsea above uneasy. An undying flame, but Chloe normally uses the balance attribute. Why is she choosing the opposing attribute for her advanced technique? Elsewhere, the seniors, after observing the flame that Chloe produced, furrowed their brows. They hadn't found anything special about this magic. It seemed ordinary. I thought it would be on the same level as the previous two. They regretted. Meanwhile, Fidman was ready to mark his score immediately. "If that's all, there's nothing to see. I'll grade it." Chloe interrupted. "From now on, I'll show everyone the true value of this magic." As she said it, the mage used magic to form a huge sphere of water hovering directly above her head. Then it poured straight down onto Chloe. However, remarkable was that the flame in her hand did not flicker at all. This made both Chelsea and Leo startle inwardly. It didn't go out. Could she have added a permanent effect to that spell? Someone shouted, and Chloe admitted, "Yes, unless I dispel it myself, this flame will never go out." After saying that, she clenched her fist and extinguished the small flame. Returning to Senior Fidman's thoughts, Chloe's magic struck him as even more nonsensical than Leo's demonstration. All magic follows a general rule. Any spell will fade if not directly sustained by mana, but Chloe had created a spell that broke that rule. How could that be? The more he thought about it, the less he could comprehend. Unaware of the senior's thoughts, Chloe cheerfully continued, "My advanced magic is the eternal flame." For her performance, all three seniors agreed to give her an A+. From Leo's perspective, Chloe using such a spell made him uneasy. Impossible. Creating an undying flame was something even Luna had failed at. In history, only one entity had ever used such a flame, that was Erebos. Time passed quickly, and Leo began to recall a bit of memory from earlier when he went to find Chloe to talk. "Call Chloe out here." In response, the swordswoman Celia ahead shook her head. "She's probably asleep. She said she couldn't close her eyes while studying, so she'd go to bed early today." Hearing that, Leo turned and left. "That's a shame. I'll be going ahead." Behind him, Celia seemed to sense something and asked, "Has something been going on with Chloe lately?" "Recently, she's become very sensitive. She's argued with a few classmates several times. I've even heard rumors that she's started associating with the special case students of the magic department. But Chloe isn't that kind of person." As he thought this, suddenly a flame appeared beside Leo, and from inside it, a small phoenix Fiora flew out. The protagonist reached out to tease it a bit and asked, "How's it going?" In response to this question, a familiar voice sounded. "You called for me, Leoplav?" The voice belonged to Farina, Fiora's mother, who had entrusted the little one to Leo. Then Farina asked the protagonist directly, "All right, Leo, why did you summon me through Fiora?" Hearing that, Leo gently set little Fiora down and explained, "I want to know why Farina is still in Lumern." He thought to himself, beast-kin species like phoenixes and war beasts are natural enemies. There must be a reason she stayed here. From Farina's perspective, upon hearing Leo's question, her expression turned colder than ever, as if recalling something. She explained in a low voice, 5 years ago there was an attack in Lumern. 2 students and 3 staff members were killed then, and the mastermind was never found. In the end, Headmaster Kallian Baydeen asked me to investigate Lumern. Since then, I have been tracking their traces." Hearing this, Leo asked, Do you know that 1,000,000 war beast summoners appeared during the summoning department's exam? Lummer nodded softly. I heard one student died. Leo continued. Do you think Tartarus is behind this? Farina fell silent. For now, I only suspect. I can't say more. Hearing that, Leo didn't press further. Instead, he asked Farina a favor. Then please convey this to Headmaster Callian. San Lu might not be the only student Tartarus has approached. This information from the protagonist left Farina stunned. Time flew. Today was the interdepartmental live exam between Heroic Studies and Combat Research. Professor Harrid, still lounging in his chair, called to his students. Class 5, assemble. Now that everyone had gathered, the class representative would explain the exam. Hearing that, Leo quickly said, the interdepartmental exam between Heroic Studies and Combat Research will require teams to cooperate to conquer a hero world. The world you'll be tackling this time is the Chedmothers event. At that, all the students in the class were shocked. Only the mage Eliana looked innocent and clueless. Seeing everyone's reaction, she curiously asked, what is the Chedmothers event? Beside her, Nella turned to her like she'd seen an alien. Oh my god, Eliana, you really don't know? This is even on the exam. But before anyone could say more, Professor Harrid barked. Silence. Listen carefully. Class rep. Continue. Beside them, the protagonist pulled out a sheet of paper from somewhere and continued reading. 30 years ago, 5 first-year students from Lumern Academy set out on a mission to the Chedmothers Forest in the central region. They were ambushed there by Tartarus. At that time, Professor Albi, known as the embodiment of leisure, was still a second-year student. He joined the rescue team and the squad was nearly wiped out. The mission objective was to rescue the wounded and eliminate war beasts. You will also assist Professor Albi, who was then a second-year student. Just then, Professor Harrid straightened his face and warned the group. This exam is not an ordinary midterm. It's meant to raise your combat awareness. So stay fully focused. If anyone is judged to have no potential, they will be expelled immediately. At that, the group grew anxious. Their expressions visibly darkened. Seeing this, Harrid laughed, lightening the mood. Trust yourselves. You're all grown enough now. Opposite them, the students were so moved that they were nearly in tears at their teacher's encouraging words. Eliana even wanted to ask the teacher for his autograph. Sadly, before she could speak, he waved her off. Enough. Shut up. Elsewhere, Professor Arshian's voice rang out. Now, I will announce the team lists. In descending order, starting from Class 1. Hearing that, the students grew bewildered. Chelsea blurted, wait, aren't we supposed to form teams within our own classes? Beside her, the merchant student Carl snapped. No way. Damn it. So we have to take the exam with total strangers? Ignoring the protest, the other students stepped forward one by one, plunged their hands into a large urn, and drew lots. Our protagonist Leo also drew the ball marked with the number 11. That meant he was in Team 11, which was also the very last team. Then, after everyone was assigned, Professor Albi announced, team assignments are complete. Team 1, step onto the summoning matrix. Hearing this, Chelsea and Celia quickly moved forward. Seeing Celia on her team, Chelsea felt more reassured than ever. What a relief. I'm teamed with the Zerdinger clan's princess? Celia turned and smiled back. Let's show the strength of the Rodran Empire together. Then Professor Albi began to use his power, making the magic circle on the ground emit a brilliant radiance. A notification popped up on the screen. Heroic Chronicle Albi's World. Chapter Origins Chedmothers event. With that, the 2 young women were teleported into Albi's Heroic Chronicle. The group of professors outside could also monitor their actions via a simulated screen hovering in midair. Watching the 2 fight on the screen, Professor Sejin cheerfully said, as soon as they entered, they moved with astonishing speed. Just as predicted, those from heroic houses are truly different. With Celia on the team, they'll definitely rank at the top. Haha. Beside him, Professor Harrid sighed and reminded, come on, I think Chelsea Llewellyn's performance stands out more. His remark irritated his friend, who shot him an annoyed look. At that moment, a voice suddenly cut between them, making both of them startle. Team 1 finished the mission that quickly, truly promising first-year students. The speaker was none other than Headmaster Kalyan. At his appearance, Sejin and Harid froze and called out in unison, "Headmaster." Then both hurried to the side, making room in the center for him. Sejin asked, "What brings you here?" Headmaster Kalyan replied cheerfully, "I'm here to see how much the first years have grown." He paused, then turned to Professor Albi and said, "Professor Albi, I apologize for stirring painful memories every year." Albi turned, his face icy. "I vowed never to forget that incident. So to me, this is a favor to be remembered." Everyone then refocused on the students' exam. On the screen, Celia and Chelsea had just defeated an orc. When it fell, they received a notification. Team 1 has completed the mission. Outside, everyone applauded, while Headmaster Kalyan nodded and observed, just as expected. It's the Zerdinger house and Chelsea extremely skilled, though they bicker in the end they're from the same empire. Next, Team 3 also finished easily, because their group included the two strongest members, Abad and Duran. Seeing that, the headmaster's face even flushed a little. They led with their two strongest members while the rest provided support behind. A risky strategy, but I'm very pleased. Then Team 4 completed the mission as well, with the pairing of Nella and Chunxia. They easily cleared the challenge without a scratch. Headmaster Kalyan remarked, "Nella Kaven's healing aura is truly extraordinary, and Chunxia's movements, unsurprisingly, they were also very distinctive." Next was Team 7, made up of Warrenden, Eliza, and Eliana. Watching this, Headmaster Kalyan was extremely pleased with the students' performance. There were many outstanding pupils, but the one he expected most was that kid Leoplav. Looking at that boy, he couldn't help but feel nostalgic. It was almost like looking back at his younger self. "Haha," he thought, glancing to the side when at that moment, Professor Albi called out a team name. "Team 11, step up." At the call, Leo and Chloe stepped forward together. "Is everyone ready?" Albi asked. The protagonist and Chloe both nodded firmly. Seeing that, Professor Albi wasted no time and immediately used his magic to prepare to teleport them into his heroic chronicle. However, just as the magic array was being activated, a column of black smoke rose from within it, carrying a demonic aura. Instantly, Leo noticed something wrong and felt a twinge of suspicion. "Wait, something's off." Not only him, the other students also began to realize the problem as they sensed the magical fluctuations growing wilder than usual. "What's happening?" someone shouted. But after Leo and Chloe were teleported, the magic array returned to normal, as if nothing had happened. This left the students stunned, turning to one another. "Huh? Everything's the same. Where did Leo and Chloe go?" Behind them, Professor Sejin hurriedly stood up and asked, "What the?" Beside him, Headmaster Kalyan also spoke. "Professor Albi, what's going on here?" In response to that question, Albi turned back, his face tense. He opened his book for everyone to see and said gravely, "Headmaster, we need to halt the exam immediately." Inside his book was an image of a skull with a tree rooted on top. Seeing that image, Kalyan's face darkened instantly. He asked with difficulty, "Don't tell me." Before he could finish, Albi nodded. "That's right. This is a heroic dungeon." Back at Leo's position with that girl Chloe. After crawling into this dungeon, they received a glaring red notification on the screen. However, it didn't specify any clear objective they needed to complete. This only deepened the protagonist's suspicion. Normally, a mission alert would appear. He whispered. Meanwhile, the sorceress Chloe hurriedly cried out, "Wait a minute! Is this the hero dungeon? How can that be? This isn't a lost page. I've never heard of any page in the Hero Chronicle going out of control." Over here, Leo immediately began contacting the instructors outside. "Professor, I can't find the other team members anywhere. What should we do?" His message was sent. However, no reply came back. After a few seconds, Leo shook his head quietly. "No one is answering." Hearing this, Chloe panicked. She put her hand to her mouth and bit her nails, then said, "No way. I'm sure they'll finish the test and get us out of here soon." Contrary to her naive thinking, Leo shook his head and tried to make her understand. If they could, they'd have paused the test already. It's because a hero-level dungeon formed. Looks like the two of us will have to storm this dungeon ourselves. Hearing that, Chloe leapt up and hurriedly refused. Are you kidding me? Clearing this dungeon with all 10 team members is hard enough. Don't you remember how many people died here 30 years ago? Leo replied. If we want to get out of this dungeon, there's no other choice, Chloe. Chloe, of course, understood. But thinking about the enemies they'd face next made her feel hopeless. Tartarus caused the Shedmer incident before. From the start, it set out to eliminate rookie hero cadets like us while we were still untrained. This whole forest is a trap. The more she thought about it, the more distraught she became. Both knees buckled to the ground, and she brought her hands to her face. Sweat poured down relentlessly. Then Leo sat down in front of her, shouted, and tried to reassure her. Chloe, you're the strongest first-year student, right? We can get through this challenge easily if we work together. As he spoke, he reached forward with a face full of confidence. This made Chloe curious. She bit her lips slightly, thinking, how can he be so calm? I thought I might finally catch up to him. Thinking that, a bit of competitive spirit rose in the sorceress. She didn't want to appear weak before Leo, so she stood up and asked, do you have a plan? Explaining it, Leo candidly shared his thoughts. To get through the Shedmer incident, 2 conditions must be met. First, we must rescue the first-year students, and second, we must ensure the safety of those first years. To satisfy those 2 conditions, we first need to find reinforcements. Leo said as he drew a description with his finger on the ground. Seeing that, Chloe shrugged and replied, but how do we do that? Outsiders can't enter this dungeon. Can they? In response, Leo smiled, pointed to a circle and said calmly, don't forget, we're not the only Lumern students in this forest. Hearing this, Chloe immediately understood his meaning and nodded. The ones who were attacked earlier? Right, they're definitely still alive. She paused a beat, watching Leo turn his back to her and asked, what are you planning to do? Leo answered, hurry, climb onto my back. At this, the sorceress's face flushed bright red. She stammered, why? Hearing that, Leo glanced back and said, we can't let that female student encounter Tartarus before we do. You're a sorceress, so you're slow. Get on. At Leo's explanation, Chloe's face crumpled, and she reluctantly climbed onto the protagonist's back. At the same time, in another development, a demon with 2 horns on its head watched the Lumern students through the screens in front of it. This one is the demon Tartarus, named Chubarn. He muttered, it's begun. At that, he was a bit surprised as he watched the screen, seeing Leo carrying Chloe and running like the wind. He immediately guessed the 2 were the rescue team. But seeing there were only 2 of them, Chubarn didn't pay it much mind. A rescue team? Let them be. Our target is the rookie hero cadets who will become dangerous in the future. The others aren't. That was what he thought. However, a second later, his expression changed when he saw Leo use his skill to wipe out the monsters blocking their path. A murderous aura suddenly flared up from Chubarn as he recalled something. He roared, all systems go. Kyle, back with Leo. Unaware he had drawn Chubarn's attention, he glanced left and right and thought, the closer we get to the center, the darker it becomes. Should I borrow Aaron's skill? I'll refine and channel my aura to push my senses to the limit super senses. With that in mind, Leo began to concentrate his aura and channel it into his eyes, making the surroundings clearer than ever before. Then he spotted something and warned Chloe. Get ready, there's a group of goblins up ahead. Leo's words surprised the sorceress Chloe, since she hadn't noticed anything, but she quickly nodded. Huh? Got it. As Leo had said, after running for only a few dozen seconds they encountered a band of orcs ahead. Seeing them, Leo shouted to signal. Hearing him, Chloe moved very quickly. She began to focus mana into her staff and swung it forward, creating razor-sharp shards of ice that flew at the monsters with wind-slicing speed and pierced them like quills. As a result, the orcs, seeing the 2 of them, were tragically escorted hand in hand to the king of the underworld. However, among the monsters one still clung to life. Near death, it hauled a horn to its mouth to blow and alert its comrades. This made Chloe panic. No, if it blows that horn, the whole orc horde will come. She wasn't the only one to think that. Leo thought of it too. To prevent that, he swung his sword in a flash and split the green-skinned monster cleanly in 2. The horn in its hand shattered as well. Leo's astonishingly quick reaction left Chloe staring dumbfounded. She told herself, how can there be such a gap in power between us? I'll never be able to beat Leo, will I? Putting that aside, not long after, the two of them reached the group of Lumern students. They were surrounded by several demons. A strange demonic aura radiated from them, leaving Chloe a bit bewildered. Are they demons? She muttered, but Leo had no time to answer. He rushed forward. Assist me, Chloe. Hearing this, Chloe snapped back to attention, used her magic to create a magic circle beneath Leo's feet, and Leo used it as a launching pad. He planted his feet, pushed hard against the magic circle, and lunged forward at speed. At the same time, a girl among the students shouted a warning to the others. You guys, get ready, they're coming. No sooner had she finished than a demon lunged at the four of them. The demon yelled, but sadly for him, his hand hadn't reached the students when Leo's figure suddenly appeared in front of him, and he swung his sword, cleaving the demon in half, to the stunned eyes of everyone present. As for the demon, after being cut down, his body dissipated into a plume of black smoke. The sudden action left the brown-haired girl a bit surprised, and she asked, You came here to help us? Leo turned back, nodded, and replied, That's right. Ahead, another demon, seeing his comrade wiped out like that, ground his teeth in fury. He unleashed his magic, forming an inky black magic circle, intricately patterned. Die, leech of death. At his shout, gigantic leeches with razor teeth shot forward from inside the magic circle like bullets. Still, that wasn't enough to trouble the protagonist. He immediately wrapped his sword in a blaze aura and sliced forward hard, creating a wave of fire that swept everything away. Amazing! One male student exclaimed in astonishment. Meanwhile, the brown-haired girl seized the moment. Now move, saying that, she began to mutter cryptic incantations, to cast a spell called Radiant Beam, firing blasts of light at the demons. The moment the beams struck them, the demons went out like embers doused with water. They only managed one miserable cry before turning to ash. Watching the girl's magic, Chloe was stunned and thought, is that stellar magic? Could this girl be? Chloe wondered to herself. After things settled, the brown-haired girl didn't forget to thank Leo. Thank you so much for helping us. We panicked when the demon horde appeared, but now I feel a lot better. The rescue change has arrived to help. Opposite them, Chloe cut her off before she could say more. Sorry, but I need to speak privately with my teammate for a moment. Saying that, she quickly pulled Leo aside and whispered, Hey Leo, that girl is Aaliyah Zarin. She is Professor Albi's sister. Chubarn killed her right here in this forest 30 years ago. I'm sure you noticed, but we couldn't save Aaliyah Zarin's squad during the Shedmer incident. How on earth did we run into Alia's team? Chubarn. He was a Chevalier-class Death Knight from Tartarus. Their squad was notorious for being the first he attacked. Tartarus instigated the Shedmer incident from the start with the goal of eliminating the prodigy mage Aaliyah Zarin, a promising hero candidate. Thus, their names were recorded in the Hero Chronicles. With our current strength, we can't save them. To meet the necessary condition, we must quickly find another squad. Chloe stroked her chin thoughtfully, while Leo frowned and asked, Are you saying we should just leave them? In response, the sorceress snapped back. It's not that I don't want to save them, but Leo, this is the world of heroes. In reality, they died 30 years ago. At that, Chloe's voice faltered, her face showing clear sorrow, and responding to her, Leo voiced his thought. Yes, they did die, but we can't just abandon them. Hearing that, the sorceress Chloe could no longer contain her anger. She clenched her teeth and shouted, Get real. You're amazing, extraordinary. I'll give you that, but still, this is not the time for rash actions. Stop playing the hero. After saying that, as if feeling she'd been too harsh, Chloe's voice trailed off. Tears welled at the corners of her eyes. Seeing this, Leo quietly stepped forward, ruffled her small head, and whispered, Playing the hero? Huh? Chloe, you shouldn't say things like that casually. You're a hero candidate. We're not simply pretending to be heroes. This is also part of the process of becoming a hero. Hearing that, Chloe snapped awake. She lifted her tear-reddened eyes to look at Leo, as if waiting for his answer. Leo then scanned the area and said, History has already been altered. What do you mean? Chloe asked in surprise. In response, the male lead gave his assessment. Look around, Chloe. When we met Alia's squad, the forest was shrouded in darkness. Normally, they should have been killed by Chubarn long ago. On hearing this, Chloe was startled and quickly realized something was off about this hero dungeon. I still think this is absurd. She murmured inwardly, then said, I'll leave the decision to you. In response, Leo nodded and suggested, all right, let's retreat with Alia's squad. From behind, Chloe watched Leo's steady back and muttered to herself, You're going up there alone again without me, aren't you? Do you see it? In a haze, the dark magic grimoire Chloe carried in her bag was emitting eerie, demonic auras she didn't notice. Cut to Alia's group at that moment. Tayad, a first-year mage, said softly to the others, Isn't this a bit strange? Only 2 people came from the relief team. In reply, Dina, a first-year knight, nodded in agreement. Right, they look about our age. Could this be a trap set by Tartarus? Their friend Balak voiced his thought, but Alia dismissed it all. What are you talking about? If they were enemies, they wouldn't be fighting the demons with us, and hey, he actually looks pretty cool. Saying that, Alia's face flushed slightly. That made the other 3 members widen their eyes, doubting what they just heard. Dina shouted, Are you kidding me, Alia? Among so many people, you really say that? Alia retorted with a complaint. What did I say that was wrong? Oh no, I just thought Senior Albi was your standard. Dina scratched her head. Then, not letting their conversation run on, Leo stepped forward to warn everyone. Listen up, we need to leave this forest as quickly as possible. At Leo's proposal, Tayad stood up and asked, Is that really necessary? With reinforcements here, we can take our time and clear the monsters along the way. Before he could say more, Leo laid out the situation bluntly. We can't do that. A Chevalier-class demon is targeting you. Hearing that, the group's faces turned ashen with fear, because they knew that a Chevalier-class demon was as strong as an entire army. Someone whispered, and Leo nodded in confirmation. Exactly. That's why we'll avoid confronting it head-on. Our goal is to get back safely. Are you ready? All right, let's get moving. And so, the group began to move quickly before the big Chubarn could show up. While running, Alia glanced back at Leo and noticed the complicated expression on Chloe's face. This made Alia feel a bit suspicious inside. Time passed quickly, cutting to the Lumern Academy library. The entire library was in an uproar because of the hero dungeon incident. Staff were running everywhere searching through all kinds of records, while Professor Sejin hurriedly shouted, Find every case of a dungeon turning into a hero dungeon. Time is critical. Move quickly. Elsewhere, Principal Callion turned to Professor Albi and asked, The fact that we still can't enter, should that be seen as a positive sign? The handsome professor replied with a firm nod. Yes, you can't enter a hero dungeon while the previous people are still inside. That means those 2 are still alive. But it's been 3 hours since those 2 students entered. Night has already fallen in that hero world. Hearing that, the old principal asked further, Albi, when did you defeat Chubarn 30 years ago? Albi answered, around midnight. At that, Principal Callion could only sigh in frustration. Sigh. Is all we can do really rely on our past selves? No sooner had he finished speaking than a female staffer rushed into the library and announced, Principal, we've found the person who sold the beast-summoning catalyst to student Sanlu. As for ties to Tartarus, before she could finish, she fell silent, because at that moment Professor Albi's face had grown terrifying. A surge of energy began emanating from him without stop, so much so that Principal Callion was startled and quickly placed a hand on his shoulder to steady him. Calm down, Albi. The principal's stern words snapped the blonde professor back to himself. However, Albi seemed to need time to fully compose himself, so he turned and left the room. I'm going outside to clear my head for a bit. With that, he hurried away. Only after he had completely disappeared from view could the female staffer finally breathe a sigh of relief. Then she turned to the old principal and said, just as expected from someone who rose to heroism driven by hatred of the demon race. Callion replied with a sorrowful look. It's understandable. In the event 30 years ago, even his sister's relic wasn't found, let alone a body. All right then, who sold the beast-summoning catalyst to Sen Lu. In response, the staffer said, it was a black market dealer settled in the alleys of Lumern City. This year, he's become quite notorious among first-year students. As she spoke, she handed Callian a notebook. While flipping through the notebook, Callian asked, are you implying a Tartarus spy infiltrated Lumern? The staffer shook her head. They don't work for Tartarus, but clearly Tartarus has funneled some items to them. Hearing that, Callian stroked his chin and wondered inwardly, what is their goal? Then, after turning the page and studying the listed items, Callian suddenly noticed an entry. Chloe Muller, Dark Grimoire. Seeing this, the principal hastily closed the book and said to the staffer, Elena, go fetch Professor Len. Yes, right away. Elena replied and hurried off, leaving the old principal behind. He looked at his scarred hands and thought, my instincts honed by countless near-death encounters are screaming. They tell me danger is right in front of us. Time passed at the academy. Back with Leo's group, night had fallen inside the hero dungeon, and they now faced waves of attacks from countless monsters. On this side, Leo casually swung his sword and cut down a goblin. He glanced at the others in the group and thought, I've been using my super senses for too long. Everyone's reached their limit. Thinking that, Leo called out, let's rest a bit to recover. Elsewhere, Tayad and Balak looked at Leo with disbelief. They silently said, but why does he not look tired at all? He's incredible. Then they found an open spot to take a temporary break. At that moment, the sorceress Chloe took the chance to read her grimoire. Then, suddenly, Alia's voice rang out. Hey, Chloe! Startled, Chloe quickly closed the book, stuffed it into her bag, and awkwardly said, Alia? What's up? Alia smiled and asked, I have a question. What's your relationship with Leo, Chloe? Are you two lovers? Chloe looked flustered by the blunt question. The sorceress hurriedly protested, of course not. Seeing her strong denial, Alia nodded. All right, from your reaction, definitely not. From Chloe's point of view, seeing Alia come over just to ask that made her sigh in exasperation. Then she looked at Alia, a thought forming in her mind. I feel like this is familiar. Even though she's a senior who enrolled 30 years ago, she's still just a first year now. Maybe they're like kids in my class. Thinking that, Chloe blurted out, but why are you asking? Are you interested in Leo? Hearing that, Alia glanced at Leo resting by the tree. Her face flushed a little as she admitted, well, my heart's racing. So is it love at first sight? Chloe asked. Chloe began to feel a bit of admiration for the protagonist. Alia, the genius sorceress, still talked about 30 years later. In her eyes, is Leo really that amazing? Unaware of Chloe's thoughts, Alia tucked a strand of hair behind her ear and shared. Honestly, I don't know if it's love. My heart just beats fast. This feeling is like when my brother does something foolish, or when I just accomplish something. Hearing that, Chloe's eyes widened as she blurted, that sorcerer with the evil eye, is he really that bad in your eyes? Alia, curious, asked, what? Which eye? No, I mean all B. Chloe quickly corrected herself when she realized she had spoken out of turn. Alia explained, that's because he's the kind of person who always challenges the impossible. After hearing that, Chloe's expression showed some sympathy as she said, challenging the impossible. Huh? Leo's like that too. At first, Leo and I were just friends, but now I find myself getting jealous of him. Across from her, the genius sorceress Alia gave a small smile. So we really are alike? Chloe, actually, I used to be angry and jealous of my brother. Sounds silly, but I always thought that no matter how hard he tried, he had no talent. This is a secret, okay, but the foundation for my magic was really built by my brother. I'm good at using existing spells, but terrible at inventing a new one. I actually failed Lumern Academy's entrance exam twice. There was a time I really hated my brother. I felt superior, but that jealousy eventually turned into admiration. As Chloe listened to Alia, her eyes widened further upon realizing Alia had gone through the same thing. However, before their conversation could drag on, Leo, who had been resting off to one side, felt something and hurriedly stood up to warn everyone. Everyone, get ready. Change of plans. We can't retreat anymore. Seeing Leo's serious expression, The other students tightened their grips on their weapons and braced for what was coming. Sensing everyone's anxiety, he shouted to encourage them. "Don't be afraid. Remember this. You all have the potential to become heroes." The protagonist's words helped steady the group a bit. They clenched their jaws and stared toward the place where the roaring sounds kept coming from. Not keeping them waiting long, the massive Chubarn crept in. He stamped his foot so hard that the ground cracked into pieces. "Found you, the hated one, the seedling of a great hero," he shouted, raising his weapon high and swinging it straight at Leo. The strike slammed into the ground with a deafening blast. Leo nimbly leapt into the air to dodge. However, Chubarn's words left Leo puzzled. He wondered, during the Chedmothers massacre, Chubarn's orders were to kill every hero seedling at that time. So why is he hostile toward me? And why call me the seedling of a great hero? The more he thought, the more confused he became. Before Leo could find an answer, a murderous aura erupted from Chubarn. Seeing that, sweat trickled down Leo's face. He shouted, "Hey, everyone, it's charging." Before Leo could say more, Chloe used her magic, creating a huge blue magic circle stretching across the ground. At the same time, the hulking Chubarn hurled the axe in his hand forward, but it was stopped by the giant pillar of ice Chloe had summoned. Nearby, our protagonist cloaked his sword in a blazing aura. Then he drove off his legs and launched himself high into the air, aiming at the demon. From above, as if bringing his full weight down, Leo quickly swung his sword into the creature's throat, sending a spray of hot blood into the air. Seeing this, everyone cheered in delight. He cut it, but a second later, their expressions froze, because, as they watched, Chubarn's neck, nearly severed by Leo's blade, was slowly regenerating at a speed visible to the naked eye. Eventually, it fused back together without leaving a scar. Seeing that, someone stammered, "His neck just reattached itself?" Up front, Leo also shouted, "Focus. Keep your distance from Chubarn. That's a magic nullification. Attacks act as if they never happened." Leo's words left Tayad and Alia bewildered. Their faces went pale, unsure how to deal with it. "So what do we do? There's no way to defeat that monster?" In response, Leo tried to calm them, explaining, "Nullification isn't omnipotent. Besides, he can't use it continuously, so it has limits." Opposite them, Chubarn retrieved his axe and sneered in contempt. "You think you stand a chance, relic of a great hero?" Leo retorted mockingly, "You're the one afraid of the rise of a new hero, aren't you?" Without any warning, Leo, Dina, and Balak simultaneously charged in to attack from 3 different directions. Meanwhile, the sorceress Alia at the rear used her magic to provide supporting attacks. She used a spell called the Circle of Light, firing streams of energy carrying a dangerous aura, aimed straight at the demon's massive body, making any part struck burn fiercely. "This is the light magic I despise. Just as Lord Silatuna said, kill them right here," he muttered to himself as he continuously swung his axe at everyone. Then Chubarn suddenly let out a roar and raised his arm high into the air, preparing to unleash a powerful strike. Even Leo felt his hair stand on end and shouted, "Dodge now!" No sooner had he finished speaking than Chubarn's axe smashed into the ground. The blow was so strong that rocks flew everywhere like bullets. Of course, Leo could easily swing his sword and knock aside the stones coming near him. But Dina and Balak weren't quick enough. A shard glanced off Dina's shoulder, while unlucky Balak was pierced in the abdomen by a jagged rock. Seeing this, Leo rushed over, hoisted his big friend, and ran toward the ice pillar Chloe had created. Elsewhere, Alia, worried about her 2 friends, ran over and asked, "Is everyone okay?" In response, Dina forced a reply, "I can hold on a bit, but Balak." Before he could finish, Leo reassured them, "Don't worry, his organs aren't damaged. Stop the bleeding first." Then Leo turned to remind Chloe, "Chloe, we need a decisive, powerful strike." Hearing that, Chloe nodded. "Okay, give me a moment." Next, the protagonist left the wounded behind and created 2 clones, rushing forward to pin Chubarn down. Back in Chloe's mind, she began to quickly search for which spell to use. While Leo stalls, "I have to hurry. I need an attack strong enough to break this nullification." Saying that, she pulled the black grimoire from her side and flipped through it, Quickly, she seemed to find a spell and murmured, "If I use this." Back in the battle, the fight between Leo and Chubarn grew increasingly fierce. The ground seemed to tremble under their attacks, leaving observers stunned. Leo was directing his clones to assault the demon Chubarn from all sides. However, thanks to his nullification skill, Leo's attacks caused no real injury to him. He even ignored the clone strikes and charged at Leo like a madman. But how could he easily touch the protagonist's body? At that instant, the small figure of Leo flashed and appeared beside him, swinging his sword with force and leaving a deep wound in Chubarn's flank, causing him to howl in agony. Not far away, Tayad watched in surprise and said to Dina at his side, "Wow, do you think one day we'll be able to do that too?" Dina could only shake her head bitterly and reply, "I don't know either." Unlike them, the sorceress Alia recognized Leo's clone at a glance. She thought to herself, "That's definitely stellar magic. Who on earth is he?" Just as she thought this, a sudden, hair-raising chill began to spread in all directions, causing Alia to gasp in alarm. She quickly turned toward where she had sensed it and saw that Chloe had completed her spell. She had formed a dark purple magic circle in the air. From it emanated an eerie aura that filled others with dread. "I will kill you, filthy demons," Chloe said with a smile and a strangely distant look. Then Chloe shouted to the protagonist in front, "Hey, Leo, it's dangerous. Get out of the way. If you get caught and die, that's on you." After saying that, the sorceress unleashed her magic forward, creating a pillar of destructive fire that hurtled toward Chubarn. The ground struck by the attack exploded. Watching Chloe's attack, Leo's eyebrows knitted tightly. He couldn't understand why an ice mage like Chloe would use a fire-based attack. Unaware of these thoughts in Leo's mind, Chubarn immediately after being engulfed by the pillar of flame began to scream as if his house were on fire. Seeing that, Chloe laughed as if intoxicated. "This is the eternal flame. It cannot be extinguished. Die in the agony of the everlasting fire." At that moment, to everyone's eyes, the flames covering the giant demon's body slowly began turning black. Witnessing the scene, an unsettling feeling rose in Leo's chest. He urgently shouted to stop her. "Chloe, stop the spell. Hurry." Unfortunately for Leo, it seemed Chloe no longer heard him. The sorceress's hand gripped her staff so tightly that cracks appeared along it. "One like you must suffer," she said with mad fervor, continuously sustaining her spell. Just from Chloe's expression, Leo could tell that something was clearly wrong with her. Without hesitation, he dashed at Chloe, swung his sword hard, and knocked the dark grimoire out of her hands. At the same time, Chloe's maintained spell, the eternal flame, was interrupted. Leo then gently took the genius sorceress by the waist and safely set her down beside him. Chloe still seemed a bit dazed, like someone drunk who hadn't yet sobered up. Seeing that, Leo turned and asked, "Hey, Chloe, tell me honestly, was that inextinguishable fire really your unique spell?" Chloe could no longer hide it and sadly admitted, "No, actually, it's an incantation I found inside an ancient grimoire." Hearing that, Leo let out a sigh inwardly. So it really is the fire of Erebos. After thinking, he spoke his thoughts to Chloe plainly. "Listen closely, Chloe. That spell was dark magic." Leo's words left Chloe staring blankly. Then she stammered, "What? Dark magic?" Leo nodded and explained further. "Yes, that grimoire is a demon artifact." From the sorceress's perspective, only now did she realize how dangerous her actions had been. What have I done? Leo, I am not worthy of being a hero." The more she spoke, the more panicked she became. With no other option, Leo slammed his hand hard on her shoulder and shouted to calm her. "Wake up, listen. There is no record of Chubarn having an anti-magic curse. That means Chubarn used up his anti-magic when he fought Alia's group. Understand? 30 years ago, though they were terrified, no one gave up. They fought to the end in a battle that seemed impossible to win. What did Lumern Academy teach?" Leo said, staring at Chloe. Chloe hesitated and replied, "That you must surpass every limit." Hearing the answer, Leo nodded in satisfaction. At that moment, the sorceress's mind suddenly cleared. She thought to herself, "Now I understand. I've admired him from afar. He's so cool that I don't even feel jealous anymore. At the same time, the sorceress Alia stepped forward and handed Chloe her staff. Here, take it, Chloe. Please. From Leo's point of view, after calming the blonde sorceress, he turned his gaze to the hulking Chubarn ahead. Anyway, thanks to Chloe's spell, the anti-magic curse is gone now. It's time to finish this. With that thought, before Leo could rush in to attack, Chloe's incantations began to ring out beside him. Chloe Muller will surpass my own limits, so I won't bow before those who trusted me, she whispered inwardly. With each word she spoke, a magic circle quickly formed in the air. Meanwhile, Leo couldn't help but smile. Wonderful, truly the pure magic language of a genuine mage. Does it make me feel this reassured? At that moment, an image of fighting alongside his former comrade Luna flashed through Leo's mind. He had felt the same sense of reassurance then. As for the monster Chubarn, he realized he could no longer nullify attacks. So, refusing to give Leo's group time to complete the spell, he gripped his axe and charged. As he closed in on Leo, he unleashed a powerful downward chop that forced the protagonist to raise his sword to block. Still, Chubarn seemed to have gone mad. He focused solely on Leo, as if he wouldn't relent until he killed him. Die, he shouted and launched another attack. It was so strong that, although Leo parried, the ground beneath him cracked into many pieces. The impact left the hero unsteady, knocking him back several steps. Seeing this, Chubarn immediately seized the opportunity. He clenched his left fist and threw a crushing punch at breakneck speed. Leo hurriedly put his sword up to block. However, the force of the blow still caused his small frame to be blasted backward like a fired cannonball. He began coughing up a little blood as his body took damage. Seeing that, Chubarn's mocking voice rang out. Is that all, seed of a great hero? His cold words coming right up to the protagonist. Leo struggled to stand, but then, suddenly, a snowflake fell right in front of Leo. A wave of freezing energy began to spread in all directions, covering the surroundings with a thin layer of ice. From that, Leo realized Chloe's spell had completed. He said confidently, whether in the past or now, you demons are never a match for us. This is where it ends for you, Chubarn. Above, inside the enormous magic circle in the sky, a 5-pointed star had formed. Back in Chloe's thoughts, she whispered, thanks to you, I've perfected my unification spell. Leo, ice domain, she murmured. Immediately, countless sharp ice spikes rose from the ground. Thus, before Chloe's powerful freezing magic, the body of the demon Tartarus was frozen solid into an ice statue. Seeing this, Leo stepped forward, raised a finger, and lightly touched the massive block of ice, causing cracks to spread outward, and it finally shattered completely into many pieces. Next, Leo felt the dark aura radiating from Chloe's grimoire beneath the ground. Without hesitation, our protagonist wrapped his sword in a blazing red aura and plunged it straight into the book. And immediately after doing so, they received an on-screen notification. Achievement unlocked. Saved a first-year student in mortal danger. Reward. Multiple achievements unlocked. Chubarn subdued. Ignoring those alerts, Leo turned to the flustered sorceress Chloe at his side and praised. Your unique spell is really impressive. If I could use magic like that out in the field, I'd probably have to die and be reborn to pull it off. In response to the hero's compliment, Chloe couldn't meet his gaze and looked away, saying, Leo, I plan to confess everything to the school. I might get expelled. At that, tension showed on Chloe's face. But Leo reassured her, no way. A hero candidate like you expelled? I'm certain you'll become a hero. Over on the other side, Alia's group, seeing they had won, rushed over. You two were amazing. You look just like real heroes. Leo nodded in response and said, everyone did their best. Meanwhile, Leo began to return the staff to Alia. We used it well. Thanks to it, we defeated them. Alia smiled and declined. She pushed the staff toward Chloe and advised, Chloe, you should keep it. Beside them, the black-haired guy nodded and said, yeah, if not for you, we wouldn't have survived. Leo, take this too. Saying that, he handed his sword to the protagonist. Not only that, they also gave a necklace and a pair of gloves to Leo and Chloe. At that moment, A panicked voice rang out from afar. "Here, there's a survivor here." The one who ran up was Professor Albee. Just looking at his sweat-soaked face told how desperately he had rushed here. Seeing his youthful appearance, Chloe was startled and said, "That's Professor Albee? He looks about our age." "That was 30 years ago," Leo explained. Meanwhile, Albee hurriedly grabbed his sister's shoulders and asked, "Alia, are you hurt anywhere?" Alia smiled and replied, "The rescue team is here, so I'm fine." "Oh, and I met someone who looked exactly like you." At the same time, Leo's group received a notification. Strategy complete. Albee's World Overture of the Cheed Mothers event. On this side, Chloe saw the siblings reunited happily and felt relieved. She whispered to herself, "Thank you all for still being alive." Having said that, the two of them were then whisked away by a beam of light, and before Alia could say goodbye, they had vanished. From Chloe's viewpoint, she watched cracks spread across the space in all directions and realized, it seems the hero's world is collapsing. Back to Leo, another on-screen notification suddenly appeared before him. Strategy rewards, gifts. After they departed, Professor Albee, usually stoic, couldn't hold back tears seeing his sister safe and sound. Time passed quickly. When Leo opened his eyes again, he found himself resting in the infirmary. The moment he woke up, the handsome professor's voice rang out, "You're awake, Leo? Thank you for saving her, and tell Chloe I'm grateful to her too." After saying that, Albee coldly turned and left. At the same time, Headmaster Callian entered the room. Seeing this, Leo quickly climbed out of bed to greet him. However, the old man raised a hand to stop him. "Don't try to sit up. Rest a bit. How's your body?" Leo waved him off in response. "Me? I'm fine. No problem at all." Callian sat down and got straight to the point. "So, what happened inside? Does this have something to do with the grimoire Chloe brought?" Leo, a bit surprised, asked back. "How did you know?" Callian explained. "Before coming here, we traced where Senlu bought the summoning catalyst, the same place Chloe bought the grimoire. Looks like our guess was right. That grimoire is a magical artifact." Hearing that, Leo silently conjectured. A magical artifact, a shard of Erebos, in other words a physical fragment of Erebos. It would become an extremely powerful weapon if it fell into the demon's hands. But if used by ordinary people, it gradually drives them insane. Next, Leo began recounting everything that had happened inside the hero's dungeon. After hearing the whole story, Headmaster Callian sighed. "So that's how it was. If what you say is true, Leo, then the artifact affected the hero's world, right?" Leo nodded firmly. "After we removed the artifact, the hero's dungeon immediately returned to normal, so that's very likely." At the same time, the sorceress Chloe suddenly woke up. Seeing the old man beside her, she shouted, "Huh? Headmaster Callian?" The old man raised a hand to soothe her. "Calm down. Since both of you just regained consciousness, I want to ask you something." At his words, Secretary Elena brought a large cloth bundle into the room. She carefully pulled back the covering cloth to reveal the items they had recovered and the gifts Alia's party left before departing. Looking at the staff in her hands, Chloe's eyes widened in disbelief. "This is Alia's staff," Callian said sternly. "Explain yourselves. A reward that shouldn't exist, how did it end up in your hands?" Leo furrowed his brow watching Chloe's reaction and guessed. Judging by that reaction, it seems Chloe didn't receive any reward. Just like the entrance exam and the Cheed Mothers event, there are no explicit rewards in the living hero's world, and reward rules are linked to the owner of the hero's world. That rule's been broken. Why is that happening? Even if the reward is the Fairy King's oath, why would it go to me? Thinking that, Leo was tangled inside. He couldn't reveal it, so he offered a feeble defense. "You explain it as a strategic reward." Hearing that, both you and Chloe were shocked and turned to Leo to ask, "So there are rewards in Albee's hero world?" In response, Leo carefully guessed, "Yes. Maybe that's it. I think something strange happened when the hero world was restored." Then he silently thought, "For now, I should use that explanation to cover it up." From Principal Callian's perspective, although he heard the protagonist's explanation, the old man still looked puzzled as he stroked his beard and asked, "Chloe seems to know nothing at all. But why only you, Leo?" Before he could finish speaking, The mage girl quickly came to the hero's defense. It could be because Leo played the largest role in the strategy. I've heard whether a reward appears depends a lot on how much you contributed. On hearing that, Callian decided not to press further. He slowly stood and nodded. All right, I understand. We will quietly investigate this phenomenon. The relic will be returned to the family after inspection. And everyone, do not disclose anything about the magical item. But after he spoke, Chloe couldn't hide her surprise and turned to ask. Callian merely smiled and said, enemies aren't only outside. You two really did work hard. Get some good rest. With that, he and his assistant Elena quickly left the room. Once it was just the two of them left, the mage Chloe glanced at Leo and hesitated before saying, Hey, Leo, I have something I want to tell you. Well, at that, her face blushed faintly. But before she could continue, the group Chelsea, Celia, and Carl burst into the room. Chelsea, the other mage, was even on the verge of tears. Then, somehow, Principal Callian returned and said to them, right. Hero candidates, there will be a party tomorrow night. If you don't have formal wear, you should head to Lumern City early. You young folks are so endearing. His reminder left both Leo and Chloe with question marks over their heads. It seemed they had never heard of this party before. Time passed quickly, cutting to the welcome party for new students. At that moment, the host's announcement boomed. A party for the freshmen who survived Lumern Academy's first midterm. First up, our battle-hardened heroes are entering. Tonight, which boy or girl will shine the brightest? In a corner of the party, Carl and Tide were fixing their hair, speaking with smug tones. Oh man, this is our reward for surviving Lumern Academy's brutal midterm. Maybe it was a bit easy for us. Saying that, the two happily sat at a table. While eating, they kept chatting. Why does it feel like our class is the only one missing? Carl said, and Tide next to him nodded repeatedly. Lumern doesn't tolerate latecomers, you know. At the same time, the host's voice rang out again. In that moment, another group of heroes entered. From Class 5, Nella Carvin and Eliana Layden. At that announcement, everyone turned toward the entrance and couldn't help but gasp at the two girls' beauty. Oh my, they're so beautiful, someone exclaimed. Watching this, Carl and Tide were so stunned they stopped eating. Tide even spat the soda from his mouth. Both of them look amazing, Carl exclaimed. Meanwhile, red-headed Nella, seeing the two of them, couldn't help laughing. Haha, did you guys just steal your dad's suits? Hearing that, Carl could only let out a weary sigh. Oh man, what was I excited about just now? Tide beside him nodded in agreement. Ignoring them, the host continued the announcement. Next up is the pride of the Rodran Empire, the Llewellyn siblings. The moment the cold, handsome, cool Abad stepped in, the group of female students screamed with excitement. Oh my god, I want to be the young master's subordinate. I'm member fan club number 94348. No regrets. Over here, Carl couldn't help but praise. She looks like a real princess. A princess, Nella chimed in, surrounded by Rodran's elite peak. This guy is no joke. Up above, the host called out, finally, a real couple has entered the room. It's Celia of the Zerdinger family and Leo Plav. Contrary to what people expected, the swordswoman Celia stuck out her tongue in irritation. Ugh, why is my moment being overshadowed by you, Leo? Leo shrugged and said casually, so what? Over here, when people saw Leo approaching, they excitedly shouted, it's the class representative. Look, the pride of Class 5, Leo. Wow, our rep is the best. The group cried enthusiastically, it's the class representative. Look, the pride of Class 5, Leo. Wow, our rep is the best. The group cried enthusiastically, before the cheerful mood was cut off by the white-haired professor's announcement. At that moment, a terrifying phantom of a monster appeared above her. Now then, are you all enjoying the party? Responding to her, although every student's face looked extremely reluctant, no one dared not answer. Wow, we're having a great time. Ha ha ha, they thought to themselves. If we don't, she'll go crazy again. Turning to the professor's viewpoint, seeing the students so cheerful, she beamed too. I'm so glad you're enjoying it. Now, please enjoy yourselves while listening to the results of this midterm competition. Cut to Leo's group, For some reason, everyone's mood suddenly dipped a bit. How are we supposed to enjoy this now? Carl complained. Ignoring them, the professor continued her speech. I anticipated all of your reactions. So here we'll only announce the top 3 students from each department. The remaining scores will be given by your homeroom teachers tomorrow, so don't worry too much. The head professor of each program will now announce the scores. After saying this, Ein, the Knights Department professor, stepped forward to speak. Seeing him, Fire Mage Nella couldn't help screaming like she'd seen an idol. So cool! Frost Knight Ein Ellen Du, she shouted. Meanwhile, the cool professor began his speech. You all did very well on the midterm. Now, I will announce the top-performing students of the Knights Department in order. At the same time, the lights in the hall suddenly dimmed, and a screen with the list appeared, with swordswoman Celia at the top, Duran in second, and finally Chunxia. The professor announced their names one by one, and as Celia saw the list, she felt a little flustered inside. She thought to herself, Leo didn't make the top? Next, the handsome Professor Aylin stepped up. Now I will announce the rankings for the magic department. First place is Abad Llewellyn, second is Chelsea Llewellyn, third is Emio Luchen. At this point, Mage Chelsea couldn't hide her worried expression and turned to look at the protagonist, then asked, Why isn't your name on the list, Leo? Hearing that, Leo replied calmly, That can happen. Putting them aside, Carl also said awkwardly, I get it, Leo, but Chloe isn't on the list either. Hearing that, swordswoman Celia glanced over at Chloe. However, she only received an awkward smile from the mage. Back to Professor Aylin's thoughts. Because she revealed magic, her practical magic exam score was recorded as 0. Even so, what she showed, the academic passion she has as a mage, is truly admirable. At that moment, Professor Sejin suddenly stood up and shouted, To me, the true top student of the magic department is always Chloe. His enthusiastic shout made the lazy Professor Harrid laugh and advise, Sit down now. Celia turned and patted Chloe on the shoulder as a consolation. While they were still laughing together, Professor Yura stepped forward and announced, All right, summoning freshmen, work harder next term. According to her list, the top first-year student in the summoning department is Warren Den, second is Eliza, and third is Jordan Rusen. Back with Leo's group, they now began to notice something odd, as several departments had announced their lists, but Leo's name still hadn't appeared on any of them. Seeing their curious faces, the petite professor turned back and announced, Everyone's enjoying themselves, right? Finally, we'll announce the valedictorian and the block representative. The valedictorian of the midterm and this year's block representative is Leo Plav. Right after she spoke, the group gasped in surprise. However, at that moment a hand shot up in protest. I object. Why can a Plav, who didn't make the top 3 in any department, be the valedictorian and block representative? The student was Emio Luchen, who placed 3rd in the midterm. Putting that aside, even Leo wondered why the block representative title had landed on him. Emio's question triggered murmurs from the crowd. This made the white-haired professor above seem a bit flustered and tongue-tied. Then, just a second later, her attitude suddenly shifted instantly, and she barked, Kids, listen up. I'll explain the unreasonable reasons once, so pay close attention. First, dual-track students are not ranked by department because they can't compete fairly under the standard evaluation system. For example, a sword mage's magic is usually weaker than a pure mage's, but when combined, they create a transcendent power. Second, Leo Plav scored the highest among freshmen on the combined spirit study and combat exam. Below, Emio heard that and began to look confused, but still forced out, But regarding that combat exam score, weren't there others who also got perfect scores? To clarify his question, another shout rang out. Leo even exceeded the objective of the Hero World mission. He defeated Churbinern. Right after that, everyone gaped and turned to look at Leo in disbelief, putting some pressure on our protagonist. You really defeated Churbinern? It was just you and Chloe? The group asked in astonishment, and Leo quietly nodded, implying agreement. Up above, the white-haired professor, still flustered, said, "Everyone, the reason Leo scored the highest on the midterm is..." Before she could finish, Professor Sejin smiled and interrupted. "That's enough, Professor Arishan. It seems all the students already understand. That concludes today's score announcements. Enjoy the party. And with that, everyone happily enjoyed the celebration together. Cut to the professor's table. While dining, Professor Yura turned to her colleague and asked, "Hey Len, if dual-track students are allowed to be included in departmental rankings, what will happen to the scores?" Hearing that, Professor Aylin glanced over and replied, "There will be a major shift within the magic program. Everyone's rankings will drop." Hearing this, Yura asked awkwardly, "Don't tell me the top of the magic department is." Before she could finish, Arishan quietly nodded. "Yes, Leo is the top of the magic department." Yura exclaimed, "My summoning department is like that too." Beside her, Professor Ein of the Knights department calmly said, "The Knights department is the same. Leo Plav is number 1. At that, Yura couldn't hide her surprise. "Oh my, the kid's targeting every department." Ein shrugged. This isn't just some fanciful dream. Across from them, 2 professors suddenly slammed their fists on the table in anger. "But Leo will be developed into a talented mage. His magic is very..." Before Aylin could finish, Yura snapped coldly, "Enough. Do you think summoning talent like that is easy to find?" Responding to their remarks, Ein remained utterly calm and exhaled. "Look, Leo is most suited to the sword. Okay?" And so the 3 professors erupted into a noisy argument. Time passed quickly. Scene cuts to class 5. Before the teacher even entered, Carl was sprawled over his desk from the aftereffects of the party last night. He groaned. "Oh man, I think I drank a bit too much yesterday." Beside him, Mage Chelsea scolded, "You're the first person I've seen drink 2 liters of orange juice." Then the lazy teacher Harid walked in and announced, "Quiet, this is an announcement about the school trip. As you know, we're going to elf territory this time." As he spoke, he stuck a map up on the board. At the mention of the trip, everyone grew excited, especially Eliana and Tide. "Yes, we know, and I heard each class will be assigned a location. Our suggestion is Dwin Forest, also called the Warm Forest. It's famous for its abundance of delicious fruits." To the disappointment of their daydreaming, Harid pointed to a spot on the map and decided, "We will go to Elselbekia." At that, the fire mage looked puzzled, seeming not to know the place. Carl flipped open his book and explained, "Elselbekia is a small country in the far north, cold year-round in elf territory." Hearing this, the 2 eager adventurers inwardly wailed, "What can we do in such a cold place? This feels all wrong." Explaining further, Professor Harid rubbed his ear and threw the responsibility onto the protagonist. "If anyone's to blame, blame the class president. He chose it." At that, everyone turned to look at Leo with questioning gazes. However, Leo didn't explain much and only reminded them, "It's best if we buy what we need in Lummern beforehand, right?" Eliana lamented tearfully, "My poor friend will have to start with gloves." Meanwhile, Ice Mage Chelsea excitedly shared, "Time to dig out all my coats." Back in Leo's view, of course he wasn't stupid enough to pick a destination without a purpose. He thought to himself, "Elselbekia looks useless to humans, but it's the elves' sanctuary, the place where the fairy soil is hidden, Silren. I wonder if he's okay." Time passed quickly. Scene cuts to a fountain. Leo told Nella, "I'll handle food and supplies. Nella, you take care of packing the potions." Nella nodded in agreement. Then Leo hurried off to buy provisions. However, after finishing, he noticed something and turned his head back. He thought, 13th Street, CA Jagu District. This must be the place. Next, Leo went up to a shop tucked in a dark corner labeled Lutek. This was the place where Sen Lu and Chloe had bought the demonic artifact. Leo left his satchel outside the door and stepped in. The scene was utterly ruined and chaotic, as if abandoned long ago. The state of the place didn't faze Leo much. The Lummern investigation team already swept through here, so there shouldn't be much left. Is the only thing left behind a stuffed bear? Saying that, Leo suddenly grew more alert. Wait a second, a doll? Everything should have been taken away by the investigators for examination. It must have been locked when I entered. Don't tell me it's a cognition-suppressing curse. Sure enough, just as Leo feared, the stuffed bear turned its head toward him. Black liquid, like ink, shot out from its 2 eyes. Fortunately, Leo was on guard and dodged to the side in time. The black liquid then morphed into a grotesque monster, its body covered with countless eyes. Realizing this wasn't an ordinary demon, Leo jumped back toward the exit to keep his distance. He thought to himself, it doesn't just suppress cognition. It curses the opponent with every imaginable affliction. The monster shifted into a serpentine form and spoke. Well then, a sharp kid indeed. You recognized my curse. Hearing that, Leo instantly deduced the demon's identity. Queen of Monsters Silituna, one of the demon commanders the group had failed to destroy 5,000 years ago. This was not her true body, but a copy created by a magical curse. Unaware of Leo's realization, Silituna continued. Light signature and magic, a sword mage? A rare talent indeed. I will acknowledge that, but blame that useless sharp sense of yours. With that, countless tentacles sprouted from the creature and lashed toward him, forcing him to scramble backward. Despite his retreat, the overwhelming speed of the strikes still cut his arm. He thought, I can't beat this now. I have to get out of here. Silituna cornered Leo and eagerly offered. Thank you for the meal, seed of a hero. Then she opened her jaws wide and lunged at him, aiming to swallow him in a single bite. At that moment, Leo smiled faintly, as if he had no worry at all. Sure enough, his ally had arrived. A cold voice rang out in the light. Then, from above, a giant spear slammed down, pinning the huge creature's body to the floor. The one who struck was Professor Albee. Seeing him appear, the demon panicked and said, a mage with the evil eye. This is better than a mere spectator. It'll only make it more fun. With that, it flung the damaged parts of its body outward, aiming straight for Leo as if to drag him down in a death embrace. Too bad for it. How could Professor Albee let that plan succeed? He formed a magic circle for defense, causing the flying body parts to explode on contact with the circle. Filthy demon trash, Albee said with contempt. On the other side, Silituna's clone began howling like a mad dog. Those disgusting goblins. One day I'll gouge out their eyes and devour them. As she shouted, she hurled all her tentacles at the two of them. But that attack was harmless to Albee. He said coldly, I'm not interested in a cheap copy. With that, the professor thrust his hand forward, unleashing a destructive light with devastating power that instantly blasted Silituna's body into pieces. Seeing that, Leo thought to himself, Albee Zarin, the evil-eyed mage. His other title is Tartarus the Destroyer. Rumor has it he became a professor at Lumern Academy just to have the freedom to cross borders while hunting targets. I owe a debt to the hero of this era. He sighed regretfully. Meanwhile, Professor Albee turned and asked you, Leo Plav, what's going on here? Leo reached down, picked up the stuffed bear's head, and explained, it appeared while I was investigating this place. This stuffed bear carries a cognition-disrupting curse. Albee stepped forward, took the bear's head, and instructed, Lumern's investigation team will be held accountable. I'll overlook that you investigated this area on your own. From now on, if you need anything, tell me. I'm grateful for what you did last time. After saying that, the professor used his magic to leave the room. Leo stepped outside, picked up his satchel, and thought as he walked. The Zarin family is one of the 3 great houses that manage Lumern Academy. With his help, I might get access to the Forbidden Library. Not long after, he returned to find his friend Nella. Ah, you're here, class president. I finished buying supplies, Nella said cheerfully. But when she saw the wound on his arm, she hurried over worriedly and used restorative magic to help him. Hey, class president, are you okay? He thought as he walked. The Zarin family is one of the 3 great houses that manage Lumern Academy. With his help, I might get access to the Forbidden Library. Not long after, he returned to meet Nella. Ah, you're here, class president. I finished buying supplies, Nella said cheerfully. But when she saw the wound on his arm, she rushed over, used restorative magic, and asked, Hey, class president, what's wrong? Leo shook his head. Not too serious. Thanks. That said, Silituna's appearance left him somewhat uneasy. So it's true. Silituna is behind the Beast Controller and that dark magic book. I wonder what their goal is. Time passed quickly. A week later, the scene shifts to the teleportation gate. Everyone was gathered there preparing to depart for Elselbekia. Before leaving, Leo checked again. Did you stock enough provisions? Eliana and Nella both nodded. Yep, we've got everything. Nearby, swordswoman Celia turned and said, Hey Leo, why are you going to Elsalbekia? It's freezing there. Leo looked back, shrugged, and replied, It's hot now. Going to Elsalbekia is like taking a summer vacation. The swordswoman waved goodbye. Oh my, it gets so cold at night. Well then, have a good trip. After she spoke, she began stepping into the teleport gate. Leo, after telling Celia to take care, turned back to speak to his class. Class 5, let's get ready. Let's set out together for Elsalbekia, the land of the elves. With that, the group quickly stepped through the teleportation gate. Cut to Siren Academy, the heroic military academy of the elves. In front of a fountain, a pair of youths were confronting someone. What kind of pathetic outfit is that? An elf like you studying at the prestigious Siren Academy? With blood like that, could you stop flaunting that unknown lineage? At that moment, another voice sounded reproachfully. Don't bully our classmate. Behave properly as a descendant of Siren. The red-haired girl, Lunia El Lunda, is a lady of the Lunda family, one of the most prestigious houses among the elves. She is also the first-year representative of Siren Academy. In response to her words, the young couple not only ignored her but even retorted. So, don't you feel uncomfortable at all that a half-blood got accepted into Siren Academy? Of course, his existence is a disgrace. Look at the way he dresses, so barbaric. At that point, Lunia stopped bothering to keep her dignity and bristled like a mad dog. Unbelievable. Again, if you hate his clothes so much, take off your own and give them to him. If you're not helping, then shut up. The young couple, witnessing her attitude, froze in silence. Lunia, you're the daughter of a noble house. You shouldn't speak so crude. My God, what's going on here? In reply, Lunia even rolled up her sleeves as if ready to teach them a lesson. Don't you feel ashamed ganging up on someone? If you don't like it, come fight me. Seeing her fiery stance, the two didn't hesitate a moment and immediately ran off. Let's get out of here. What lunatics, paying no mind to their attitude. Lunia turned to the student behind her. Hey, why are you dressed so lightly? It makes me want to take care of you all the time. Then she gently took the scarf from her own neck and draped it around the student's shoulders, making him beam with happiness. Someone stole my things. This young man, Luca enters, placed third in Siren Academy's first-year exam and is a half-blood. From Lunia's perspective, seeing Luca lose his belongings reignited her anger. But then she sneezed, causing Luca to worry a bit. Lunia, please give the scarf back. It's cold. Hearing that, Lunia shook her head and waved her hand. It's fine. Don't worry. Sensing Lunia's unusually cheerful mood, Luca asked, Lunia, you seem especially happy today. Lunia cleared her throat and shared. Haha, because my familiar finally hatched. Hearing that, Luca rejoiced for his friend. Congratulations, Lunia. That's awesome. Well then, I'm off ahead. With that, as soon as the red-haired girl returned home, she hurried to her father's office and asked, Father, my familiar has hatched, right? Inside the room, a brown-haired man smiled and reminded her. Lunia, I told you to call them Professor while at school. This man, Ellen Lunda, is the head of the Lunda House, one of the most honored heroic families, keeper of Farina's oath. Faced with his daughter's question, Uncle Ellen nodded slightly, embarrassed. Yes, it seems Farina's child has hatched. Upon hearing this, Lunia trembled with excitement. I knew it. So when can I meet it? Her father sighed. There's a bit of a problem, Lunia. Your familiar appears to have bonded its memories to someone else. I'll look into the details further, according to Farina. Before her father could finish, the hot-tempered daughter slammed the table and shouted. Who stole my familiar? Cut to Velkia, the capital of Elsalbekia. At this time, Leo's group arrived here through the teleportation gate. The group shivered at the cold here, especially their friend Carl, who trembled uncontrollably. God, I'd rather die, he complained. Meanwhile, Professor Harrid, wrapped in a scarf, stepped forward and said, Stop yelling and line up. This is the capital of Elsalbekia. Does anyone know the history of this place? In response, the mage Chelsea enthusiastically raised her hand and shared. Velkia was founded and named after the elf knight Velkia Ursur, one of Luna's disciples, the star cleric. Her words brought a flash of memory to Leo. More precisely, he was a disciple of both Luna and Eren. Velkia, that provocative name, is now called the Knight of the Elf race. Back with Professor Harid, he nodded in agreement with Chelsea. Indeed. He added, the Urser family are descendants of the Elf Knights and hold the highest positions here. Then, at that moment, suddenly, footsteps rang out from ahead, drawing the group's attention as they turned to look. The snow-filled sky made it hard for the group to make out who the figures ahead were. This worried Carl a bit. Are there thieves even in elf territory? Professor Harid shrugged and said, bad people exist everywhere. At that, a voice called from ahead. How have you been lately, Professor Harid? The newcomer was an elf man, strikingly handsome, with a few guards behind him. Just his presence was enough to make the female students swoon, their eyes turning into hearts. The leading elf greeted again. Good day, Professor Harid. His name was Rune Urser, the spokesperson of Elsalbekia and head of the Urser family. In response, the lazy professor gave a slight bow. You haven't changed, have you? Nearby, the mage Eliana was dazed with excitement. She wiped her mouth and exclaimed, I think I found my future spouse. Even Nella let out a small cough beside her. But then Leo stepped forward and crushed their dreams. Doesn't age matter to you? At that, Eliana moved in, nudged the protagonist lightly with her elbow, and teased, what, class president? Don't tell me you're jealous. Leo replied coldly, don't dream. You know elves live long and change little in appearance, right? So tell me, how old do you think he is? Leo's remark made Eliana bristle with anger, and Rune noticed and snorted with amusement. Such lively students. Sadly, the students Professor Harid brings are always very disciplined. Hearing that, Harid shook his head. They're just first years, inexperienced. Mere children, looking for an excuse to satisfy her curiosity. Eliana stepped forward and asked, May I ask your name and age? Rune turned, bowed slightly, and said, Sorry for not introducing myself. My name is Rune Urser. I am 97 years old this year. His words immediately left the fire mage frozen for a moment. Meanwhile, Carl rushed over, shoved Eliana aside, and asked, Excuse me, will you be our guide? Rune answered warmly, I am the head of the Urser family and the spokesperson of Elsalbekia. After that, Carl could only cry on the inside. He mechanically reached out, took Rune's hand, and weakly said, It's an honor to meet you. Nearby, Professor Harid glanced over and said, Later, we'll speak privately, Carl Thomas. Time passed quickly. The scene shifts to the lodging for the field trip. To be frank, perhaps because it had been unoccupied for so long, the interior looked dilapidated, with cobwebs and rats scurrying everywhere. This left the students' faces pale. Are we really staying here? I can't do it, they cried out. Hearing that, Leo folded his arms and said confidently, Is that so? Then I guess we're not sleeping outside, right? At that, Eliana brightened and cried out, I knew it. Class president, you've got everything ready, haven't you? I know I can trust you. But contrary to her hopes, Leo pointed to the tent set up outside and cheerfully offered, I figured you'd say that, so I prepared sleeping spots out there. Want to sleep in the open? Seeing the blizzard outside, Carl turned awkwardly and told the group, What are you still standing around for? Go unload your gear. This is our lodging. It looks like a work of art. Have you checked the weather? Go outside and you'll turn into a snowman. Back to Carl. Now he's sneaking up the stairs with the young man Eliza, wearing a face like a sly fox hunting baby rabbits. Hey, want to know the best part of this field trip? It's sneaking into the girls' dorm rooms. That was what they were looking forward to. But before the two could reach the top of the stairs, Chelsea looked at them with contempt and cast a spell called Wind Circle on them, which sent screams echoing everywhere. Hearing the commotion, Leo nodded and observed, Looks like everyone's having fun. Maybe I should go take a look. With that, when Leo opened the door, he found a blonde elf girl waiting outside for him. Class president, the master wants to see you. Then, led by that girl, Leo was brought into Rune's office. Seeing the protagonist appear, the handsome man, flustered, said, Welcome, Leo. Sorry to call you here. It's urgent. Can you wait a moment? Leo replied, No problem. Looks like there are a lot of interesting things here. Mind if I take a look? Rune cheerfully answered, of course. So Leo scanned the gear hanging on the walls and thought, these pieces are very ancient. Then he noticed a dagger and blurted out, Urquit. At his words, Master Rune couldn't hide his surprise and asked, how do you know Urquit? Its history is only passed down to the head of the Urser family. Surprised, Leo hastily improvised, I read about Urquit in some ancient texts at Lumern Academy's great library. Rune had no doubts and said, is that so? Well, that makes sense. Lumern does have everything. Leo reached out and touched the dagger, thinking it has a cosmic power, but this isn't the original. Inside, Leo recalled a past moment when his teammate Luna had bragged about her dagger to him. That dagger originally belonged to Luna, but she later passed it to her disciple Velkia. Then, right before the final expedition against Tartarus, Velkia lost it. At the same time, Rune, having finished his business, stepped closer to the protagonist and murmured, Urquit was a prize our ancestors received when they conquered the hero Velkia's world. Unfortunately, relics from the hero world cannot be used by anyone other than the one who won them. Then he continued, alright, have a seat. I've heard from Harid that you attend all the classes and serve as the first-year representative at Lumern Academy. I know it's a bit forward to ask right after meeting you, but could you meet my granddaughter once? My granddaughter is a first year at Siren Academy. She's very talented and entered with the highest score, but the world out there is vast. After enrolling, she hit a wall and lost all motivation. Someone her age and an outsider like you might inspire her. Following Rune's guidance, Leo walked down a corridor. However, looking at the key in his hand, Leo felt a little embarrassed and whispered, but is it okay to just hand my granddaughter's room key to a stranger like this? He wondered that to himself before reaching out to knock on a door. The door then opened on its own, revealing a scene of utter chaos inside. Books and clothes were tossed across the floor, and dust hung in the air, making Leo cough a few times. He glanced around quietly and saw pictures of the hero team from 5,000 years ago, which made Leo realize the girl in this room was a huge fan of the great hero. He thought to himself, I know some people collect things like this, but this level is a bit much. Is that a Siren Academy uniform? At the same time, a sleepy voice called from behind Leo, Grandpa, barging into my granddaughter's room like this is a bit over the line. The girl was Iron Urser, Vice Class Rep of First Year Class 1 at Siren Academy. After saying that, she noticed Leo's face and screamed, completely panicking, then dove under her blanket. Leo calmly said, Hello, I'm Leo Plav. I came to see you at your grandfather's request. On the bed, Iron was still hiding under her covers, determined to defend herself. With no other choice, Leo praised her a bit to ease the tension. Wow, your Kyle collection is almost as good as mine. Let's see how they write about him from the elf perspective. The subjugation of the northern mountain beasts could also be Kyle's doing. Oh, the arrangement is pretty neat. At that, Iron stuck her head out of the blanket and asked, could it be that you like Kyle too? Then the shy Iron eagerly talked with the protagonist about the battle at Darnos, offering a new perspective on Kyle the braggart. You mean the battle where Taberka led the Tartarus army and was defeated, right? The battle where the great heroes fought together as comrades for the first time. Do you know where Commander Zerga's forces were defeated? Answering that, Leo replied in a very gentle voice. Edvalik, that's where Luna first tested her star magic. The more Leo spoke, the brighter Iron's eyes became. She chimed in, yes, it's a part of hero history that very few know about. Even within academia, it's only a minor topic. From the white-haired girl's perspective, our Leo was positively radiant. A few seconds later, she realized she'd overreacted and hurriedly bowed in embarrassment. Sorry for the slow introduction. My name is Iron Urser. I've talked too much for just meeting you. Haven't I? Hearing that, Leo gave a faint smile and reassured her. Not at all. Anyone who's heard of the heroes would be happy to find someone still passionate about those stories. Leo's sincere tone seemed to calm Iron. She said, this is just my personal opinion, but even though history only confirms 4 great heroes, I think there may once have been a 5th. On that, Leo shared, Kyle, I believe he truly existed, so when I return I'll join a club researching traces of Kyle. Seeing someone who agreed, Iron showed an ecstatic expression. Wow, that's art. But a second later her expression suddenly turned sad as she muttered, School, the change of source. This left Leo a bit puzzled and thoughtful. Shy and reserved, but that's okay, right? With that, he curiously asked Iron, "Why don't you go to school?" To that question, Iron glanced aside and replied with a tone full of self-disappointment. "It's just, I don't think Siren is the right place for me. Everyone else trains so hard. They seriously want to become heroes, and I'm just someone who dreams of being a hero in an overly romantic way." Contrary to what Iron said, Leo, observing the uniform she had carefully stored in the closet, quickly pieced things together. But seeing how carefully she still kept the uniform, hadn't she not given up yet? Then, to give this shy girl a bit more confidence, he stood and said, "Iron, I'm not the only person from Berkia here. My whole class is on this field trip. I think if my classmates heard your story, they'd really want to meet you. You know, there are hero training schools in the human world similar to Siren Academy, right? If you're curious about the students at Lumern Academy, feel free to come see them." After saying that, Leo turned and left the room. Outside, Uncle Ursur had been eavesdropping for who knows how long. The moment the protagonist came out, he looked at him with glittering eyes, which made Leo shiver and blurt out, "Wow, you scared me." Ursur snapped out of his daze and asked softly, "Protagonist, you didn't just spend that whole time talking to Iron, did you?" Leo nodded. "Yes, first of all, that's right." Hearing Leo confirm it was enough to make Ursur so happy he almost cried. "Oh, it's been ages since she talked to someone that long. It seems she's starting to open up to you. As her grandfather, I want to repay you somehow. What do you think? I'd like to give you a magical item, maybe it will be useful to you." Given Leo's nature, he wasn't dumb enough to refuse a gift. Turning it down would be rude. He murmured, "Time sure flies." Cut to the Ursur family's treasure vault. To reward Leo for talking with his granddaughter, Ursur brought him here. Before them lay a trove overflowing with gold and weapons. Ursur said cheerfully, "Pick whatever you want." Seeing that, Leo dropped formalities and walked straight into the vault. Then, something on a wooden shelf caught his attention. "I'll take this," Leo said as he reached for an item. In his hand was an orange spirit stone containing a tiny figure inside. Beside him, Uncle Ursur stroked his chin and explained, "That's a gem containing the power of a fairy, won by our ancestors 1,000 years ago. The fairy's form is intricately and beautifully carved. But besides that," before he could finish, Leo interrupted, "It's fine." Seeing that, the long-haired uncle shrugged, "As long as it pleases you." Leo looked at the spirit stone in his hand and silently calculated in his head, "I'm sure it's not a carving. It's a real fairy." Time passed quickly. Back at the students' inn, the lazy teacher Harid had gathered his pupils. "Order. I'll go over the upcoming schedule. Starting tomorrow, wake up is 6 a.m. In the morning, you'll do individual training in the Fey Forest near the town, and in the afternoon you'll practice mission exercises." Hearing this, the spell artist Eliana quickly raised her hand and protested, "Wait a minute, haven't we already done enough individual training at school? Do we still have to do this on a field trip?" Answering that, the lazy teacher enlightened them, "On this field trip we'll focus on the areas you're still lacking. No one thinks we came here just to slack off, right? And to be clear, this schedule was drawn up by your class president." He said this and dumped all the responsibility onto Leo, causing Carl to cry out and accuse, "That bastard." Even the mage Chelsea glared at Leo with annoyance. "Why would you do that, Leo?" To handle their questions, Leo put on an extremely friendly expression and said, "The Fey Forest has monsters, so it's perfect for real combat training. Train to death." Hearing him, Eliana could only wail and lament. Surely the class president has a noble reason for this. Becoming a true hero is exactly like that. Finally, Professor Harid said, "That's it. Enjoy yourselves, this is your last bit of free time." Back with Leo, sitting on the bed, he took the spirit stone out to examine it. Just a glance was enough for him to quickly recognize its nature. A seal using Fairy King magic. No wonder Luna Ursur thought it was merely a statue. After the Great Calamity, whoever made a pact with the Fairy King vanished, and no one in the elf clan had witnessed that magic since. But to me, this is all too familiar. This is Silrid's magic. At last, it was time to use the oath of the Fairy King that he had once received. So Leo began to pour his magic into the spirit stone to break the seal. Immediately, a brilliant golden light burst forth from within the stone. When the light fully faded, A sleepy voice rang out. Oh my! The seal's finally been released. The voice belonged to a young fairy. After a moment to steady himself, he quickly realized he was in Leo's hand and his attitude changed at once. Huh? Why is a human standing before me? How rude. Leo said nothing more. He hauled the tiny brat up to face him and asked, Who are you? The kid bristled at Leo's tone. How dare you call me you? I am the son of the great fairy king Silrid, the heir to that throne. The one standing before you is Kirin, the silver fairy. The arrogant boy spoke without realizing his words had already annoyed Leo. Leo snapped his fingers sharply against Kirin's forehead, sending him toppling backward. How dare you? What is this? In response, Leo adopted a dead serious expression, unlike his usual self. Listen up. Even your father must be polite to me. Who do you think you are, you brat? Kirin, seemingly still unaware of his predicament, shot back boldly. Insolent wretch, how dare you insult King Silrid? Leo didn't say more. He gave Kirin another flick on the head, swelling the little skull into a bump. Kirin nearly shouted, You little punk! He got flicked again. After a while of this, the brat finally grew docile and polite. Impossible! You really are the one who received my father's oath. Leo raised his hand threateningly, as if about to flick him once more. Consider it so. Your seal is broken. What's the problem with accepting it? Before Leo's fierce manner, Kirin cowered and muttered, Come to think of it, sealing a pact with a lowly human like that wasn't so bad. From Leo's perspective and by his own recollection, he quickly deduced Kirin's identity. With Silrid's gentle nature and the fact he reclaimed all 6 letters and sealed you away, you must be one destructive little terror, Prince Kirin? Leo's voice bristled with mockery, making the small fellow flush and clear his throat a few times. Ahem, you even knew that? Truly the chosen one. Leo, not wanting to waste time, ordered, Fine, then go to the fairy realm and summon Silrid for me. To the protagonist's request, the little fellow could only regretfully refuse. I can't. Only when I recover all 6 wings can I return to the fairy realm. So if you want to meet my father, help me recover the 6 wings first. I believe the first wing lies in the Fey Forest, which was once our homeland. The brat spoke with an incredibly smug look, as if he already had the protagonist wrapped around his finger. Seeing that, Leo smiled slightly, thinking to himself, Silrid must have destined his son to meet me. Then, to correct Kirin's puffed-up attitude, Leo flicked him on the head again, making the kid cry out, Ugh! Time passed quickly. The next day, as planned, the lazy Professor Harrid led the students into the nearby forest for live combat training. The trainees stared wide-eyed, speechless. Meanwhile, the sorceress Chelsea was kneeling in the snow, her voice trembling. Impossible! They won using only sealed magic? In front of her, Leo smiled and reached out. Sounds like you've been practicing too.
Please like, subscribe, and ring the bell for more awesome content.